a frozen graveyard of fallen soldiers. Amidst the carnage, a lone figure stands tall above the broken swords and blood-soaked snow. Aster A. Elmheim, gasping for breath, stands before the man on the ridge. Lord Roderick A. Elmheim turns slightly, recognizing the survivor. "Ash," he mutters, his voice devoid of warmth. The man doesn't truly turn to face him. Lord Roderick's voice is like ice. "I believe I entrusted you with the Eastern Subjugation Force. Why are you here?" Aster stands silent, his body shattered, clutching his wounded side as the freezing wind howls around them. Then, like a bolt of lightning cutting through the despair, everything became clear. Aster looked up, meeting Roderick's murderous gaze with a chilling smile, delivering the final verdict for his own twisted fate. "To kill you." Aster's sword drips with blood as the truth finally surfaces. "From the very beginning, you intended to use my unit as bait to discard us once we were spent. Isn't that right?" The betrayal cuts deeper than any blade. "Father!" Aster gasps, his amber eyes wide with a mix of horror and sudden realization. Lord Roderick sneers down at his own son with pure contempt. "That is the purpose of a wingless one, isn't it, my foolish son?" This is the story of Aster A. Elmheim, a man whose life was built on a lie of duty to a family that viewed him as trash. The House of Elmheim, the most powerful martial house on the continent and the source of Aster's lifelong misery. At its head sits Lord Roderick A. Elmheim, a man sworn to protect the crown, yet capable of the most cold-blooded treachery. Aster remembers the beginning. Years ago, on a whim, Roderick saved him from a deadly snowstorm, leaving him on the brink of death but choosing to let him live. To repay that life debt, Aster became the perfect soldier. He did everything asked of him, drowning his hands in the blood of his family's enemies. But no matter how hard he fought, he was never truly accepted. He was just a failure left to rot in the mud. His siblings and peers never let him forget his place. "Don't get cocky just because you're standing here, you wingless," they would sneer. In this world, the wing crest is everything, a physical mark on the back that proves one's magical power. The more wings, the greater the mana. But Aster was an anomaly. He was the only one in the entire ducal house born completely unable to wield magic. His birthright was stolen by a cruel fate, and his family branded him with the title, Wingless. Yet he refused to surrender. He kept taking up the sword, training until his hands bled, believing that one day, his devotion would be rewarded. Back on the battlefield, Aster realizes the reward his father truly prepared for him. He scans the trees, sensing the closing trap. The golden eyes of the wingless warrior narrow. He knows he's being watched by more than just the wind. Hidden soldiers reveal themselves from the shadows of the blizzard. Aster's heart sinks. Why? An ambush. He stares at his father, his voice trembling with a lifetime of repressed rage. "Father, I believed in you and followed you all this time, and this is your answer." Lord Roderick doesn't even flinch, his gaze as cold as the surrounding blizzard. "What expectations could a mere tool possibly have? Your role is finished. Leave." The betrayal is absolute. Discarded like trash, Aster feels his loyalty crumble, replaced by a searing, murderous rage that ignites for one final, desperate stand. Aster A. Elmheim lunges forward with a final, desperate roar. "Father!" he yells, pouring all his remaining strength into a strike meant for the man who betrayed him. The realization of his wasted loyalty burns hotter than the cold. Aster snarls with pure hatred. "I was the fool for believing in you." As his blade is deflected, a crushing sense of regret fills his mind. Aster realizes the depth of his naivety, thinking, "What a pathetic idiot I am." He manages to draw blood, a shallow cut opening on Lord Roderick A. Elmheim's neck. But the Duke doesn't flinch. He simply smiles, a terrifying, cold expression of amusement. The trap snaps shut as magical red chains erupt from the air, binding Aster mid-motion. "GGH!" he groans, paralyzed as Roderick's men close in. The execution is brutal and precise. Mana slashes tear through the space around the bound warrior, leaving a trail of blood in the freezing air. Bound by the glowing red chains, Aster lets out a scream of pure agony as his strength fails him. A noble standing over him sneers with absolute disdain. "You really don't get it, do you, brother-in-law?" the man mocks. "A wingless one will always be wingless." Shadows loom over the fallen Aster as the noble continues his mockery. "Crawling on the ground like that suits you perfectly." Face down in the blood-stained snow, Aster's internal voice is a whisper of broken trust. "If you were just going to throw me away, then why did you ever pick me up?" Lord Roderick crouches over his discarded son, his voice like a glacier. "Don't flatter yourself. I never had any use for you." The Duke reaches down and grabs Aster by the hair, forcing him to face the cold truth of his existence. Lord Roderick's eyes glow with a sinister red light. "What I needed was the power of the 7 wings dwelling within you," he declares. Even as he dies, a new revelation shocks Aster to his core. 7 wings? he thinks, the name of the power echoing in his fatting mind. Roderick's indifference is absolute. Your mother was quite useful, he says, treating her life as nothing more than a statistic. Lord Roderick turns his back on his son, walking away as Aster lies dying. She bore the seed that would serve my purposes, the Duke adds coldly. Aster reaches out with a trembling hand, his voice a desperate plea for answers. W8, what are you even talking about? The final strike is coming. Answer me, Roderick, Aster screams, his final act of defiance before the world turns red. The freezing wind is the last thing he feels. Cold, Aster realizes as his consciousness slips away. His vision dims, the falling snow blurring the world. Is this where I die? He wonders. A distant church steeple is the last sight of his first life. Then what was I even living for all this time? He asks as the darkness takes him. Confusion returns with a flicker of light. Everything's white and faintly warm, Aster thinks. Is this the afterlife? Snow? He isn't in heaven. He's back in the storm, but his body is tiny. Beside him lies the frozen body of the woman who saved him. Aster's amber eyes snap open. A warrior's soul suddenly awakened in the body of an infant. No, this is reality, he realizes, the biting frost of the snow proving his rebirth is no dream. A second chance has been thrust upon him amidst the wreckage of his first life. Stranded in the blizzard, the newborn Aster stares into the void and asks the question that will ignite his vengeance. Where am I? Aster stares at his tiny infant feet, the shock of his rebirth finally setting in. This small body, he thinks, his warrior's soul trapped in a form that can barely move. He raises a pudgy, trembling hand toward the winter sky. Is it really mine? The realization of his regression becoming undeniable. Aster looks down, seeing himself wrapped in thin cloth amidst the freezing blizzard. Like an infant. No, this is an infant body. He turns his gaze to the woman lying motionless beside him. And this woman, she's dead. A sacrifice he barely remembers from his first life. Harsh voices suddenly pierce through the howling wind. Search everywhere, a commander bellows, the search party closing in. Knights of the tyrant family thunder through the snow on horseback. No matter what, find that woman, the leader orders. The soldier's command is absolute. In a blizzard like this, she can't have gone far. For Lord Roderick's sake, recover the baby she abducted. Aster's yellow eyes snap open in recognition. He knows that name all too well. The dark silhouette of Lord Roderick A. Elmheim looms in his mind like a curse. What was that just now? Did they say Lord Roderick? The reality of his situation is a cold slap to the face. He's searching for an infant. Me. Memory and reality collide in the freezing dark. I was told I was found on a night just like this, during a blizzard. Don't tell me. I've returned to the past. The glowing lanterns of the Elmheim search party flicker through the swirling whiteout. They are hunting him like a prize. Aster forces himself to focus through the panic. That's ridiculous, I'll confirm it later. Survival comes first. He looks at the dead woman and then at the path ahead. If I stay here, I'll end up in the Duke's hands again. He refuses to be a tool for another lifetime. With a warrior's willpower, the infant begins his desperate crawl across the frozen waste. He drags himself through the ice, his tiny heart pounding against his ribs. I have to get away as far as I can. Each push off the frozen earth is an agonizing struggle against death itself. The sub-zero air burns his throat with every gasp. Damn it, I can't breathe. Heat flares in his tiny hands as they sink into the frost. My limbs feel like they're burning. The seven wings' power is stirring. Aster drags his body forward, leaving a solitary track in the deep snow. A life spent crawling, but never again for the Duke. His yellow eyes burn with an unnatural fire through the snow. But I will survive. A memory of Lord Roderick's cold, retreating back fuels his rage. Roderick, I swear I'll... The promise of vengeance is his only warmth. Teeth gritted, the infant refuses to let the cold claim him. He has to change everything. Defying the limits of his tiny form, Aster drags himself further away from the Duke's cold shadow. Each agonizing push is a silent vow that this life will belong to no one but himself. Aster collapses as the blizzard fades, his consciousness slipping away in the white silence. But the cycle is broken. Footsteps crunch nearby as Viscount Hifrid stands over him, staring at the small miracle that just rewrote the laws of fate. Over here, father, a young, silver-haired girl calls out, her voice breaking the silence of the mountains. Behind her, a massive silhouette emerges from the morning light. Viscount Hifrid stands frozen, staring at the small life at his feet. What in the world? He mutters, disbelief washing over his face. The Viscount lifts the infant into his warm arms as the Hifrid girl looks on. Why is there a baby in a place like this? He asks, his voice trembling with concern for the child's impossible survival. Aster rests his exhausted head against the Viscount's chest. For the first time, he isn't being held like a tool, but like a human being. Viscount Hifrid stares intently at the child's features. "A baby," he whispers, the gravity of the situation settling in. He looks back at the long, grueling trail of blood and effort left in the snow. Covering this distance, the Viscount wonders, unable to fathom how an infant could move a single inch in this frost. A path of sheer willpower stretches for miles across the mountainside. Aster didn't just crawl, he fought for every centimeter of his freedom. Viscount Hifrid gazes at the mystery in his arms, oblivious to the fact that he has just stolen the Duke's greatest prize. "Who is this child?" he asks. As the warmth of the Hifrid family envelops him, Aster drifts into a deep sleep. The pawn of the tyrant family is dead, and the rebellion has finally found its true beginning. Floating in a void of consciousness, Aster wonders, "Where am I?" His soul drifts, untethered from the death he just embraced. "This child," he notes, watching a small, spectral form in the darkness. The lights of fate swirl around him like glowing feathers. Aster senses a new beginning as the child came to welcome me. The transition from the battlefield to the unknown starts now. Consciousness snaps back with a countdown. 10, don't use it, he warns himself. Aster groans, ugh, feeling the overwhelming weight of a body that no longer obeys a general's command. His eyes snap open to a blindingly bright reality. He is immediately swarmed. "Sister, this little one woke up," a girl shouts. Viscount Hifrid's daughters lean in, poking and prodding the confused infant. "Now don't be naughty, you'll break your cute little nose," one warns playfully. To Aster, they are just noise and annoyance. The sensory overload is too much. Being squeezed and cuddled by these strangers, Aster is horrified. "This situation is... what the heck?" he screams internally. The great general is being treated like a plush toy. One of the Viscount Hifrid's daughters pulls him closer, her grip firm and suffocatingly affectionate. Aster struggles, his pride wounded more than his tiny body. This wasn't the rebirth he expected. "HMPH," Aster huffs, finally breaking free. He rolls away, intent on escaping this chaotic nursery. The girls cry out in surprise, "Ah!" as their toy makes a sudden break for it. He crawls with the precision of a trained soldier. His goal, any exit. His tiny limbs move with desperate speed across the polished floor. Escape is the only priority. One of the sisters stares in shock. "Damn it, what's going on?" she mutters, watching the baby move like a man possessed. "Hey," she shouts, trying to reclaim the fugitive infant. "The chase is on. Stop right there," they scream, chasing him down the hallway. Aster pushes himself harder, fuming. "Why are you chasing me?" he cries in his mind, his baby legs failing to match his spirit's pace. Cornered, his primal instincts take over. His hand begins to glow with an intense, golden aura. The seven wings magic, the power that doomed him in his first life, is awakening within his fragile vessel. Aster grits his teeth, trying to suppress the surge. His golden eye burns with power. The mark is active. The raw magic of the Elmheim bloodline is no longer a secret. It's a beacon. The eruption is violent. A pillar of golden light blasts him off the floor and into the sky. This is... magic. He realizes in terror. He is no longer crawling, he is a projectile of pure energy. He hovers for a brief, weightless moment, bathed in the glow of his own power. The world below looks small, but the reality of physics quickly returns. The mana surge is ending. Gravity claims its prize. Aster plunges toward the roof of the manor. "I can't control it, I'm falling," he screams, the wind rushing past his ears as the ground rushes to meet him. Aster shuts his eyes tight, bracing for a second death before his second life even truly began. This body can't survive a fall from this height. It's over. Impact, but no pain. Powerful arms catch him midair. To think he'd fall from the sky this time, he's a truly mysterious child, a deep voice says. Aster opens one eye, staring up at his savior. Aster's heart stops for a different reason. He recognizes the face peering down at him. This man is, he realizes, frozen in shock. The history books in his head are turning rapidly. The man holding him is revealed. Viscount Hifrid of the Lodric domain. A name Aster hasn't heard in years. A man who shouldn't be here. He looks at the grand estate surrounding him. No way. Could this possibly be another Elmheim house? Aster wonders. The opulence is familiar, but the atmosphere is entirely different from Roderick's cold dungeon. The portrait in the hall confirms it. Viscount Hifrid New Elmheim. He is the head of the Viscount family, a branch of the main Elmheim house. The younger brother of Aster's murderer. History says he was once a legend. Alongside his brother Lodric, he was one of the two wings entrusted with protecting the royal family. The pride of the Elmheim name. But Aster's memories are darker. The Viscount Hifrid I know should have died in some civil war, along with the collapse of the Viscount family, he thinks, looking at a cracked portrait of a lost era. The timeline is broken. He is in the past. The evidence is undeniable. This confirms it. I've gone back to the past. Aster stares at his small, clumsy hand, feeling the seven wings magic still vibrating in his veins. The regression isn't a dream. It's a second chance to burn his father's legacy to the ground. The irony is almost laughable. I was desperate to escape the Duke's reach, only to be caught by his own brother. I'm still in Elmheim, but the pieces on the board have changed. As Hyfried carries him into the heart of the manor, Aster prepares to face the family he once thought lost to time. Viscountess Elmheim, a gentle noblewoman with a gaze full of warmth, cradles the boy. "So this child's magic went out of control and sent him flying?" she asks, her voice steady but curious. Beside her, Viscount Hyfried looks on, the weight of the moment pressing down. "It seems so," he replies. "I thought he was more than just a baby." Aster remains silent, his golden eyes observing everything. The Viscountess looks down at the child with a smile that could melt the winter frost. To her, he is a miracle. To Aster, this kindness is a foreign weapon he doesn't know how to defend against. She pulls him into her chest, the scent of lavender and comfort surrounding him. "You were scared, weren't you? It's okay now," she whispers. For the first time in 2 lives, Aster feels the touch of a mother, and it's almost enough to break his resolve. Aster stares into the void of his own thoughts. He isn't just a child. He is a general who was betrayed, slaughtered, and reborn. His small fists clench as he navigates the sudden warmth of this new home. Viscount Hyfried watches them, his eyes sharp and analytical. He isn't fooled by the infant facade. He saw the light, he saw the power, and he knows what it signifies. "This child possesses tremendous power," Viscount Hyfried declares, his hand reaching out like a predator toward a prize. The air in the room grows heavy with the realization that Aster is no ordinary orphan found in the snow. He pulls back the cloth, revealing the brand of destiny. "This crest is proof of that," Hyfried says. Aster's breath hitches. The secret he hoped to hide is laid bare before the brother of his murderer. The mirror reflects the shock on the Viscountess's face. "7 wings," she gasps. "It is the ultimate power of the Elmheim bloodline, the same power Roderick would kill to possess. The stakes have just reached a lethal peak." Aster looks down at his own thigh, the burning red mark mocking him. "Why is it on my body?" he wonders, his mind racing through the horrors of his previous life. He was supposed to be wingless. This is a total deviation from the history he knew. His golden eyes ignite with a terrifying brilliance. The memory of betrayal surfaces, dark and cold like the grave he was thrown into. The power is back, and this time it won't be taken. The scene shifts to a nightmare of white snow and red blood. Roderick the Duke Elmheim looms over Aster's dying body. "What I needed was the power of the 7 wings that you possessed," the tyrant sneers, verbatim truth. Aster was never a son, he was only a battery to be drained. Roderick walks away, leaving the child in the blizzard as if he were nothing but trash. "I see," Aster's past self whispered as his vision faded. The ultimate betrayal for a power he didn't even know he had. Back in the present, Aster's face twists with raw fury. "So he picked me up to steal these 7 wings?" he realizes. He hears the echo of his past life's torment. "What do you mean, wingless?" He realizes he was deceived about his own nature from the very beginning. Viscountess Elmheim watches the child, her expression filled with a pity that Aster finds insufferable. She doesn't see a general, she sees a cursed boy. "So," she begins, her voice trailing off as she looks at her husband. The Viscount's face is cast in shadow, his green eyes glowing with a resolve that could change everything. "What are you going to do with this child?" The question rings through the hall. Hyfried knows that handing him over to the main family is a death sentence. Aster's mind is a tactical map. "This is bad," he thinks. If Hyfried is like his brother, he'll be sold off as a weapon or used as a puppet. He has to find a way to escape or fight before the chains tighten. He clenches his tiny fist, the anger bubbling over. "I can't let this power fall into the hands of the Elmheim family. I need this power to get revenge on him. If he is to be a monster, he will be a monster that destroys the Duke." The silence is broken by a final decree. "Let's adopt him," Viscount Hyfried says. His voice is firm, leaving no room for argument. He is choosing to defy his brother, the tyrant, to protect a child he barely knows. Aster stares up, frozen. He didn't expect this. In his first life, he was a tool. In this one, he is being offered a name, a shield, a chance. Hyfried's hand reaches down, not to take, but to comfort. The contrast is jarring. Aster has never known a touch that didn't come with a price. He remains wary, waiting for the hidden blade. "This child is still a fledgling who can't even fly on their own," Hyfried notes softly as he pats Aster's head. The fledgling with a general's soul bristles at the comment, but he remains still, letting the moment play out. Viscount Hyfried looks at his wife, their pact sealed in a glance. Until the moment he tries to take off on his own, I will take responsibility and take care of him. A promise of protection. A declaration of war against the fate Roderick intended for him. Aster's eye catches the light, reflecting a new, dangerous path. The revenge is no longer a dream. It has a foundation. The House of Hifrid will be his fortress. The dramatic tension is suddenly shattered by a thud and a chorus of squeals. Ah! The door swings open as a pile of eavesdropping girls spills into the room. The secret family meeting was not as private as they thought. Viscount Hifrid's daughters scramble to their feet, looking guilty as charged. Viscount Hifrid sighs, his authoritative tone replaced by that of a tired father. "Were you all listening?" he asks. The rebellion has begun, but it looks like it will be a crowded one. The room is filled with a suffocating warmth. Viscountess Elmheim cradles the secret of the 7 wings while her daughters swarm around. "Mother," one of the girls chirps, oblivious to the fact that the baby in her mother's arms is a reincarnated general. Viscount Hifrid stands guard, his presence a silent wall against the prying eyes of the main family. Viscountess Elmheim looks down with a smile that screams noble kindness, but Aster knows better. He is a ghost in an infant's shell, watching as his new sisters celebrate his awakening. They see a miracle. He sees a strategic complication. The sun sets on the first day of his second life. Aster is no longer a tool for the Duke. He is the hidden weapon of the Viscount, a piece of the game that has been reset. Aster, the name of a new star born into our family. The name is officially bestowed. A name meant to symbolize hope, but to Aster, it is the banner under which he will march for blood. He stares at the moon, the countdown to vengeance beginning with a single breath. Time is a luxury the dead don't have, but for Aster it is a tool. 10 years later, the manor of the Hifrid family has become his training ground. The boy has grown and the storm is finally ready to break. "We have been waiting for you, Lord Hifrid." The older Viscount Hifrid leads his family toward the stage of their reckoning. His hair is white now, but his eyes reflect the sharp steel of a man who has successfully hidden a god from a tyrant. The carriage door swings open. A pair of polished boots hits the pavement. The world is about to meet the shame of the Elmheim family, and they have no idea what's coming. Aster steps into the light. The baby who once crawled through a nursery is now a young man with a gaze that cuts deeper than any blade. The rebellion is no longer a thought. It is walking on 2 legs. "Sister Ulfin, please watch your step," Aster says, his tone cold and disciplined. He offers his hand to Ulfin, the girl who once held him tight and now looks to him for strength. The transition from brother to protector is complete. "Yes, thank you, Aster," Ulfin replies, her pink hair catching the sunlight. She smiles, unaware that her brother's polite facade hides a mountain of corpses and a thirst for the Duke's head. They walk side by side, the noble outcasts. Aster's expression is a mask of stone, his golden eyes scanning the environment for threats. Every movement is calculated. Every breath is a step closer to the end. They enter the sword dance assembly, the social ritual of the martial elite, a place where names are made and broken in a single clash of steel. For Aster, it's a target-rich environment, held annually by a certain Duke family under the Elmheim umbrella, a social gathering for martial arts noble families. The arena is a monument to the tyrant family's power. It is a place of blood-soaked tradition where the weak are slaughtered for amusement. It is a place for nobles to deepen their faith and at the same time, a place for each family to show off and check the strength of. The text spells out the truth. This is a power check, a weigh-in before the slaughter. The Elmheim families are here to mark their territory. The candidates for the title of swordsman line up, their resolve visible in their stance. They are all chasing glory. Aster is chasing something far more permanent. Swordsman candidates bearing the family name are gathered in the hundreds. Aster and Ulfin walk through the sea of armored youths, the outsiders in a den of wolves. The air is thick with anticipation and malice. The whispers cut through the air like knives. The Viscount family's group has arrived. Have they come to embarrass themselves again without learning their lesson? The crowd mocks them openly. It seems they've adopted a boy from who knows where, in place of an heir who just won't be born. The betrayal of the bloodline is their favorite topic. Shadowy figures with red, glowing eyes stare from the balconies. I wonder how much more they plan to tarnish the name of the Elmheim family before they're satisfied. The hatred is visceral. They see a stain. Aster sees his first set of targets. Aster turns his head, his gaze landing on the grand gates. So, that guy is the one? He has identified his prey. The face-slapping session is about to commence. Ulfin senses the hostility and her jaw tightens. "Don't worry about it," she whispers to Aster. She is trying to protect him from the words, unaware that he has survived far worse than insults. Her hand clenches into a white-knuckled fist. Here, those who show weakness are crushed. She has spent 10 years in this environment. She knows the cost of a single flinch. Aster just stares ahead, his hand steady on his blade. Aster looks at his sister, his expression unchanged. He doesn't need her protection, but he appreciates the resolve in her eyes. The Viscount family may be outcasts, but they are not broken. Not yet. Viscount Hifrid looks at the grand arena with a grim expression. This is the current position of the Viscount family. They are the bottom of the hierarchy, the jokes of the Elmheim umbrella. He turns to Aster, testing his spirit one last time. Viscount Hifrid gestures at the opulence and the sneering crowd. "I wanted to show you this," he says. He wants Aster to feel the crushing weight of their standing, to let the family's disgrace sharpen the boy's spirit into a blade. "Are you disappointed?" Hifrid asks, searching the boy's unyielding gaze. Aster doesn't flinch. Disappointment is for those who expect mercy. He only expects a reckoning. He prepares to answer the cold reception with a winter of his own. Aster looks up at the towering manor, his golden eyes cold and unyielding. "No, father, I'm fine with it being this chilly," he says. The frigid air of the Elmheim estate is nothing compared to the ice in his soul. He has returned to the place of his death, and this time he is the one bringing the winter. Viscount Hifrid smiles, his laughter echoing against the stone walls. "That's reassuring," he replies, pride swelling in his chest. He sees the general's spirit within the boy, a blade forged in silence and ready to strike at the heart of the main family. The manor triggers a flood of dark memories. "In my previous life, I made my social debut as a disgrace to the Elmheim family," Aster recalls. He remembers the kneeling, the mocking laughter, and the feeling of being wingless trash under the boots of those who now watch him from the windows. That boy is dead. The rebel remains. This place holds bitter memories, he thinks, his silhouette framed by the looming spires of the tyrant's home. The golden aura of his hidden power begins to flare, a silent declaration of war. "But I'm different now that the 7 wings have returned." The power that Roderick stole in the past is now Aster, to use as a hammer. Aster's golden eye narrows, focusing on the target ahead. The tactical analysis is complete. The enemy is arrogant, unsuspecting, and ripe for a devastating fall. The countdown to the first face-slapping moment has reached 0. The trio, Aster, Viscount Hifrid, and Ulfin, advance like a phalanx into the den of wolves. They are the outcasts, the stain of the bloodline, but they walk with the confidence of those who already know the outcome of the battle. From the upper levels, Dolly's Elmheim and his lackeys watch with predatory hostility. They see a weak branch family begging for scraps. They have no idea that the boy in the lead is a ghost who has already conquered death once. To them, it's a social debut. To Aster, it's a recon mission. Aster keeps his face in the shadows, his presence a dark blotch against the opulence of the estate. Let them whisper. Let them laugh. The higher they climb on their pedestals of pride, the harder they will hit the ground when he pulls the rug out from under them. They reach the grand entrance. "Now then, first of all," Viscount Hifrid mutters, stepping into the lion's mouth. The air inside is toxic with the fake kindness of high society, masking the rot of the tyrant family. The game is afoot. Aster steps into the light, a dangerous smirk playing on his lips. "Let's make a glorious social debut, shall we?" he thinks. The 7 wings are ready to burn. The rebellion against the Duke doesn't start on a battlefield. It starts here in the heart of their pride. Chapter 2 ends with the stage set for a massacre of reputation. The history of the Elmheim family is written in blood and steel. This was an era where knights ruled supreme. In this world, strength wasn't just a choice. It was survival. For the Elmheims, their might was their mastery of the blade. Every swing was a testament to their dominance. Their mastery was unrivaled, a standard the rest of the world could only hope to mimic. They stood at the absolute pinnacle of swordsmanship. In the grand halls of the tyrant family, only the strongest earned the right to lead. With that power came majesty, an undying renown that echoed through the centuries, striking fear into their enemies. But even in this house of monsters, there was a symbol that transcended mere skill. A mark of true authority, the absolute symbol that separated the rulers from the ruled, the crest that dictated destiny. When the light of the wings flared, the hierarchy was absolute. This power wasn't just a weapon, it was a birthright. The embodiment of both might and majesty was none other than the metal. To possess it was to be a god among knights, a mark that Aster now carries in secret, a power that will eventually burn this entire family to the ground. Present day, Aster stands on the balcony of the grand hall looking down at the spectacle. He thought to himself, this place is as overwhelming as ever. He wasn't the only one feeling the pressure. Aster realized why his other sisters, Furin and Flare, had refused to come to such a stifling event. Beneath the glitz and glamour, Aster felt the familiar, suffocating air of the Elmheims. Cruelty masked as nobility, smiles hiding daggers. He remembered the past, the way they trampled over anyone they deemed weak. This sword dance festival was nothing but a display of arrogance. A voice broke through his dark thoughts. Alphen called out to him, noticing his distant expression. "Aster?" she asked with concern. She leaned over the railing, trying to read him. "Are you nervous?" Alphen asked. "Well, it is your first sword dance festival." Aster turned to her, a cold, sharp smile playing on his lips. "Not really," he replied. "It feels nostalgic, or rather, it's actually quite loathsome." Alphen blinked in confusion, unable to understand the bitterness in a child's words. She could only wonder what he meant by loathsome. Their father, Viscount Hifrid, interrupted them. "Well, I have a meeting to attend, so I'll be heading off for a bit," he said, placing a hand on Aster's shoulder. "I'm counting on you to look after Alphen." Alphen puffed out her cheeks in protest. "Father, honestly, I'm a year older than Aster, you know." Aster couldn't help but tease her. "It's because you're so clumsy, sis," he joked. Viscount Hifrid gave them a serious look. "There are many people here around your age. Use this time to mingle and build some connections." Then his voice dropped to a low whisper meant only for Aster. "Just make sure no one finds out about the 7 wings." The secret was their only protection. As the Viscount walked away, Aster watched him go, knowing that hiding his true nature in this den of vipers would be easier said than done. The air in the ballroom thickened with palpable malice. From the shadows, the highborn vultures watched with predatory eyes, their whispers hissing like serpents in the dark. Aster's gaze remained cold and analytical as he surveyed the room. He realized, it's hard to socialize when the atmosphere is this blatantly hostile. He didn't need connections, he needed targets. Aster's golden eyes narrowed, reflecting a coldness that didn't belong to a child. The hunt had started. He wasn't here to play nice. He was here to measure the weight of his enemies' lives. Alphen's voice cut through the air, sharp with concern as she watched him move toward the den of vipers. "Aster, where are you going?" she called out, but his resolve was already set. He didn't stop, he didn't even look back. With a casual stride that masked his lethal intent, Aster replied, "To make some friends." The word tasted like ash in his mouth. Friends, no targets. The laughter of the highborn rang through the hall, a grating sound of unearned arrogance. At the center of the clique sat Dolly's Elmheim, lounging like a king on a throne of stolen prestige. They were the masters of this world, or so they believed. Dolly's Elmheim didn't even bother to stand. He looked up, his expression a mask of bored contempt. "Huh," he grunted, his eyes scanning Aster like he was a stray dog. "Who the hell are you?" Aster stood his ground, a polite but hollow smile on his face. He was playing the part of the dutiful younger brother, a wolf in sheep's clothing. "Nice to meet you, Brother Dollies," he said, the greeting a calculated insult to the man's pride. Aster introduced himself with a confidence that unnerved the gathered nobles. "Aster F. Elmheim, I'm your younger brother," he declared. The name hung in the air, a challenge wrapped in a formal introduction. He was here, and he wasn't going anywhere. Dolly's Elmheim's eyes remained fixed on Aster, cold and calculating. "I saw you from outside," Aster continued, "so I thought I'd come by and say hello." The simplicity of the lie was perfect. He wasn't greeting them, he was marking them. One of Dolly's lackeys leaned in, a sneer twisting his face. He didn't see a threat, he saw a joke. "He's the adopted kid, brother," he whispered, loud enough for everyone to hear. "The one picked up by that Viscount family." The room rippled with mocking amusement. Dolly's Elmheim's laughter was a jagged blade, cutting through the thin veneer of noble etiquette. "I see," he spat, leaning back with a look of pure malice. "So that's why you're shameless enough to carry the F in your name." To them, he was a failure, a branch family cast-off. Behind the masks of these arrogant children lay a dark truth. Dolly's and Grian. Both were the legitimate heirs of the Elmheim family, and more importantly, they were the two who killed Aster in his past life. The memory of the betrayal burned in his soul. Aster watched them, his mind a steel trap of vengeance. He remembered the fear they once inspired. "How pathetic," he thought. "To think I used to find them intimidating back then?" The power dynamic had shifted. They just didn't know it yet. To a man who had seen the horrors of war and the depths of betrayal, these nobles were nothing. "Now they just look like kids playing dress-up," Aster concluded. Their fancy clothes and titles couldn't hide the weakness in their hearts. Aster's eyes flared with a lethal light. They were mere children playing at godhood, unaware that a real monster was standing right in front of them, counting down the seconds until their fall. "Aster!" The call brought him back to the present. Alphen grabbed his arm, her grip tight with urgency. She could feel the toxicity of the group and wanted no part of it. "Come on, let's go," she urged, pulling him away from the sofa. "You've already said your hellos." She knew this interaction could only end in blood. Dolly's Elmheim wasn't about to let his prey escape so easily. "Yo, Alphen," he called out, his voice dripping with mock friendliness. "You were here too." He looked at her with the eyes of a wolf watching a lamb, enjoying the power he held over her family. Dolly's leaned forward, his grin widening as he pressed his advantage. "Don't tell me you're still hiding behind your father's back," he mocked. "Why don't you come over here and keep us company? This is an order from the main house, you know." He was using their status to crush her spirit. Alphen stopped, her back tensing as the weight of the insult hit home. She was trapped between her pride and the crushing authority of the main house. The silence in the hall was heavy, every eye on her, waiting for her to break. But Alphen didn't break. She turned back, her eyes blazing with a defiance that surprised even the nobles. "I refuse," she stated, her voice steady and loud. "There is no master-servant relationship between the main and branch families." It was a declaration of war. To prevent the tension from boiling over, Alphen grabbed Aster's arm and pulled him away to avoid those villainous faces. But he stopped her, saying, "Wait, sis." His voice acting as a calm anchor amidst the rising storm, because he wasn't done with Dolly's yet, not by a long shot. Alphen's hands began to tremble as Dolly's words rang out, his arrogance twisting into pure, unadulterated aggression as he hissed like a rattlesnake. "I'm not done talking yet." Aster's gaze turned ice-cold. He watched the physical intimidation with a detached fury. This was the true face of the Elmheims: cruelty, violence, and the utter disregard for anyone they deemed beneath them. Dolly's was digging his own grave. Dolly's leaned in close, his red eyes glowing with a sickening malice. "You know something?" he asked, his smile wider and more deranged than before. He was relishing the moment, preparing to deliver a blow that would hurt more than any physical strike. Dolly's Elmheim turned his verbal venom toward their father. "This girl's father is a knight who couldn't even protect the king," he sneered, loud enough for the entire hall to hear. He was tearing down the only hero Alphen had ever known. Dolly's voice was a whip, lashing out at Alphen's pride. "He took the fall and had his arm chopped off by his own brother," he laughed. The humiliation was absolute. Alphen's head bowed, her heart breaking under the weight of the cruel truth. Vengeance was no longer a choice, it was a necessity. Alphen's face contorted in a mix of rage and humiliation as Dolly's words cut deep. Dolly sneered, "I'm just glad I don't have the blood of a loser flowing through my veins." The cruelty was deliberate, a reminder of the Elmheim family's internal hierarchy. The insult to her father was the final straw. Alphen stepped forward, her voice trembling with fury. "Take that back," she screamed, demanding respect from a monster who didn't know the meaning of the word. Aster watched the confrontation, his silence masking a gathering storm. "I won't let you insult my father." Alphen's cry was cut short. Dolly's didn't just pour his wine, he spat it out with a look of pure, unadulterated contempt. The red liquid splashed across her, a physical manifestation of his disdain for the branch family. Dolly's leaned back, his voice dripping with venom. "Born into a family of nothing but useless women who can't even inherit a title. Your father must be so disappointed." He was tearing down her very identity, mocking her existence as a member of the Hifrid house. Dolly's smile was sadistic. He looked at Alphen as if she were dirt beneath his boots. "This isn't a ballroom, you know. Next time you should wear some rags." He was relishing her public humiliation. "So it won't matter when you get drenched." Alphen stood frozen, wine dripping from her clothes, her dignity under siege. In the background, Aster's presence grew heavier. The time for observation was over. Aster observed the scene with a cold, detached gaze. He thought to himself, "I was actually worried before I got here." He had spent 10 years preparing for this reunion, wondering how he would react to his murderers. The thought continued as he looked at the laughing heirs of the Elmheim main house. "Worried that I wouldn't feel any anger, even after seeing your faces again." The fire within him wasn't dead. It was just refined into a lethal weapon. Looking at his sister's tear-stained face, a dark satisfaction settled in Aster's mind. But what a relief! The anger was there, the hatred was real, and it was exactly what he needed to fuel his revenge. Aster broke the silence, his voice a sharp blade cutting through the noble's laughter. "Hey, Dolly's," he called out. In his hand, a wine bottle glinted under the chandelier light, a silent threat that Dolly's was too arrogant to recognize. Dolly's looked up, surprised by the sudden intervention. He was used to being the one in control, never expecting a branch family kid to dare challenge him. Aster stood before him, the bottle held with a chilling casualness. Aster didn't hold back. "It's good to see you're both still pieces of *T. The fake, noble mask was discarded. The direct insult hung in the air, a declaration of war against the legitimate heirs of the tyrant family. The bottle shattered, or rather, the contents were violently emptied over Dolly's head. "WH?" Dolly sputtered, his carefully groomed appearance ruined in an instant. The hunter had become the prey, humiliated in front of his own lackeys. Aster stood over the drenched air, his expression one of bored contempt. One of the other nobles cried out in disbelief, "Brother!" Dolly's was speechless, his unearned pride shattered by a single, bold act of rebellion. Aster casually wiped a drop of the liquid from his lip. "Oh, it's just grape juice," he mused, his voice devoid of any warmth. He was mocking Dolly's own behavior from moments before, turning the humiliation back on its source. Aster flashed a dark, predatory grin at the air he once found intimidating. "Fits a bratty noble like you perfectly, don't you think?" The strategic shift was complete. Aster was no longer hiding. He was striking at the heart of their arrogance. The scene shifted back in time. 3 years ago, a massive eruption of golden energy tore through the training grounds. A desperate voice shouted, "Hold it back, Aster!" The raw power of a tyrant was manifesting in a young boy's body. The explosion had consequences. Aster's sisters were caught in the aftermath, terrified and crying. One of them screamed in pain and fear, "Are you trying to kill my sisters?" The weight of his power was a curse he couldn't yet control. Aster's younger self stood frozen, witnessing the destruction he had caused. A voice urged him, "Get a grip." He was a child with the power to destroy everything he loved, a burden that would define his new life. The golden wings of the crest flared behind him, a symbol of ultimate power and ultimate danger. Aster realized the truth of his condition. "This is the 7 wings. I never imagined it held such an incredibly dangerous power." It was a legacy of blood and fire. Viscount Hifrid stood amidst the wreckage, his expression grim as he looked at the boy. He questioned the nature of the power they were harboring. Can it truly be controlled? By me? The stakes were higher than he ever imagined. Young Aster's eyes glowed with an ancient, terrifying intensity. "And by you as well," the thought echoed. The 7 wings weren't just a gift. They were a countdown to a destiny that would reshape the Elmheim family. Back in the present, the calm of the noble conference was shattered. A guard burst through the doors, breathless and panicked. "Master, this is terrible," he shouted, his arrival signaling a disaster that could no longer be ignored. Lord Roderick A. Elmheim sat majestically at the meeting table, his authority absolute, when a viscount suddenly spoke up. "What is it? We are in the middle of a conference," he barked, his sharp gaze pinning the messenger to the spot as the guard, barely able to speak, stammered, that is." The guard finally spat out the impossible truth. "The main family and the branch family of Elmheim. Both of their sons are in a duel." The room went cold. The rebellion had officially moved from the shadows to center stage, leaving the lords in a state of pure shock. The news hit like a physical blow. "What?" Both Viscount Hifrid and Lord Roderick A. Elmheim, Duke Elmheim, exclaimed, their minds racing to process the absurdity of the situation. The peaceful conference had just turned into a battlefield. Viscount Hifrid didn't waste a second. He bolted toward the hall, his cape billowing as a frantic cry of "Father!" rang out through the grand corridors. He knew Aster's secret, and he knew what was at stake. He nearly collided with Alfin, who was running toward him with a face full of terror. "Alfin, what on earth happened?" he demanded, his voice tight with a father's desperation. The calm he had urged on Aster was already shattered. Behind them, the bearded Viscount appeared, seemingly thrilled by the spectacle, while other nobles watched with predatory curiosity as whispered questions of "Look, is that?" filled the air. The view from the balcony revealed the arena below. A brotherly quarrel in the prestigious House Elmheim. This isn't something you get to see often, the observers noted, relishing the unexpected entertainment. The opulence of the hall now served as a backdrop for violence. Viscount Hifrid and Alfin watched from the railing with bated breath. They knew that the world was about to see what Aster had been hiding for 10 years. Depending on the outcome, the tension was thick enough to choke on. The surrounding nobles were on edge. Sweat beaded on their brows as they realized this duel was more than just a spat. In the shadows, a blue-haired observer watched with silent calculation, sensing the shift in power. The bearded Viscount stroked his chin, a dark, amused glint in his red eyes. "This sword dance gathering could turn chaotic," he mused, enjoying the potential for destruction. To him, the lives of his children were mere variables in a grander game. Down in the arena, Dolly's Elmheim raised his blade, the 4-wing crest on his hand glowing with a menacing red light. "Picking a fight with our ducal house? What a fool," he sneered. "In the end, you are just a mongrel born in the wild. Do you not even understand the difference in power?" The crowd was in awe as red aura flared from Dolly's hand. "That's a 4-wing crest," someone shouted. "As expected, a ducal heir is on a different level." They only saw the symbol, unaware of the monster standing before it. Dolly's leaned in, his eyes wide with a manic arrogance. "Come on, show us yours, your wing crest." He was desperate to prove his superiority, to crush the branch family cur under the weight of his birthright. Or are you too embarrassed to show it in public after seeing mine? Dolly's mocked. Aster stood calmly, his back to the audience. He thought to himself, yeah, flaunting a mere pattern with pride like that. Aster's golden eyes held nothing but cold contempt. It's a shameful thing I don't think I could ever do, he concluded. To a man who possessed the 7 wings, Dolly's display was like a child bragging about a toy. Dolly's expression shifted from arrogance to a twitching rage. Indifference was the one thing he couldn't handle. The silence from Aster was louder than any insult. Aster set the stakes with a lethal calm. More importantly, if I win, you apologize to my sister. Sounds good, right? Dolly's countered with a cruel grin. Fine, but if I win, you'll become my dog. The contract of humiliation was signed in the air. Dolly's lunged, his face twisted in a mask of homicidal joy. I'll work you to the bone for the rest of your life, he screamed, the red mana exploding from his blade as he aimed to end the duel in a single strike. The air screamed as the swords collided. Sparks showered the arena floor, the raw power of the main house clashing against a phantom. Dolly's manic grin met Aster's unshakable focus. Dolly's recent strike pushed him back, sending the dust behind him swirling into the air, yet he wasn't just fighting. He was dancing through a storm of steel. Through that last defense, he could feel that the power of Dolly's attack was truly extraordinary, its sheer force making his arms tremble. Dolly's surged forward, red mana swirling into a vortex. This is the power of the 4-wing crest, he roared, believing his lineage alone would carry the day. He mistook the lack of a visible crest for a lack of power. The exchange was a blur of steel and light. Dolly's swung with the strength of his crest, but Aster parried every blow, the sound of clashing metal echoing through the hall like a funeral bell. High above, Alphen gripped the railing, her face pale. Aster, she screamed, her voice lost in the roar of the combat. She saw the danger, but she didn't yet see the predator. The bearded Viscount watched with a critic's eye. Dolly's boy's swordsmanship is still immature, he observed, his voice devoid of paternal warmth. He was more interested in the technique than the life of his son. The bearded Viscount watched with a critic's eye. No matter how clumsy one's blade may be, the overwhelming magical power compensates for it, he mused. That is the advantage of those who bear a wing crest. He knew this raw, unearned force was the very foundation of their absolute tyranny. The scale of power was being laid bare, a hierarchy etched in fire. If the magic housed in one wing is like the flame of a candle, then the magic concealed within 4 wings is truly. Dolly's was finally ready to ignite the inferno, unaware of the sun Aster held in reserve. The arena floor shattered as red mana erupted in a violent burst. Explosion of raw power from Dolly's Elmheim's 4-wing crest rocked the hall, but the smoke didn't hide his growing desperation. To the crowd, it looked like a killing blow. To Aster, it was child's play. Dolly's sneered through the haze, his face twisted in a manic grin of unearned arrogance. Where did all that bravado from earlier go? He mocked, believing his heritage alone was finally crushing the branch family cur. He didn't realize he was shouting at a ghost of a general. The blades screeched against each other, a high-pitched wail of clashing steel. Dolly's pressed forward, his voice a jagged edge of malice. Didn't you want to make me apologize, or were those just empty words? Aster's golden eyes remained unshakable, a silent promise of the violence to come. Show me your power, Dolly's roared, putting every ounce of his pride and mana into a heavy, downward strike. He was no longer fighting for entertainment. He was fighting to prove that his lineage still held meaning in the face of Aster's indifference. From the balcony, a mustached noble watched with a trembling, nervous smile. The match is decided, he whispered to his companions. He saw the fake, noble kindness in Dolly's family, but he failed to see the dark reality unfolding beneath his nose. Aster's blade finally moved, a blur of silver and gold. A thin line of light cut through the red mana, parrying Dolly's heavy strike with a precision that defied the laws of physics. The counterattack was starting before Dolly's even realized his blow had failed. The impact was a clash of titans that shook the very foundations of the hall. Golden mana met red in a blinding explosion of force. To the horror of the spectators, it wasn't the ducal heir who was winning the test of strength. Aster was pushing forward, his resolve like iron. Dolly's arrogance was instantly replaced by a pure, shivering terror. What? He screamed as his arms buckled under the weight of a power he couldn't comprehend. He was supposed to be the superior one, the legitimate heir, yet he was being crushed. Aster's voice was a cold whisper that cut through the roar of the mana. You talk too much, he said, the simple truth hitting Dolly's harder than any physical strike. The predator was tired of the prey's noise. With a single, fluid motion, Aster swung his blade. Arcs of golden energy tore through Dolly's desperate defenses, creating a shockwave that sent the legitimate heir stumbling back like a wounded animal. The tyrant family's prestige was being shredded in public. Aster stood at the center of the vortex, golden mana swirling around him like the wings of an avenging angel. The pressure alone was enough to make the air itself feel heavy and suffocating for every noble in the room. The real power of the 7 wings was beginning to bleed through. For the past 10 years, I've learned magic in a Viscount's household, Aster thought, his mind a steel trap of cold memories. Waiting for nothing but the chance to take revenge on you all. Every day of training was a countdown to this very moment. The golden light flared with a blinding intensity, a massive arc of energy reflecting the sheer scale of Aster's hidden power. He wasn't just swinging a sword, he was wielding 10 years of concentrated hatred and a lifetime of battlefield experience. Dolly's could only groan in agony, as his red mana was completely swallowed by the golden tide. His 4-wing crest, the pride of his life, looked like a guttering candle compared to the sun that was Aster. The weight of Aster's mana was too much for Dolly's to bear. The proud heir's knees hit the stone floor with a bone-jarring thud. "NGH," he grunted, the legitimate heir of the main house reduced to groveling at the feet of the adopted kid. A noble spectator watched in frozen shock, his face pale as he witnessed the impossible. "B-brother is," he stuttered, unable to comprehend the sight of the Elmheim main house heir being humiliated so thoroughly. Being pushed back, the crowd realized in a collective gasp. Aster loomed over Dolly's, the golden fire in his eyes reflecting the burning halls of his past life. He was a nightmare come to life for the tyrant noble family. Dolly's looked up, his face a mask of sweat, blood, and utter denial. I'm 4-winged," he screamed, clinging to his rank as if the mere mention of it would magically save him from the predator in front of him. Aster's face was a portrait of cold, unyielding resolve. He didn't see a brother, he saw a parasite that needed to be purged. The tactical shift from observation to dominance was absolute. The screech of metal against metal filled the hall as Dolly's blade began to spiderweb with cracks under Aster's pressure. The physical weapon was failing, mirroring the total collapse of Dolly's arrogant spirit. The spectators were in a state of total disbelief. "No way he's actually going to win like this, right?" one noble muttered, his hands shaking. Their entire understanding of the Elmheim power structure was being dismantled in a single duel. "Dolly's is being completely overwhelmed," the spectators murmured in a low, panicked hum. The golden aura radiating from Aster made Dolly's red light look pathetic. The difference in power was no longer a question, it was a visible fact. The fear in the hall was now thick enough to taste. "There are still monsters like that in Elmheim," the nobles whispered, finally recognizing that Aster wasn't just a talented kid, but a lethal threat to their very existence. Aster's gaze remained lethal through the swirling golden mana. He savored the terror in Dolly's eyes, the exact moment a predator breaks its prey. 10 years of waiting had led to this. He was the rebellion personified, and he wasn't done yet. Viscount Hifrid and Alfin watched the status quo burn. "This is bad," Hifrid realized, sensing that this display was about to dismantle the very hierarchy of the Elmheim house. The war hadn't just begun, it was already evolving into a systemic slaughter. Dolly's Elmheim's teeth ground together in a desperate, futile struggle against the weight of the golden mana. The proud heir of the main house was being systematically dismantled by a power he couldn't comprehend. The hierarchy of the Elmheims was crumbling before the crowd's very eyes. A ghost from a previous life flickered in the dark recesses of Aster's mind. A severed arm, a spray of blood, and the memory of the cold, final moment he lost everything. This wasn't just a duel, it was a repayment of a blood debt. The laughter of a killer echoed in the void. Aster remembered Dolly's face from the past, the same sadistic joy he showed when he delivered the final blow in his previous life. The fake, noble kindness was a mask Dolly's had worn for far too long. Aster became a silhouette of golden fire, the personification of a vengeance 10 years in the making. The 7 wings weren't just a power, they were a judge and jury. He was no longer a branch family child, he was an executioner. Dolly's unearned pride was finally dead. Stop, he whimpered, his voice a pathetic crawl as the golden pressure threatened to crush the very marrow of his bones. He was pleading for a mercy he had never shown others. From the high balcony, Alfin's voice tore through the heavy air, sharp with terror. "No, Aster," she screamed, realizing that her brother was moments away from crossing a line that would change their lives forever. She saw the darkness in him that no one else dared to notice. The golden blade descended like a final sentence. With the sound of shattering glass, Dolly's sword exploded into useless shards. The physical weapon was gone, and the spirit of the air was broken along with it. Aster had won more than just a fight. High above the wreckage of the arena, the bearded Viscount watched. His arms were crossed, his expression a mask of cold, analytical interest. The tyrant was no longer ignoring the Branch family. He was seeing a threat that needed his personal attention. Aster stood in the center of the sudden, ringing silence, his chest heaving as the golden aura slowly receded. A single shard of Dolly's broken blade stood buried in the stone floor, a jagged tombstone for the main house's arrogance. Aster looked down at the shivering, drenched wreck of the ducal heir. "Next time you should come wrapped in some rags," he said, throwing Dolly's own cruel words back in his face. "That way you won't mind getting soaked, cousin." The humiliation was absolute. The protagonist's golden eyes glowed with a new, dangerous understanding. The strategic shift was complete. He had revealed his teeth to the monsters of the world, and there was no going back to the shadows now. Alfin and Viscount Hifrid looked down from the balcony, their relief fighting against the cold realization of what Aster truly was. The boy they had raised had become the most dangerous person in the room. The internal declaration was final and absolute. "I'm no longer Ash the Wingless." The name they used to mock him was now a testament to their own blindness. The wingless boy had grown talons. "Just realizing that has already cleared my mind." A soft, lethal smile touched Aster's lips. The fear of his past life was finally dying, replaced by the cold clarity of a rebellion that would soon consume the entire noble family. Suddenly, the very air in the hall turned to ice. A sharp, piercing intent cut through the lingering mana, signaling the arrival of a predator that made Dolly's look like an insect. Aster's senses screamed a warning he knew all too well. A wave of dark, blood-red mana crashed through the room, an oppressive weight that silenced the noble crowd instantly. The dark reality of the tyrant family's power was no longer a whisper. It was a physical force. Aster snapped his head around, his eyes widening as he located the source of the lethal pressure. "That is," he thought, his blood turning to liquid fire. The man he had spent 10 years hatting was no longer just a memory. Lord Roderick A. Elmheim, Duke Elmheim, stood bathed in a sinister, pulsating red aura. His presence was absolute majesty, a cold, terrifying beauty that demanded total obedience from all who looked upon him. The tyrant was no longer just a spectator. The Grand Duke stood at the peak of the stairs, looking down into the arena at the broken Dollies and the defiant Aster. The master of the house had entered the stage, and his gaze was fixed solely on the boy from the Branch family. Aster's golden eyes burned with a decade of concentrated, unadulterated hatred. He stared up at the man who had murdered him in his past life and abandoned him in this one, the biological father, the ultimate enemy. "Roderick!" The real war had just begun. Shock ripples through the ballroom. The impossible has happened. Aster, the youngest son of a mere Viscount family, has laid low the third son of the main house. The whispers are venomous. "But this has put us in a bad spot," they mutter. "There is no coming back once your reputation is dragged through the mud like this." Enter the storm. Lord Roderick A. Elmheim, head of the Elmheim Main family, 8th generation. His presence alone suffocates the room. Dolly's Elmheim sprawls on the floor, a pathetic sight. He sees his father and smiles, the desperate grin of a loser expecting a rescue. Lord Roderick A. Elmheim doesn't look like a savior. He looks like a judge. Aster stands his ground as the tyrant approaches, the air crackling with pressure. Lord Roderick A. Elmheim's face is a mask of stone. No fatherly warmth, only the cold evaluation of a man who despises weakness. Lord Roderick A. Elmheim, the man who rules with an iron fist and treats his own blood like tools. Dolly's Elmheim crawls forward, his arrogance replaced by a frantic need for mercy. He doesn't realize the beast he's approaching. "Father," Dolly's Elmheim cries out, clutching Lord Roderick A. Elmheim's leg. He's begging for a protection he hasn't earned. Pointing a trembling finger, Dolly's Elmheim spews his final insults. "He's the one. This is the bastard who dared to defy the main family despite being a filthy half-breed." Lord Roderick A. Elmheim's eyes flare with a murderous red. "Please, use your power to show this guy his place." Dolly's Elmheim's plea is met with a chilling silence. Crack, silence is broken by the sound of bone shattering. Lord Roderick A. Elmheim's foot descends without mercy on his own son's hand. Dolly's Elmheim's scream is cut short by sheer agony. His hand is crushed beneath his father's heel. The cruelty is absolute. The onlookers freeze in terror. This is the true nature of the tyrant family. Even their own blood is sacrificed if they show weakness. Lord Roderick A. Elmheim's thoughts are cold as ice. Why is a loser grinning? Dolly's Elmheim hasn't just lost, he's dragged the family name through the dirt. To those who cannot even avenge themselves, Lord Roderick A. Elmheim stands over his broken son. In this house, weakness is the only unforgivable sin. "Roderick, stop, don't do it!" the bearded Viscount yells, but the Duke's rage is already in motion. The ballroom holds its breath. "You have no right to hold a sword." Lord Roderick A. Elmheim raises his hand. He is prepared to cast his own blood aside without a second thought. The tension in the hall reaches a breaking point. A tyrant's judgment is final, and the execution is imminent. Dolly's Elmheim's world is ending in terror. Lord Roderick A. Elmheim's eyes are devoid of anything but cold contempt. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Roderick's voice rang out with absolute authority as Aster cut across the Duke's blade. Standing directly in front of the edge, steadfast, and without a flicker of fear, Aster replied without flinching. "Cousin Dolly's Elmheim still hasn't apologized to Sister Ulfin. Could you wait until after he does that to punish him? Uncle." Aster's words are a direct challenge to the man everyone else is too afraid to look at. Lord Roderick A. Elmheim sneers at the boy, blinded by his own arrogance. He sees only an orphan, a half-breed, sheltered by Hyfried, unaware that the monster before him is already measuring the weight of his sins. "I am the son of the Viscount." Aster's declaration rings clear, his gaze cold and unyielding. He carries the true pride of a knight and the honor of his house, a challenge that leaves the Duke no choice but to respond with his own brand of cold authority. Lord Roderick A. Elmheim watches with a cold stare as the nobles on the balcony look on in silence. The atmosphere in the hall is suffocatingly heavy. Lord Roderick A. Elmheim draws his blade, his voice dripping with venom. "Then, as a member of the Viscount's house, you have needlessly tarnished the reputation of the main family." He speaks of the pride of the king's sword and his position as the pinnacle of 12,000 knights under his banner. High above, the high-ranking nobles of the tyrant family watch the scene unfold. A muscular man with a dark beard observes the confrontation with a neutral, yet intense expression. Beside him, a stout noble in formal attire leans against the railing. He remarks, "Surely you understand that this is not a matter that can be settled as a mere childhood squabble." The weight of the situation is clear to everyone in the hall. On the other side, a slim noble with long, light blue hair watches with an amused smirk. The internal politics of the Elmheim family seem to be nothing more than entertainment for him. Viscount Hyfried began reaching for his sword hilt as the man recounted a grim past, sneering, "Your father paid with an arm for his defiance," proving that the main house's cruelty knew no bounds. Aster remains unmoved, his orange eyes glowing with a quiet intensity. As the Duke's blade hovers near, Roderick demands, "What exactly are you prepared to sacrifice?" Aster speaks, his voice steady despite the overwhelming pressure of the Duke's presence. "With all due respect, Uncle," he begins, refusing to back down from the tyrant. Aster stands tall as Dolly's Elmheim remains broken on the floor behind him. "This wasn't some sibling spat, but a legitimate duel. I simply answered insults against the house of the Viscount with my blade," Aster declares. Lord Roderick A. Elmheim's eyes flare with a murderous red glow. The boy's defiance is a direct insult to his absolute authority as head of the family. Aster throws the Duke's own philosophy back in his face. "Those who cannot avenge themselves have no right to hold a sword." "Those were your words, were they not, Uncle?" Aster's eyes burn with the seven wings power as he adds, "I have no intention of throwing away so much as a single finger." Ulfin watches the standoff from the balcony, her face pale with worry. Beside her, the bearded noble remains silent, feeling the tension below reach a breaking point. The slim, blue-haired noble laughs openly at the absurdity of the situation. "He's only 10. You've got to be joking," he scoffs, unable to believe a mere child is challenging the Duke. Lord Roderick A. Elmheim falls silent, his red eyes narrowing. The air around him becomes heavy with a suffocating killing intent. "I see," Lord Roderick A. Elmheim mutters, his hand tightening on the hilt of his sword. He prepares to strike down the boy who dares to lecture him on his own words. Lord Roderick A. Elmheim takes a step forward, his pressure crushing the ground. "In that case, take your stance," he commands with cold finality. Aster gasps as the Duke's pressure explodes. He barely has time to react as the killing blow is unleashed upon him. The Duke's blade moves in a blur of motion. Aster's eyes wide as death approaches him in the blink of an eye. A violent explosion of mana and steel rocks the hall. The impact shatters the floor and sends debris flying everywhere, blinding the spectators. Ulfin screams, covering her mouth as she watches the dust cloud. Tears well up in her eyes, fearing the worst has happened to her brother. Through the chaos, a familiar voice roars in pure fury. Viscount Hyfried has jumped into the fray, his eyes burning with intense blue energy. "Roderick," he bellows. Viscount Hyfried descends like a lightning bolt, his sword drawn to intercept the Duke's strike and protect his adoptive son. The brothers-in-arms clash in a blinding spark of metal. Viscount Hyfried's blade meets Lord Roderick A. Elmheim's head-on, stopping the killing blow inches from Aster. Viscount Hyfried stands as an unbreakable wall between his son and the tyrant, his cape fluttering in the lingering shockwave of their collision. In this single act of defiance, the bond of loyalty to the main family is severed forever. Turning his back on the Duke's lethal aura, Viscount Hyfried rushes to Aster's side. "Are you all right, Aster?" His desperate cry pierces through the settling debris, just as the violent roar of the clash begins to fade into a haunting silence. The dust settles. The clash of titans leaves only cracked stone and a haunting silence in the great hall. Lord Roderick A. Elmheim's eyes widen. He didn't expect the loyal Hyfried to actually draw steel against his own duke. Aster stands his ground, bloodied but unbowed. The air around him still crackles with a raw, unstable power. His eye burns with the cold fury of the seven wings. He doesn't need words. His gaze is a promise of future retribution. The Duke's surprise is fleeting, replaced by his usual cold, calculating mask. He has seen enough of this branch family's insolence. Without another word, Lord Roderick A. Elmheim turns his back. The duel is over, but the lines of a much greater war have been drawn. The tyrant walks away from the rubble of his pride. Behind him, Dolly's Elmheim remains a pathetic heap on the floor, a reminder of the main family's failure. Every step Lord Roderick A. Elmheim takes echoes through the silent hall. Viscount Hyfried watches him go, his hand still tight on his sword hilt. The weight of the encounter finally hits. Viscount Hyfried catches his son, his heart heavy with the price Aster had to pay for this victory. "Aster!" he cries out in concern. Aster looks up through the blood and grime, a chillingly calm smile on his face. "I protected her, father, the promise, and everything else." Viscount Hyfried's expression softens, the pride of a father eclipsing the duty of a noble. "Yes, you were magnificent." The predator retreats. Lord Roderick A. Elmheim exits the stage, leaving high society to whisper about the boy who dared to defy a tyrant. The vultures on the balcony begin to chirp. "You certainly resorted to a rather childish move, Roderick," the mustachioed noble mocks, sensing a shift in power. "But if I had let that boy have his way, the main family's reputation would be in tatters." The bearded Viscount mocked Roderick's actions, adding, "Well, I suppose it was a fair compromise, wasn't it?" The narrative legend begins here. Faced with the great Duke Roderick himself, Aster made a bold stand and survived. A rising star born from blood and defiance. The gossips are already at work. For that boy, it was the most spectacular debut into high society imaginable. Although I was kept on the edge of my seat, fearing that the House of Elmheim might split right in two. Lord Roderick A. Elmheim's final warning hangs in the air like a curse. An era of upheaval will soon be upon us. A storm so great, it may very well divide the world into two or three. The moment of tension breaks as Ulfin rushes to them, her worry mirroring the chaos they just narrowly survived. The family is safe for now. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye since the day he was rescued from the snowfield. The sky was clear, but the legacy of that day remained etched into the very training grounds where Aster honed his skills. The trainees watch with bated breath. They've heard the legends of the boy who faced a duke, but seeing the reality is a different story. "Ah," a knight grunts as he sent sprawling. Aster's movement is a blur, his technique a perfected instrument of war. "Impressive." The veteran trainee can only smile in disbelief. The boy's potential has truly blossomed into something terrifying. Young Master Aster. Now 10 years older, the child who faced a duke has grown into a warrior of lethal, focused grace. His orange eyes still burn with the same intensity. Quite the skill, and he's only 10? That's terrifying. The knights can't stop talking. Ever since returning from the sword dance assembly, he's thrown himself even more into training. Must have been quite the inspiration. The legend only grows with every swing of his blade. Plus, he apparently crushed Lord Roderick's third son. The debts of the past are being prepared for payment in full. Aster A. Elmheim trains under the blistering sun. The Branch family knights watch, feeling a sense of justice long overdue. One remarks, "The main family's been making us choke down bitter pills for so long. What a refreshing story." Aster A. Elmheim swings his wooden blade with lethal intent. He remembers the assembly where he first defied the tyrant. He muses, "At the sword dance assembly, I showed off my strength and presence well enough." Every strike is a message to those who once looked down on them. Aster A. Elmheim thinks, this should quiet the voices mocking the Viscount house as the Elmheim family's disgrace. But for Aster A. Elmheim, quiet isn't enough. He wants power. "But my real target is still Elmheim itself. If I could push it, test how far my power can go," he tells himself. His yellow eyes burn with a hunger for more than just training. Aster A. Elmheim realizes, "I wanted to test more right there." Memories of that day still haunt him. The pressure, the danger, It was a glimpse of the peak he must climb to achieve his vengeance. Aster A. Elmheim knows the distance he must cover. At my current level, I can't beat Roderick, he admits to himself with frustrating clarity. He pushes his body to the limit. In this world, rank is everything, and he knows it. Aster A. Elmheim thinks, after all, the wing crest is just an indicator of one's rank in latent magic power. But his crest is special, and that is his burden. Yet I still can't draw out the power of 7 wings, Aster A. Elmheim notes. Potential is useless without control. Aster A. Elmheim reflects, born with it or not, if you can't wield your magic, it's wasted potential. If only I could test 7 wings to its limits without worrying about it rampaging. The tip of his training sword touches the sky. He is a predator in training, waiting for the right moment to strike back at those who discarded him. He moves like a shadow. Another night falls, unable to even track Aster A. Elmheim's speed. The gap in skill is widening every day. 10 years of training hasn't softened his resolve. If anything, the fire in Aster A. Elmheim's eyes has only grown hotter, fueled by the memory of betrayal. The sound of wood hitting the ground is the only music he needs. Total victory over his sparring partners. Aster A. Elmheim stands among the defeated knights. Next, anyone else? He demands, his voice cold and commanding. No one moves. A familiar voice breaks his concentration. At it again, huh? Says Ulfin Elmheim as she approaches. Ulfin Elmheim walks onto the field with a teasing smile. Aster never knows restraint, it's really unbelievable. Also, Father's calling for you, she informs him. Aster A. Elmheim sighs, the intensity fading for a brief moment. Father, got it. On my way, he replies, walking past the fallen knights. He stops and looks at his sister, noticing something out of the ordinary. That outfit, Aster A. Elmheim notes. Ulfin Elmheim turns, looking back at him with a quizzical expression. She asks. She's dressed in training gear instead of a noble's dress. Rare sight, Aster A. Elmheim remarks. Didn't you say it wasn't cute, so you hated wearing it? Ulfin Elmheim shrugs off the comment. Everything needs balance, right? Seeing you made me think I can't keep going like this, she explains. Before he can respond, Ulfin Elmheim points her wooden sword right at his face, catching him off guard. So, she begins. Ulfin Elmheim's eyes sparkle with a rare, playful determination as she points her blade. When I get back, you're spending plenty of time with me, she declares, making sure he understands it's not a request but a promise. Aster A. Elmheim watches her go, the fleeting smile on his face already fatting back into cold resolve. The reprieve is over. His sister's laughter still lingers in the air, but the weight of his father's summons already pulls him toward the heavy doors of the office. The training session ended with a hollow laugh as Aster teased his sister's seriousness while the knights lay defeated on the field, joking, "Go easy on me." Though both knew that in the Tyrant family, there was no such thing as mercy. A sharp knock echoes through the hallway. Aster A. Elmheim stands before the heavy doors of his father's office, the weight of the summons pressing against him. Aster A. Elmheim enters the room, the golden sunlight of the afternoon spilling across the floor. "Excuse me," he says, finding Viscount Hyfried already waiting for him. Aster A. Elmheim approaches the desk with a quiet discipline. "Dad, what do you need?" he asks. Viscount Hyfried doesn't look up immediately. "Sit down," he commands, his voice firm but weary. Aster A. Elmheim takes his seat. He has learned to read the silence of this house, a silence that often precedes a storm or a heavy burden. Viscount Hyfried breaks the quiet, his eyes fixed on some distant memory. "It's been about 10 years since we welcomed you into the family," he reflects. 10 years of survival, 10 years of hidden strength. "I thought I'd wait until you were a bit more grown," Viscount Hyfried continues. He reaches for a small, ornate box on the table, his movements deliberate. The box opens to reveal a ring set with a brilliant blood-red ruby. Aster A. Elmheim stares at it, his pulse quickening. "This is," he whispers, "proof of the next head," Viscount Hyfried declares. He looks directly at his adoptive son. Aster A. Elmheim can only breathe out a shocked "I," as the magnitude of the offer sinks in. Viscount Hyfried doesn't blink. "Aster, I want you to succeed the Viscount house." The words hang in the air, a final decree that leaves no room for hesitation. Aster A. Elmheim remains silent, his golden eyes wide. "You know as well, the Viscount house is in a precarious position," Viscount Hyfried explains. They sit across from each other, 2 men bonded by a name that the rest of the family views with contempt. The sun sets over the territory of the Viscount house. "But like it or not, we're a branch bearing the Elmheim name, lords entrusted with our own territory. Much to protect," Viscount Hyfried reminds him. Responsibility is the chain that binds them both. The shadows of those who came before them loom large in the office. Viscount Hyfried stares at the silhouettes of the ancestors. "We can't leave the next head's seat empty forever," he says. The time for a placeholder is over. Aster A. Elmheim's mind immediately turns to the complicated web of their family. Are the sisters okay with this? He asks. He knows all too well the envy and hatred that blood can brew. Viscount Hyfried closes his eyes for a moment. Knight Academy. When I go there, I'll meet with the sisters, so I'll tell everyone properly then, he answers. He is a man who deals with his problems head-on. The faces of his other sisters, Marfa and Kudo, flash in Aster A. Elmheim's mind. Sisters Marfa and Kudo too, he thinks. The reception will be anything but warm. Aster A. Elmheim's mouth twists into a bitter line. They'd hardly be thrilled, especially Sister Kudo. She'll be furious for sure, he realizes. The fake, noble kindness of their world is about to shatter. Viscount Hyfried lets out a heavy sigh, his face etched with the pain of a broken family. She hates me just for being born a boy, lucky enough to have 7 wings, Aster A. Elmheim thinks, feeling the sting of an unearned resentment. Aster A. Elmheim's hands clench at his sides. I can't accept this, he thinks, the memory of his own lack of control burning fresh in his mind. He is not ready to lead, not yet. He turns his back on the proof of succession. I can't even control my own magic, nearly killed my own sister. I'm too immature, Aster A. Elmheim admits to himself. The power of 7 wings is a curse to one who cannot master it. The room is silent. As the narrative states, nothing can convince an angry sister. But Viscount Hyfried has a different plan in mind. He has seen the warrior within the boy. A small, knowing smile tugs at Viscount Hyfried's lips. He sees more than Aster A. Elmheim is willing to admit. You've always made me doubt whether you're really a kid, the Viscount notes. He knows he's talking to a soul that has seen war. Viscount Hyfried leans back in his ornate chair, the ring forgotten for a moment. I thought this ring was a reward for the sword dance assembly, he says. But he knows Aster A. Elmheim seeks a different kind of strength. Viscount Hyfried sets aside the ring of succession and pulls a long, weathered wooden case onto the desk. I thought the ring was a fitting reward for the sword dance assembly, he says, his gaze sharpening with hidden significance. But I suspect you've been looking for something far more substantial. The case sits between them, vibrating with a heavy, dormant energy that Aster A. Elmheim can feel in his very marrow. Viscount Hyfried places his hand on the lid, ready to unveil a secret more vital than any title. It seems you'd prefer this instead, he says, as he prepares to show Aster the key to tamming his rampaging 7 wings. Revenge mode active. The rebellion begins. Aster A. Elmheim's eyes widen as the lid of the wooden case is finally lifted. That's, he gasps, feeling an immediate, ancient pressure radiating from within. This is not just a weapon, it is a legacy of blood and iron. Lying before him is the legendary magic sword, Graham. Viscount Hyfried reveals its true nature. The magic-devouring blade, specifically designed to control the chaotic, overwhelming strength of the 7 wings' power. This is the key to Aster A. Elmheim's survival and the ultimate tool for his vengeance. Deep within the secluded woods, Viscount Hyfried leads Aster A. Elmheim to a clearing. The location is perfect. Hyfried stops and declares, good, this place should do. Confusion flickers in Aster A. Elmheim's eyes. Why here? Father, if you're just showing me a sword, wouldn't the training hall have been fine? Viscount Hyfried's answer is grim. No, this is just a precaution. Viscount Hyfried recalls the destruction Aster A. Elmheim left in his wake during training. Walls shattered, floors cracked. You tend to break things quite often after all, he notes, knowing the training hall wouldn't survive what comes next. Viscount Hyfried presents the heirloom, its hilt gleaming with a dark, ancient power. This magic sword, Graham, is a famous blade passed down only to the eldest son of the Elmheim family. I had it brought from the main house for your sake. A sharp click echoes through the forest as Viscount Hyfried begins to unsheathe the weapon. The air grows heavy with anticipation. This is the true power of the tyrant family. Aster A. Elmheim stares in disbelief. Something is wrong. The legendary blade. It isn't there. His breath hitches as he realizes the sheer absurdity of what he's seeing. Aster A. Elmheim's eyes widen as he mutters, Is that a sword? Viscount Hyfried reveals the cold reality of the heirloom. As you can see, this sword has no blade. Viscount Hyfried's mana begins to surge, bleeding into the hilt. However, if I imbue it with magic power like this, a violent, red energy erupts from the crossguard, forming a jagged edge of pure power. The red mana coalesces into a lethal edge. Viscount Hyfried explains the secret of the Elmheim legacy. This sword is a blade of potential, completed by the wielder's magic power. With a single, devastating swing, Viscount Hyfried unleashes the stored mana. A massive red blast tears through the landscape, obliterating everything in its path. The earth itself groans under the weight of the strike. The explosion clears, leaving a massive crater where a dense thicket once stood. The forest has been rewritten by a single stroke of the magic sword, Graham. Viscount Hyfried stands amidst the smoke. The blade of Graham still hums with lethal intent. He warns Aster A. Elmheim of the sword's danger. However, with mediocre magic power, you might find yourself completely drained by the blade instead. It's a sword with a history. The weight of the legacy is now thrust upon the young boy. Viscount Hyfried offers the hilt to Aster A. Elmheim with a challenging gaze. So, do you want to give it a try? Aster A. Elmheim grips the cold hilt. He can feel the ancient metal hunger for his energy. He prepares himself, ready to prove he is more than just a discarded noble. My mana, into this sword? Aster A. Elmheim whispers. He closes his eyes and focuses on the power swirling within his soul, the dormant potential of the 7 wings finally awakening. The ground trembles. Aster A. Elmheim grunts in pain as the sword begins to drain him. Gah, this is... Suddenly, a pillar of blinding golden light erupts from the hilt, dwarfing the power shown by Hyfried. The energy is uncontrollable. Aster A. Elmheim realizes with horror, my mana is flowing into the sword on its own. The golden torrent pierces the clouds, a beacon of raw, untamed power. Miles away, the spectacle is impossible to ignore. A beam of radiant light stabs the sky, visible to all in the surrounding territories. The rebellion has just announced its arrival. In the distance, confused guards stare at the horizon. What was that light just now? Did a comet fall or something? One guard snaps back. Idiot, it's the opposite. Something flew up into the sky. A lone figure watches the light from the manor. Ulfin Elmheim's gaze is fixed on the distant explosion of mana. Her expression is unreadable, but she knows exactly who is responsible. It must be Aster, Ulfin Elmheim mutters, her green eyes reflecting the fading glow. The honorary knight has returned, only to find the brother she left behind has become something else entirely. Back in the forest, Aster A. Elmheim collapses, gasping for air as the mana dissipation leaves a haze around him. He smiles through his exhaustion. This is an extraordinary sword. Viscount Hyfried is frozen in shock, his eyes wide as he looks at the devastation caused by a mere child. He realizes his mistake. What's extraordinary? He breathes. Viscount Hyfried finishes his thought, his voice trembling with a mix of awe and fear. Is your power. Above them, the sky itself is scarred, the clouds swirled into a violent vortex by the sheer force of Aster A. Elmheim's mana. The weight of the 7 wings is absolute. There has never been a single person possessing the 7 wings crest, even looking back through the entire Elmheim family lineage. Viscount Hyfried looks at Aster A. Elmheim, knowing he isn't just a survivor. He's a force that will soon outgrow everyone he knows. Viscount Hyfried watches Aster A. Elmheim in the woods, his mind heavy with a terrifying prophecy. Once he masters that power, he will likely become a swordsman who far surpasses myself, a 6 wings, and even Lord Roderick. The shadow of the B letter 1EA1 Ochua, Lord Roderick, looms behind Aster A. Elmheim. Viscount Hyfried knows the boy must become more than just a survivor. He must become more than the man who sought to crush him. More than that man. Viscount Hyfried continued his story. However, power that is too great always sows the seeds of conflict. While Aster gripped his weapon's hilt, fully aware of the danger on the path ahead. Power was a double-edged sword. The 7 wings crest glows fiercely on Aster A. Elmheim's back, a mark of legend that double-edges as a target. Viscount Hyfried warns, if it were to be known that you are a 7 wings, spectral hands reach from the abyss, threatening to tear Aster A. Elmheim apart. Everyone would envy or even resent you. In the world of nobles, excellence is a death sentence. A hand grips a blade, ready to strike from the shadows. The warning is clear. Some will plot to exploit you, and others will surely try to eliminate you as a nuisance. Viscount Hyfried extends a hand to Aster A. Elmheim, offering the only way to survive the coming storm. So, to ensure you don't regret your own powerlessness when that time comes, the Viscount looks at his son with grim determination. Strength is no longer a choice, it is a necessity. Become strong while you still can, Aster. Aster A. Elmheim takes the hand, a vow sealed in the silence of the woods. That's right. I will no longer live a miserable life like I did in my previous one. The past is dead. The future is fire. Determination burns in Aster A. Elmheim's eyes. He will not be a pawn in this Game of Thrones. Thank you, Father. I will definitely master both the 7 wings and this sword. 3 days pass. The Hyfried Manor is abuzz with activity as Viscount Hyfried, Viscountess Elmheim, and the young girls gather at the grand staircase. Welcome home. The doors swing open to reveal the return of the prodigal daughter. Alongside the calm Malfa stands a fiery young woman. Both of you, The unworthy Kudryavka, I have returned. Kudryavka, the energetic night sister, prepares to unleash her excitement on the household. She's back from the academy, and her arrival is anything but quiet. With a wide grin and open arms, Kudryavka calls for affection. Now, my lovely little sisters, give your beloved big sister a reunion hug. The younger girls completely ignore her grand gesture, rushing past to embrace the white-haired Malfa instead. Welcome home, Sister Malfa. Kudryavka is left hugging the air. Rejection hits Kudryavka like a physical blow. She stands alone in the middle of the hall, bewildered. Huh, what about a hug for Sister Kudo? The reason for the cold shoulder is revealed. But Sister Kudo, you always mess up my hair immediately. In the face of nightly training, domestic elegance must be protected. Kudryavka crosses her arms, feigning a modest nightly persona. In no way, I who have perfectly mastered the way of chivalry would never behave so immodestly. She looks over at the young Alfin. The mask of chivalry slips. Kudryavka watches the young red-haired girl with a predatory sibling glee. The reunion isn't over yet. Before she can escape, Kudryavka pounces on her youngest sister. Alfin, have you been a good girl? The peaceful return has turned into a wrestling match. Alfin struggles to breathe in the suffocating hug. Why are you coming over here? The nightly chivalry seems to have been forgotten in an instant. Malfa looks around the hall, noticing a missing presence. Huh, where's Aster? The question hangs in the air, shifting the focus to the boy who isn't there. Viscount Hyfried and Viscountess Elmheim look away, their expressions a mix of pride and concern. Ah, if you're looking for him? They know the forest is currently a battlefield of mana. Kudryavka's playful smile vanishes in an instant. Her nightly instincts scream as she senses a monstrous surge of power erupting from the woods. The very air around the manor feels electrified by the impending storm. In the distance, a violent pillar of red mana tears into the sky, shaking the foundation of the estate. While the family watches in shock, deep in the forest, Aster A. Elmheim is drowning in the raw, terrifying intensity of his own power. Aster A. Elmheim pushes his body to the limit in the secluded forest. The red mana of the seven wings crest flaring wildly around him as he struggles for breath. Sweat pours down Aster A. Elmheim's face as he grits his teeth against the overwhelming pressure. He can feel his control slipping. Damn! It's no good. The magic sword Graham hums with unstable power in Aster A. Elmheim's grip. He realizes the terrifying cost of his potential. I can create a sword with my magic, but I'm already at my limit just trying to keep it under control. Aster A. Elmheim stands in the center of a scarred clearing, the earth itself broken by his training. His thoughts drift to the standard he must meet. What should I do to become like father? A familiar voice cuts through the silence of the woods. Kudryavkin has arrived, watching from the shadows with a sharp gaze. Well, you've really outdone yourself this time. Aster A. Elmheim turns to see his elder sister standing there, her presence as imposing as any knight's. Sister Kudo, were you back already? Kudryavka retorts coldly. To think you didn't even show up to welcome your sister back. Kudryavka's smile is anything but warm. She mocks Aster A. Elmheim's lack of courtesy. Isn't that rather cold of you? Walking towards him with measured steps, Alfin lets her resentment show. Or is it because you think you're special and don't even bother to notice us? Kudryavka mentions the prestige Aster A. Elmheim has inadvertently gained. I heard all about what happened at the Sword Dance Assembly. The Knight Academy was buzzing with rumors about you, after all. I'm sure father must be very proud. Aster A. Elmheim maintains his composure, reciprocating the observation. The same goes for you, sister. I heard that even as a trainee, you've already been active in numerous missions. The honorary knight medal gleams on Kudryavka's uniform, a testament to her lethal skill. Aster A. Elmheim notes, and that Sister Kudo was the only knight to be awarded the honorary knight medal this year. Kudryavka's tone is sharp, her ambition clear as she looks at the hilt in Aster A. Elmheim's hand. Well, if I couldn't at least do that, I'd never be able to succeed father. The air between them grows heavy. Kudryavka confronts him directly. I heard you turned down the offer to be the successor. Did you do it for my sake? Aster A. Elmheim is momentarily stunned by her knowledge. So father told her. He really went and caused a lot of unnecessary trouble. He thinks to himself, that wasn't my intention. I just didn't think I was worthy yet. Kudryavka's lips thin, her playful mask beginning to crumble. She sees right through the noble family's kindness. Kudryavka continues her relentless stroll, her eyes burning with a dark intensity. Honestly, both father and you, Aster. With a fluid, lethal motion, Kudryavka draws her blade. Knowing what my dream is, you're being so spiteful. The reunion is over. The training has become an execution. Shock ripples through Aster A. Elmheim as he senses the shift in atmosphere. Alfin's killing intent is undeniable. A massive blast of blue mana erupts as Kudryavka strikes. The force is cataclysmic, tearing through the trees like they were paper. The forest floor explodes in a hail of dirt and splinters. Kudryavka's swing is broad and devastating, leaving Aster A. Elmheim no choice but to move. Aster A. Elmheim barely manages to evade the lethal arc, his heart hammering against his ribs. Ha! The ground where he stood an instant ago is gone. The debris is still falling when Aster A. Elmheim shouts in disbelief. "What are you doing all of a sudden, sis?" Kudryavka stands poised in the center of the destruction, her blade resting easily at her side. "Now then, it's been a while, so Big Sister will give you a little test." A wild, battle-hungry grin spreads across Kudryavka's face. She isn't just testing him, she's ready to crush him. "Next," she warns, "I'm coming at you for real." Aster A. Elmheim's heart hammers. He's out of time and offers a desperate excuse. "Wait, Sister Alfin, this sword is still incomplete." Kudryavka stares down Aster A. Elmheim with the cold, unyielding eyes of a veteran. Her voice is like a whip across his pride. "Can you make the same excuse when you're facing an enemy on the battlefield?" The word echoes in the clearing, chilling the air. "Enemy?" Aster A. Elmheim realizes that in this forest his sister is no longer a guardian, she is a predator. Kudryavka lunges forward, her blade a blur of lethal blue energy. She isn't holding back. "The knight's code is to always be ready for battle. If you keep holding back, I might just crush you." The earth shatters under the weight of Kudryavka's assault. A massive shockwave tears through the forest floor, forcing Aster A. Elmheim to realize that survival is the only victory left. Aster A. Elmheim watches the destruction rain down, his desperation mounting as he struggles with his own volatile power. "You've got to be kidding me. I already have my hands full just trying to control my magic power." Gold light ignites in Aster A. Elmheim's eyes. He stops suppressing the red mana, letting it flare into a violent shield. "But I have no choice. If I don't, my sister is seriously." Kudryavka's glowing blade descends like a falling star, a strike meant to end the duel. Aster A. Elmheim grits his teeth, the cold reality of the moment finally sinking in. "Going to kill me." Red and blue mana collide in a cataclysmic explosion of raw potential. The clash between brother and sister shakes the very foundation of the Elmheim lands. The rebellion has truly begun, to be continued. Deep in the forest, the sounds of a fierce battle echo as two powerful forces collide. A fiery knight named Kudryavka, or Kudo for short, charges forward. She compliments her opponent's sharp skills but confidently states that she has grown much stronger since her time at the academy. But her compliment quickly turns into a taunt. As Aster struggles to block her powerful strike, she mocks his weapon, calling it a pathetic excuse for a sword. She presses her attack, criticizing his magic control as completely non-existent, sending him stumbling backward. Aster digs his heel into the ground, desperately trying to regain his footing against the onslaught. With a glare, Aster grits his teeth and calls out his sister's name, remarking on how relentless she's always been. He thinks to himself that she's been this way ever since they were children. The scene shifts to a memory of the past. In the flashback, a younger Kudo angrily questions if Aster's right to succession is only because he's the sole male heir, while a young Aster looks on with a stoic expression. Aster wonders if her resentment stems from the fact that he possesses a wing sigil superior to anyone else in the family. He remembers her as a living storm, constantly challenging him over every little thing and crying that the world was unfair. Back in the present, Aster comes to a firm conclusion as another attack lands. To put it bluntly, she is his natural enemy. In a sudden blur, Kudo leaped and vanished from Aster's sight in an instant. A glint of realization appears in Aster's eye. He seems to have figured something out during their fight. With renewed focus, their blades clash again in a massive explosion of magical energy that tears through the forest. Kudo's frustration boils over as she unleashes her power, yelling that Aster is not fit to be the next head of the house. Meanwhile, inside the mansion, a woman with long silver hair named Marfa watches them from a window, worriedly asking her father if it was truly wise to leave those two alone. She voices her concern that at this rate, their sibling spat might actually result in a casualty. Their father, Viscount Hyfried, calmly reassures her. He says they are good rivals in their own way, and while they can be reckless, things won't escalate that far. Marfa remains unconvinced, her expression filled with doubt as she can only hope that he's right. Changing the subject, Marfa asks her father for the real reason he summoned them back from the Night Academy, doubting it was just to discuss the succession. The Viscount simply replies no. He reaches into his desk drawer, about to reveal the true, more serious reason for their return. Marfa's eyes widen in shock as she sees what her father has placed on the table. He reveals a letter with an official seal, explaining that it's a summons from the Elmheim main house. A dark, ominous aura surrounds the image of shadowy figures, as the Viscount explains that the elders who lead the core of the main house want to see their grandson's face. It's not a request, but a demand for Aster to appear before them. Marfa looks away, her hand to her mouth, fully understanding the gravity of the situation. This is a major development. Viscount Hyfried's expression turns grim as he considers the possible outcomes. He admits that in the worst-case scenario, they might lose Aster. His words hang in the air as the scene cuts back to the furious duel outside. Aster, completely unaware of the summons, angrily yells that he already turned down the talk of succession, and that the Viscount heard him. Bakudo retorts that the head of the main house finds his refusal itself disagreeable, implying he has no choice in the matter. She brings her blade down with incredible force. Aster struggles to parry, grunting at the sheer weight of her attack. To him, it feels like he's facing a troll swinging a giant mallet. Her physical power is monstrous. His hands tremble, and his sword glows with unstable red energy as he struggles to maintain control. He's pushed back, barely defending against her relentless assault. Desperate, Aster tries to get a word in, telling her to stop and listen to him for a moment. Bakudo cuts him off with a cold stare, accusing him of trying to run away from the fight. Before he can respond, she unleashes another devastating wave of energy, blasting him away. Aster is thrown backward, coughing up blood. He can't believe her brute strength. Kudo begins her lecture, slamming her sword into the ground. She declares that being able to only swing a sword makes a warrior third-rate. She continues her lecture, stating that those who can only handle magic are merely second-rate. Kudo stands confidently, concluding that only when a warrior masters both the sword and magic can they finally be considered first-rate. She rests her massive sword on her shoulder and lets out a sigh, telling Aster that she's disappointed in him. As she speaks, the narration explains the power system. The difference in wing sigils is directly related to the amount of mana a person can handle. It's said that a difference of just a single wing equates to a threefold gap in overall power. Kudo lays out the facts. With her 5 wings, she should be 2 full stages weaker than Aster, who possesses an unprecedented 7 wings. And yet, despite his overwhelming magical advantage, he avoided a direct clash of strength and retreated to using only his swordsmanship. She gives him a sharp, knowing look, asking if he truly distrusts his own power that much. Her words strike a nerve. She asks if he's perhaps afraid of going berserk again, just like he did 3 years ago. Aster freezes. Her question echoes in his mind. He never thought of it that way. Was he truly afraid of the power of the 7 wings? A shocking realization dawns on him. He had never even considered it, but was he unconsciously putting a limit on his own power? He looks at his sword, and everything clicks into place. The blade felt unstable because he had been forcibly suppressing his own magic all this time. While Aster is lost in thought, Kudo begins to gather her magic, telling him that he possesses everything she ever wanted. She accuses him of being arrogant, letting his incredible gift rot away without even realizing how lucky he is. With a final, desperate roar, she unleashes all of her power, demanding that if he won't use it, he should give it all to her. But this time, Aster doesn't flinch. His expression is calm, resolute. He's made his decision. A massive explosion erupts as her attack is met with an overwhelming wave of red and blue energy. Kudo stares in disbelief, unable to comprehend what just happened. He knocked back her full-force strike. A confident smile spreads across Aster's face as his eyes glow with power. He thanks his sister, telling her that his eyes are finally open. He charges forward with just the hilt of his sword, and Kudo can only watch in shock, wondering why he isn't even manifesting a blade. Gritting her teeth, Kudo tries to rally her remaining energy, refusing to believe she's already run out of mana. But it's too late. Aster raises his sword, now burning with immense power. He can feel it, the unprecedented, inexhaustible magic of the 7 wings finally unleashed. He knows he can't fully master this overwhelming power right now. But for this one moment, he'll pour every last drop of it into a single point of impact. Kudo smirks, impressed that he's managed to come up with a plan, though she still dismisses him as a half-wit. But Aster's resolve is firm. He thinks to himself that he has no intention of wasting this second life he's been given. It's not about the power, the sword, or even the family name. He won't waste this chance because all of these things, a loving family, incredible power, were things he could never obtain in his previous life, no matter how hard he fought. Kudo catches his murmurings, confused by his mention of a second life. With his mind made up, Aster unleashes a torrent of crimson energy. He swings his sword, a blade of pure power extending from the hilt. The attack hurtles towards Kudo, who can only stammer in disbelief. But it was a feint. In the blink of an eye, he vanishes and reappears right in front of her, ready to strike. His hand is pressed to his chest, channeling the very core of his power. His decision is final, no more holding back. For the first time, Kyudo feels true fear. Her eyes widen as she finally realizes the terrifying gap between them. With a final, devastating swing, Aster brings his full power down, ending the duel in a single, overwhelming blow. Kudryavka's eyes shot open. She was alive, but the last thing she remembered was the heat of battle. Sunlight streamed into the room, a place that felt all too familiar. She wondered how she could have been in the heat of battle just moments ago, only to wake up now in her own bed. Just then, a calm voice called out to her, nodding that she was finally awake. Standing by the window was a graceful woman with long, silver hair. It was her older sister, Marfa, who commented on how long she'd been asleep. Suddenly, the memory of her duel came flooding back. Kudryavka sat bolt upright, panicking as she remembered her fight against Aster. Marfa smiled gently, reassuring her. She explained that it was Aster himself who had carried the unconscious Kudryavka all the way here. She relayed Aster's cover story, that Kudryavka had simply fallen asleep during the match due to exhaustion from her journey. But Kudryavka knew that wasn't true. She stared blankly, understanding what had really happened. The scene of the final moment replayed in her mind. She had been certain, absolutely certain, that Aster was about to cut her down. But just before impact, he had skillfully dispelled the blade of magic power, neutralizing the attack. Only the faint remnants of that power had passed through her body, knocking her out. It dawned on her that there was no way Aster would ever seriously try to kill his own sister. And yet, the memory of his face at that moment sent a chill down her spine. She remembered the look in his eyes, the terrifying pressure. For just a split second, she truly believed she was going to die. A small smile crept onto her face. He was much smaller than her, but he was a thoroughly disagreeable younger brother indeed. Her expression hardened with resolve. She grabbed her sword, demanding to know if Aster was going to try and pull the same trick again. Wielding her massive blade, she declared that she refused to accept the result of their match. She wanted a do-over. This time she would go all out from the very beginning. But Marfa calmly interrupted her, informing her that Aster had already left. Kudryavka froze, completely caught off guard by the news. Marfa explained that a summons had arrived for Aster from the main house, and he'd just left with their father. Seeing her sister's confusion, she asked, "Huh, you didn't know?" The casual question confirmed her fears. Kudryavka's face went pale as the reality of the situation sank in. They had left without her. Panic set in as she realized what was happening. She screamed out that no one had told her anything about this. Meanwhile, a carriage was already making its way down the cobbled streets, carrying Aster and his father away from the estate. Inside, Aster stared out the window with a quiet, unreadable expression, contemplating the journey ahead. His father, Viscount Heifried, began to explain the gravity of their situation. The people they were about to meet were the elders of House Elmheim, a powerful group that operated from the shadows. They were former heads of the main and branch houses, who still held immense influence despite being retired. They were known as the rulers of the shadows. The Viscount sighed, filled with worry. These elders had never shown any interest in Aster since he was adopted, so why summon him now of all times? Aster answered calmly, his gaze sharp. He was certain it was because of the incident at the Sword Dance Festival. He continued, recounting what he knew of them. The old men of Elmheim valued one thing above all else, the family's reputation, more than money, honor, or even their own lives. And the punishment for anyone who sullied that reputation was horrifying. It was rumored they were thrown into a cage and fed to monstrous beasts. Viscount Heifried turned to him, alarmed, asking where on earth he had heard such a dreadful rumor. Aster just smiled nonchalantly, giving a vague answer before stating that he was fully prepared for either execution or banishment. His casual acceptance of his potential fate was unnerving. The Viscount's concern only deepened. He questioned Aster's decision to travel without any escorts, highlighting the immense danger they were heading into. But Aster simply brushed it off, saying it was fine. He revealed that he had originally planned to leave just as his sisters were arriving anyway. He explained that it would be better for Kyudo if he, the person she hated, wasn't around, allowing her to relax and stretch her wings. The Viscount could only watch his son, a complicated expression on his face. Looking down at his sword, Aster added that his duel with Kyudo had been a blessing in disguise. Thanks to her, he was finally starting to understand how to handle the mysterious blade, Graham. He now felt he could draw out the power of the 7 wings more than ever before. With this newfound confidence, he made a startling request to his father. If something were to happen, he was not to be saved. Aster declared that he was prepared to survive on his own. His father could only stare back, stunned by his son's grim determination. Suddenly, the Viscount's composure broke. He began shouting at Aster, scolding him for acting so high and mighty when he was still the youngest child of the family. His lecture was cut short as Aster's eyes shot wide, startled by a sudden noise from outside the carriage. It was Kudryavka. She was running at full speed alongside the moving carriage, banging on the window and demanding to know why she was here. Viscount Hyfried stared in disbelief, asking if she had truly run all this way on foot, clinging to the side of the carriage as it sped along. Still gasping for breath, Kudryavka snapped back, asking her father if it wasn't far too heartless to leave without saying a single word to his own daughter. She clambered inside, mentioning the summons from the Grand Elders, an honor that even she and Marfa had never received. Her father tried to protest, saying she couldn't just come along, but Kudryavka sat right down beside a stunned Aster, claiming she understood perfectly that their father had tasked them with looking after things in his absence. Her expression then turned serious. She reasoned that this summons must be a crisis, something that required them to be extremely cautious. She revealed what Marfa had told her before she left, that there was a very real chance that Aster might not come back from this trip. Aster tried to laugh it off, saying it was an exaggeration. He was just going to meet and talk with them, though he admitted whether he could return safely asterisk after the talk was a different story. Kudryavka's patience snapped. She got right in his face and declared bluntly, "Listen, Aster, I hate you very much." She began listing all the reasons. Because he was a man, because he had the 7 wings, and because he always received special treatment. Aster just listened, his expression unchanged. She hated that he was stronger than her, and she hated how he acted like a mature adult despite being her younger brother. She claimed to hate everything about him. Then her voice softened, and her expression changed completely. With genuine emotion, she told him, "But even so, you are precious family." Before Aster could react, she leaned against him, her head resting on his shoulder. She reminded him that no matter how strong he became, he would always be her little brother. Having finally said what she truly felt, she sat up and gave him an order. He had to come back safely so they could have their rematch. With a fierce grin, she gave him a final warning. She wouldn't forgive him if he dared to quit while he was ahead. And with that, she leaped out of the moving carriage, her message delivered. Aster watched her go, completely bewildered by her actions. His father, however, smiled warmly, remarking that she was a good rival for him. For the first time, a genuine, warm smile spread across Aster's face. He looked out at his sister's retreating figure and thought, "Thank you." As the carriage drove off into the sunset, Kudryavka waved from the road. And in that moment, Aster made a silent promise to her and to himself. "I will definitely return." Aster A. Elmheim and Viscount Hyfried stand before the massive iron gates of the Elmheim main house as a guard offers a bone-chilling greeting. The sentry's spear remains lowered, while he informs the pair that the Grand Elder is already waiting inside. Hyfried attempts to lead the way without a guide, but the guard immediately cuts him off to insist on a joint escort. As the duo is led through the vast grounds, the boy notes that this summon clearly isn't for a grandfather to dote on his grandson. His eyes suddenly glow with a sharp, calculating light as the mask of a submissive child is discarded. Staring up at the looming spires, he finds the view nostalgic, reflecting on the long years since he last set foot in this home. The Viscount walks beside him, observing the training soldiers and asking if the boy truly understands the gravity of their situation. The father warns him to stay calm regardless of any insults, but Aster replies that his behavior depends on the other side's actions. Hyfried sighs deeply at the response, nodding that the other side is exactly where the problem lies. He begins to explain the identity of their host, but the boy is already sensing a powerful, suffocating presence. Mention of dollies follows, nodding he is nowhere to be seen, likely because a return is difficult after having his dominant hand crushed. The Viscount looks down at him, checking to see if his foster son is even listening to the warnings. They reach the inner sanctum where the father surrenders his sword, while the boy flashes a shallow, fake smile at the guards. Internally, the young rebel decides he will remain as silent as a clam today, simply because his sister asked him to return safely. The heavy doors groan open, finally revealing the path that leads straight to the elders. A loud voice echoes through the hall, announcing the official arrival of Lord Hyfried and his son. The two walk down the long red carpet as a voice calls out from the shadows, nodding it has been 10 years since their last visit. A close-up reveals a weathered, bearded face, as Zenith A. Elmheim acknowledges his grandson with a cold, dismissive tone. Hyfried immediately drops to one knee in a show of formal respect to greet the sixth head. In the vast, oppressive hall, Zenith sits on a throne-like chair, prompting the man to correct his greeting to Great Grand Elder. Aster stares directly at the man, recognizing Zenith A. Elmheim as the true monster lurking in the shadows. He scans the room with a keen eye, identifying the other heavyweights gathered under the Elmheim umbrella. His gaze lands on Count Maze, who smirks back, as the boy recognizes several faces from the Sword Dance Festival. Noting a significant absence in the room, he wonders to himself if Roderick is not here. Zenith's voice booms through the hall, expressing a mock regret that his beloved son isn't present to witness the brat's audience before them. The elder explains that as the head of the Royal Knights, Roderick is far too busy for such trivial matters. He laments to himself, claiming that these old soldiers are merely being charitable by handling such trivial administrative chores personally. Astor reflects on his previous life, remembering that he never even had the chance to see these people back then. Looking at the gathered power, he realizes that for a man who claims to be retired, Zenith still holds an immense amount of influence. Hyfried demands to know the truth behind what is being dismissed as trivial matters, seeking the real motive for this sudden summons. The tyrant lets out a dry, mocking laugh, asking if the Viscount hasn't already guessed the reason for the summons. He mentions that word reached the house about Hyfried's pet dog making a mess at the Sword Dance Festival. The boy's expression hardens at the insult, knowing that this confrontation was always inevitable. Hyfried quickly defends his foster son, stating that Roderick had already settled the matter and closed the case. An executive scoffs, calling it a mere performance for the public that failed to clean the tarnished Elmheim reputation. The elders begin to mutter amongst themselves, declaring the adoption of a child with such obscure origins a mistake from the start, as voices rise to demand Astor's banishment and warn that Hyfried will not escape retribution either. The boy snaps, standing up abruptly and shouting that he did everything himself. He defends Hyfried with all his might, screaming that his father had nothing to do with his actions. The Viscount remains silent, his head bowed as he trembles under the weight of the judgment. Astor looks at his foster father, the realization of the family's cold cruelty finally sinking in. Zenith sneers at the outburst, finding the lack of discipline predictable and mocking a child for trying to interrupt adults. The old man reminds them of the family's might, leading 12,000 knights who will not be mocked by a stray. He stares down at them, lecturing about the weight of the name, claiming Elmheim is a holy signboard, not just a family. He warns that the knights are not a monolith, and that countless shadows are always watching for a chance to strike. Count Maze watches with a thin smile as Zenith explains that the struggle for power never ends, even within these walls. Zenith strikes his cane against the floor, demanding peace of mind and a guarantee of absolute loyalty. Hyfried's eyes go wide as a glowing blade is presented, the air growing heavy with the scent of blood and betrayal. The monster demands proof that Hyfried isn't a traitor, mocking him for failing to protect his liege in the past. He reminds the man of the price already paid, mentioning how they forced Roderick to maim dollies in this very hall. A face contorted into a mask of pure malice issues a final, lethal command. This time, cut off that brat's head. Astor's eye glows a sharp gold, while Zenith promises that spilling the boy's blood will settle the debt. Remaining on one knee, the father lowers his head slowly as his voice rings out with unwavering resolve. I refuse. The man declares that if he must cut down his own child, he would gladly take his own life instead. Zenith lets out a cold HMPH, his expression unreadable as he absorbs the defiance. The Grand Elder slams his cane down again, the sound echoing through the hall like a death knell. His aura explodes in a wave of terrifying pressure, declaring that if that is the choice, then everyone must die. He laughs as he formally dissolves the Viscount house, ordering the guards to draw their steel and surround them. Hyfried is trapped with swords leveled at his throat, and the execution is imminent. Astor breaks the tension with a chillingly calm voice, asking, "Why are you so frightened, Grand Elder?" Zenith freezes in place, his one good eye widening in shock at the boy's sheer audacity. The boy mocks them all, calling it unsightly for grown adults to huddle together and tremble in fear. He tells them to do whatever they like with banishment or execution, but his voice drops to a deadly whisper. But if you intend to lay a hand on my family, the Viscount watches with a stunned expression, sensing the sudden and terrifying shift in his son's demeanor. Astor apologizes to his father, admitting he was never good at staying silent, before violently shredding his shirt. The guards stagger back in fear, their faces turning pale with pure disbelief. The legendary mark is revealed, a glowing crimson emblem of 7 wings burning onto Astor's skin. He delivers his final ultimatum, warning that at this moment, these 7 wings will become Elmheim's enemy. His eyes burn with the fire of a god, as he tells the elders to think it over very carefully. The Elmheim elders stare in utter disbelief, a few of them stammering, "Impossible! Could that be?" The 7 wings emblem. One elder strained his eyes wide, peering intently as he stammered in disbelief. "Is it not a fake?" For hundreds of years, that thing appearing on a human body has been. Beside him, another noble stammered, his gaze locked onto the boy. However, that crest is unmistakably. The Grand Elder hissed the word, brat, his mask of calculated indifference slipping for a moment. He then demanded to know if Aster truly grasped the magnitude of what he was revealing. Do you understand the meaning of that which you are showing us now? Do you understand? The boy offered a cold smirk in return. Yeah, like the more wings there are, the more surprised people get. Count Maze suddenly erupted into laughter, the sound sharp and jarring against the suffocating tension of the hall. Ha ha ha. Count Maze waved his hand dismissively, telling the others to ignore him and carry on. No, excuse me, please continue. Beside him, the others sat frozen in shock, cold sweat pouring down their faces. The old man began to explain that the wing emblem was originally an organ for magic generation. In the first place, the wing emblem is an organ for generating magic power that spirits shared with humans long ago. He detailed the lineage, explaining how that primordial power was meticulously passed down. By passing that power down from parent to child, over the ages, humans had refined and deepened that inherent power. Humans deepened that power further. Zenith noted that reaching 7 wings was a feat no human had ever achieved. However, there has yet to be anyone who reached 7 wings, with the sole exception of the winged clan, the ancestors of spirits. Aster narrowed his eyes at the elder. Are you saying I am of that spirit clan? The old man turned his back on the boy. If your 7 wings are real, perhaps. Indeed. Viscount Hyfried remained motionless, the weight of the revelation pressing down on him in the silence. Glancing at his discarded shirt on the floor, the boy spoke. I am a child of the Viscount house. At this point, my birth doesn't matter. He then glared through the circle of blades. What I want to ask right now is just whether or not you all have the resolve to make an enemy of me. Aster mused that if he were driven out, many other noble houses would kill for the chance to welcome him. Suppose I were driven out of Elmheim. There are likely many among the martial nobility who would want to welcome the 7 wings. He warned that he would become a catastrophic threat to those already paralyzed by fear. If that happens, for you people who already fear rebellion, it would become a major threat. Rather, you should want to keep me close at hand, surpassing even that Duke Roderick. The signboard known as 7 Wings. An elder gasped in shock at the boy's sheer audacity. The boy thought to himself that the Elmheim family was far from a unified front. Just as this old man said earlier, even Elmheim is not a monolith. In fact, a rebellion will occur. A vision of a future he once lived flickered in his mind. A brutal civil war that would consume the entire nation. A massive civil war involving the whole country. I have seen that future once before. To survive the coming storm, he needed to draw the line between friend and foe right now. For me and the Viscount house to survive in the future, I want to at least determine right here who is an enemy and who is an ally. Even if I have to take some risks. Zenith let out a jagged laugh. Kaka, you think you have that much worth? He pointed out that they still lacked any concrete proof. There isn't even proof that those 7 wings are real. The boy met his gaze with chilling defiance. If you think there isn't, just kill me quickly. The elder's eye glowed with a predatory light. At that time, it will be a war between me and you all. Aster clenched his teeth, wondering if they would finally take his bait. Killing someone like me right now would be easy, but, well, if Elmheim got serious. Now, what will they do? Will they take the bait? Count Maze watched the standoff with pure amusement, clapping his hands a few times to shatter the suffocating tension. Then he stood up, cutting through the silence. This conversation seems to be going in circles. He turned to the Grand Elder with a calculated suggestion. Grand Elder, for now, how about we try imposing a trial on him? An elder barked at Maze, questioning his interference. Count Maze, what are you? But the silver-haired noble simply smiled, nodding the curiosity in the room. Because you want to see it, don't you? The power of the 7 wings. Maze's smile turned razor-sharp. It won't be too late to decide his treatment after that. Gesturing broadly, he remarked that a clan as renowned as Elmheim must have a suitable trial. How about it? Being the mansion of the world's renowned martial clan, surely there are 1 or 2 suitable trials. Aster studied the silver-haired noble carefully. There's no mistake, this man. He decided that for the moment, the Count was a useful asset. Is an ally. Zenith laughed harshly, conceding to the idea. Kaka, very well, follow me. The old man declared it was his burden to teach a lesson to a disrespectful grandson. Teaching a lesson to a grandson who doesn't know how to speak properly is also an old man's duty. The boy stared down into the pitch-black depths of the trial grounds. This is the trial grounds? It's quite dark. Zenith explained that the darkness led to an underground bunker linked to the city's sewers. Beyond this darkness lies an underground bunker connected to the waterways. He revealed the bunker housed a single magic beast. It was an evacuation shelter for emergencies, but we are keeping a single magic beast there. The trial is to defeat that magic beast. That is all. Hyfried looked at Aster with a mix of frustration and worry. Good grief, he was a troublesome fellow who just cried and screamed, even though I told you so many times to keep the existence of the 7 wings hidden. The boy realized he couldn't keep the mark hidden forever, and this was the perfect opportunity. I can't keep such a conspicuous thing hidden forever. It was a perfect opportunity. The Viscount watched with concern as the boy prepared for the trial. Don't let your guard down, okay? Without hesitation, Aster leaped into the darkness of the pit. Hee, I'm off. Count Maze watched from the ledge, a faint smirk playing on his lips as the boy descended. Aster landed in the shallow water at the bottom. It is dark as expected. The darkness was no obstacle for his enhanced senses, but not so dark that I can't see. A sudden presence in the shadows caught him off guard. Ha, that is. Zenith spoke from above, his voice echoing down the shaft. I even gave that a chance to clear his name, though. Before him lay the severed head of Dolly's, while from above, the old man Zenith continued to recount the young lord's pathetic demise, hopping to shatter the boy's resolve. He did nothing but wail and scream until his final breath. It was a sight too wretched to behold. A massive blue-furred beast emerged from the gloom, stalking toward the boy. The Grand Elder issued a cold command as Aster drew his sword. Don't you disappoint me now, brat. The beast bared its fangs and let out a deafening roar as the trial officially commenced. Now then, let the trial begin. Aster stood his ground, his pity reserved only for the weak. So the rumors that the Elmheims keep magical beasts in their manor were true. Just this once, I pity you, Dollies. He reflected on the corruption of the house that bred such monsters. Let us lament that such monsters were born into this house. The monster lunged forward, but the boy remained unfazed. But he moved with blinding speed, delivering a flurry of slashes to the beast. The onlookers above witnessed the exchange of strikes, their faces contorted with pure terror. Oh, Aster compared the beast to a far more terrifying threat he knew. To me, my sister is much scarier. The beast didn't fall. Instead, purple energy began to emanate from its wounds. The boy's eyes widened as he sensed the unnatural nature of the creature. Wah! The realization hit him as the beast's body began to twist and reform. No way, this guy. The creature was a mockery of life, fueled by necrotic energy. Is undead. Viscount Hyfried cried out in disbelief at the choice of opponent. An undead. Zenith explained the creature's origin with a callous tone. That thing is drawn to the scent of death. I suppose it thought it could find its fill of carrion here, so it came crawling into the basement. He revealed that the beast was a permanent fixture used for the family's dark purposes. Since it won't die no matter if you slash it or burn it. I had it captured, thinking it would be the perfect opponent to test one's strength. The old man's admission of how they disposed of corpses left Hyfried speechless. Thanks to that, we no longer have trouble disposing of corpses. A portly viscount protested the blatant unfairness of the task. An undead is too much for even a seasoned knight to handle, and yet you order him to kill it. He questioned whether the elders were truly willing to sacrifice the prodigy they had just discovered. Do you intend to just stand by and watch a child of the 7 wings die? Zenith dismissed the boy's potential if he couldn't survive this. If that happens, it just means he was nothing more than a blowhard. A wing crest without power is worth less than a mere decoration. The Grand Elder didn't care for Aster's survival, seeing other paths forward. Don't worry. Even if he dies, there are ways. In fact, that might actually be more convenient for us. The Count watched the battle unfold, a cold amusement in his eyes. Heh. He noted the discrepancy between the boy's words and his current struggle. He talked so big. Maze silently urged Aster to prove his worth. Don't go dying on us so easily, Aster. The boy's blade bit into the beast, but the lack of impact was unsettling. No matter how much I slash, there's just no feedback at all. The creature's unnatural vitality was far beyond anything he had ever faced. Plus, its regenerative power is phenomenal compared to a normal undead. He realized conventional methods were useless against a creature that was already dead. To begin with, an undead is already dead. The only known ways to destroy such a horror were through extreme heat or divine intervention. To kill it completely, you either burn it to death with sunlight. Purification through holy weapons was the standard practice for dealing with such things. Or you must purify it with a weapon imbued with holiness. Lacking those means, standard protocol dictated avoidance rather than confrontation. And if you can do neither, then not engaging is the standard protocol, the common sense of fighting undead. Aster rejected the idea of retreat, determined to prove the power of his mark. But of course, there's no path for retreat. If I just use superficial, standard methods, there's no meaning in being a 7 wings. He channeled his immense mana into the blade, the air crackling with power. With a single, overwhelming strike, he prepared to crush the immortal creature. To prove my worth, I'll show them I can crush a mere undead with sheer force. The strike landed with devastating force, shattering the stone floor and sending dust into the air. The portly Viscount reeled back from the shockwave, his eyes wide with utter disbelief. What incredible magic power! So this is the true power of the 7 wings. Panic broke out among the observers as the basement was swallowed by chaos. What happened down there? Did he defeat it? Zenith leaned forward, searching the settling dust for any sign of his new asset. Aster stood in the center of the crater, his breath steady despite the massive output. The Grand Elder's disappointment was palpable as he sensed the beast's lingering presence. What a pity! Without warning, the undead monster charged through the debris, slamming into the boy with mindless fury. Aster grunted as he was shoved back, the creature's weight threatening to crush him. Gah! The beast loomed over him, its purple necrotic energy surging as it prepared to tear him apart. Hyfried's heart hammered in his chest as he screamed out for his son. Aster! Count Maze placed a restraining hand on the Viscount, his voice cold and devoid of empathy. Don't do something as gauche as trying to save him, all right? Lord Hyfried. The Viscount turned on the Count, his voice trembling with fear and fury. You're telling me to just stand by and watch him die? Maze offered a patronizing smile, his confidence in the boy's potential unshaken. Now, calm down. The Count gestured toward the pit, where the real battle was only just beginning. Look, the boy's lips curled into a predatory grin as he faced the monstrosity. Maze noted with satisfaction. It seems he still has a trump card. I'm glad it seems to be working properly. He analyzed the beast's condition, nodding his brute force approach was finally taking a toll. It's gotten quite a bit slimmer than before. Aster ignited his mana once more, his weapon pulsing with a fierce crimson radiance. He drove his blade into the creature's maw, meeting the undead's roar with a strike of pure destruction. Dark energy erupted from the beast's head as the attack tore through its necrotic core. Aster's voice rang out with absolute conviction as he prepared to grind the monster into dust. In that case, I'll just keep doing the same thing until you die. The basement was filled with the rhythmic flash of steel as the boy methodically dismantled the beast. Hyfried watched the savage display, haunted by a memory of a power he had seen long ago. I showed that once before, but the images of the past clashed with the reality before him, revealing a terrifying truth. The Viscount realized that the boy's power had transcended all expectations. No, it's something else, something different. The structural integrity of the manor basement groaned under the strain. Hey, this place is going to collapse. Servants rushed to protect the Grand Elder as the floor began to give way. Great Elder, this way. Zenith stared into the swirling red vortex, witnessing the true awakening of a legend. Oh, so this is. Down below, Aster stands at the eye of the storm, as the true power of the mark is finally unveiled to the world. The power of the 7 wings. The dust finally starts to settle, leaving the Elmheim elders in complete shock. One of them is even trembling on the ground, unable to process what just happened. Zenith Elmheim stands at the edge of the pit, looking down at the wreckage. There's no sign of the beast anymore, it's just gone. The great Grand Elder's eyes narrow as he realizes the undead creature was completely pulverized. Even for someone as powerful as him, seeing a nearly immortal beast crushed so easily is unsettling. He notes that it wasn't even a matter of technique. It was just a massive surge of brute force that swallowed everything in a vortex of magic. Down in the center of the crater, Aster Elmheim stares up, his glowing blade still pulsing with energy. To Zenith, the boy doesn't look like a student. He looks like a threat. Zenith turns to Viscount Hyfried, asking if this destructive display was actually part of the plan. The foster father looks back, seemingly just as stunned by the result. Hyfried admits that even he's constantly amazed by how fast his son is growing. He's clearly proud, even if the situation is getting out of hand. Count Maze leans in with a smirk, cutting right to the chase. He wants to know if Aster officially passed the exam after that mess. Zenith huffs, but he has to admit the truth. With that level of power, nobody in the room is going to dare raise an objection. Maze calls down to the pit, letting Aster know that the trial is officially over and he passed. Aster stands in the middle of the cracked arena, the residual wind still whipping around him. The heavy chains that were supposed to hold the beast are now nothing but scrap metal. He looks up at them with a calm face, asking for a rope to be dropped down since he destroyed the exit. Later, Zenith watches through a window as the boy prepares to leave the estate. He's clearly keeping a very close eye on the wingless failure. Inside his study, Zenith offers Aster a place in the main family's inner circle. He warns the boy that if he passes this up, there won't be another invitation. Astor turns his back without hesitation. He explains that he has no interest in getting involved in a succession war that would just make his cousins restless. Zenith lets out a sharp laugh, finding the boy's humility almost offensive. He can tell Astor is hiding his true intentions behind a polite mask. He leans forward, his gaze piercing. He tells Astor that he can see the raw ambition burning in his eyes, no matter how hard he tries to hide it. The elder doesn't hold back, flat out accusing Astor of planning to turn his blade against the Elmheim family one day. He asks point-blank if Roderick's head is what he's really after. Astor freezes for a second, caught off guard by the old man's bluntness. Zenith tells him not to be so guarded, claiming he isn't interested in probing for motives right now. He seems strangely relaxed about the whole thing. Astor is genuinely confused by the reaction. He asks why a rebel like him wouldn't be considered an immediate enemy to the head of the house. Zenith explains that the Elmheim family isn't a unified front. Even at the top, there's internal conflict and shifting alliances. He admits that Roderick has become a bit too arrogant for his liking. If Astor's existence serves as a deterrent to the man, then the elder is happy to let him run free. But it comes with a lethal warning. He makes it clear that if Astor ever bares his fangs at him, the conversation will end very differently. Astor steps out of the room, thinking that the monster geezer of Elmheim is just as dangerous as the rumors say. He's relieved to finally be out of there. Heifried and Maze are waiting in the hallway. Astor casually mentions that the elder wanted to welcome him into the main family, but he refused the offer. Heifried is stunned, wondering why his son would walk away from such a massive opportunity for power and status. Maze just thinks the whole situation is hilarious, calling it a total shame. He seems to enjoy the chaos Astor is causing. The flamboyant Count explains that Astor could have lived a much sweeter life with the main family's backing. Astor stops and asks him why he proposed to help earlier. Maze laughs it off, claiming he has no idea what Astor is talking about. He's clearly playing some kind of game. He claims he just felt like teasing a cheeky brat, and that was all. Astor just gives him a flat, unimpressed look. Maze drops the act for a moment and puts a hand on Astor's shoulder. He declares that from this day forward, Astor is officially a child of the Seven Wings in both name and reality. All around them, the other nobles and attendants are starring. They can sense the shift in the air, and they know Astor is the center of it. The onlookers are already whispering. Some want to use him, others want him dead, but everyone agrees that he's a piece on the board they can't ignore. Maze warns him that the wing crest on his back carries tremendous prestige. From now on, the number of people coming after him is only going to increase. Astor looks him right in the eyes, asking if Maze is planning to be one of those people coming after him. Maze meets his gaze with a calm, unreadable expression. He's clearly more than just a playful noble. He reveals that he's actually a director for the Knight Academy. Staking a claim on promising young talents early is just part of his job. He points out that the old man in the room is doing the exact same thing. Everyone is trying to get a piece of Astor's future. Maze waves goodbye, telling Astor he's looking forward to seeing him enroll at their academy. He walks away with a confident stride. Astor watches him go, thinking that the man is incredibly hard to read. He wonders if it's too early to consider someone like that an ally. Heifried places a reassuring hand on Astor's shoulder, ready to head back now that the intense day is finally over. Viscount Heifried tells Astor that he needs to tell his sisters all about his grand performance during the trial today. He seems a bit more relaxed now that the danger is over. Astor Elmheim laughs and adjusts his collar, joking that his mother is definitely going to faint when she sees the state of his clothes and all his new injuries. Meanwhile, deep within the main house, a knight in full plate armor kneels before the Kingdom Knight General Commander. He reports that Master Dariz didn't survive the trial Lord Zenith summoned him for the other day. Roderick A. Elmheim listens to the report with a cold, detached expression. He immediately asks what happened to Heifried's son, who was also summoned. The knight confirms the boy survived, and Roderick thinks to himself that Heifried doesn't seem to care about his own child's life at all. He finds the man's lack of concern interesting. He clasps his hands together as the weight of the news sinks in. It's clear now that the rumors were true. The power of the Seven Wings really does dwell within the boy. The subordinate waits in silence, sensing the gravity of the situation. The atmosphere in the massive hall is thick with tension. There's a growing fear that at this rate, the long-maintained power balance within the Elmheim family could completely collapse. One branch member with that much power could change everything. The knight asks if they should take immediate action to handle the situation before it gets any further out of control. Roderick dismisses the concern, telling his man to just leave the boy be for the time being. He doesn't see a need for a preemptive strike. He leans back on his throne, surrounded by the family's trophies. If the Elmheim name could crumble from an obstacle like this, he believes it would have fallen a long time ago. He adds that there's no reason to rush things. In his mind, the 7 wings will eventually belong to him anyway, one way or another. Until that day comes, Roderick is content to let the boy run free. He wants to see just how much the baby he let escape can actually struggle. He stands over a map, plotting his next move while deciding to enjoy the show for a while longer. He's treating Aster's survival like a minor form of entertainment. His red eyes glow with a predator's intensity as he whispers the name of the child of the 7 wings. He's already decided how this story will end. 4 years pass by in a flash. The Dorasol Knight Academy is finally holding its entrance exams, and the gates are swarming with hopeful applicants. The staff at the registration desk are working overtime, processing a mountain of paperwork. They're constantly shouting for the applicants to move forward as soon as they're done. A young man walks through the crowd, drawing hushed whispers and surprised looks from the people around him. Word of his arrival is already spreading. Some of the other students are skeptical, claiming they heard rumors that he was a lot bulkier and more imposing than he looks in person. The academy makes every applicant sign a waiver, stating they won't take responsibility for any injuries or accidents that happened during the grueling exam. The examiner at the desk demands to see a wing crest. He makes it clear that they can't let anyone through who doesn't possess magic. The official looks at the name on the form, Aster Elmheim. The Elmheim surname immediately causes him to stop and take a second look. He looks up at Aster with a skeptical, almost annoyed expression, waiting for proof of his lineage. Aster is a lot taller and more muscular now, standing with a confident posture. He casually mentions that his wing crest is in a hard-to-show place, and he'd rather not reveal it here. He flashes a smug grin at the examiner, asking if he can't just use his face as a pass, since everyone seems to recognize him anyway. The massive academy grounds are packed with thousands of young men and women, all vying for a spot among the kingdom's elite knights. As Aster walks through the courtyard, some of the other examinees start heckling him, trying to provoke a reaction from the famous newcomer. A guy with long hair and a smug attitude stands in his way. This is Vigor Smates, and he's clearly decided that Aster is his target for today. Vigor looks him up and down, mocking his country noble house. He asks if Aster didn't come to the wrong place, suggesting the elite academy is out of his league. He gestures toward the academy's grand entrance, bragging about how this place is only for the absolute elite among knights. Aster just tells him there's no problem then, which only makes Vigor more irritated. The bully was clearly expecting him to be intimidated. Vigor starts yelling at the surrounding crowd about how they've all gone through strict and grueling work to get here. He thinks Aster is just dreaming of a glorious path he hasn't earned. He points a mocking finger at the small sword on Aster's hip, calling it child-sized. He tells him that this isn't a place for a fledgling swordsman who can't even carry a real weapon. Vigor continues his rant, telling Aster to pack up and go home if he's just here to sightsee. He's putting on a real performance for the other students. The other applicants just watch from a distance. They've seen Vigor bully the new guys every year, and they know he never gets tired of trying to assert his dominance. A few of the more observant students recognize the name. They whisper among themselves, wondering if he's really the Elmheim from the rumors they've heard so much about. Aster stays calm, barely reacting to the insults as he prepares for the start of the exam. He's clearly heard it all before. Suddenly, a new voice cuts through the courtyard, calling out to Cousin Aster. A young man with orange hair approaches with a very different energy. Aster turns around, his eyes sharpening as he recognizes the newcomer. The atmosphere shifts instantly from simple bullying to something much more dangerous. The newcomer is Gurion Elmheim, and he's wearing a wide, polite-looking smile that doesn't reach his eyes. He welcomes Aster with a fake warmth. Gurion mentions that since nobody really knows the details of Aster's birth, he's taken the liberty of calling him cousin. He seems to be relishing the chance to mock Aster's ambiguous origins. Aster doesn't back down for a second. He just looks Gurion in the eye and mentions that it's a real shame about what happened to Dariz, immediately killing the polite move. Gurion Elmheim shrugs off the mention of Dariz, claiming that a disgrace like him deserved to die. He admits with a casual smile that he actually feels refreshed now that his relative is gone. He continues his cold assessment, explaining that even though Dariz was only a year older, he was always bossy and threw his weight around. To Gurion, Dariz was nothing more than a constant nuisance. Gurion warns Aster not to underestimate the power and ruthlessness of the people from the main house. He doesn't care about the rumors of the 7 wings. He believes the main family still holds the upper hand. As he walks past, Gurion whispers a final, chilling reminder that there's no one left to protect Aster here. He maintains a smug, superior expression as he heads toward the exam hall. The other examinees watch the exchange in stunned silence, realizing they're caught between two powerful members of the Elmheim family. They feel like they have rotten luck to be testing in the same year as these two monsters. While Vigor wipes the sweat from his face, the other examinees begin to mourn his fate for provoking the Elmheims, terrified by the prospect of being dragged into the centuries-old feud between the main and branch houses. The tension between the two Elmheims is something everyone can feel. Vigor realizes how much he screwed up by bullying a member of the Elmheim family earlier. He approaches Aster with a mix of anxiety and fear, rubbing his hands together. He starts brown-nosing, claiming he's heard all the legendary rumors and can't believe he's actually standing in front of the famous branch family member. Aster stares back with a calm, steady gaze, his golden eyes filled with an intensity that matches his reputation. The senior is momentarily paralyzed by the weight of the Elmheim presence. After a tense second, Aster's face breaks into a small, knowing smile. He seems much more composed and in control of his power than he was 4 years ago. Aster tells the older student that just Aster is fine, dropping the heavy weight of his family title for a moment. He carries himself with a quiet confidence as he steps forward to begin his new life at the academy. 4 years have passed, and the first venue for the entrance exam is finally open. High up on a balcony, a military official addresses the crowd, welcoming them with a speech about patriotism and courage. He doesn't hold back on the elitism either. He makes it clear that Kingdom Knights are a different breed entirely, far above the provincial ones crawling around the countryside. With a clenched fist and a booming voice, he reminds everyone of their primary duty. Their sole purpose is to serve and protect the king. The examinees listen intently, knowing that only the sharpest blades will make the cut. The official warns them that there's no room for blunt swords in their ranks. Looking down at the sea of hopefuls, he tells them to treat this exam exactly like a battlefield. He wants them to show their true worth from the very start. Standing among the crowd is Aster Elmheim, now a teenager with a much more powerful build. He listens to the official's ridiculous speech with a smirk, just happy to finally be back here. Becoming a Kingdom Knight was a dream he couldn't even reach for when he was wingless. Now, he's looking at a world of strength that was previously closed off to him. At the very top of that world sits Roderick A. Elmheim, the Kingdom Knight General Commander. He's the man Aster is truly gunning for. Aster stares down the silhouettes of the knights currently in power, his eyes fixed on the man at the top. He internally tells Roderick to just wait a little longer. His golden eyes glow with an intense determination. To get his revenge, he first has to dominate this selection exam. The time for waiting is over. He steals his resolve, ready to catch up to his enemies in no time. The official gives the signal, and the trial begins instantly. Heavy spears materialize in the air, plunging down toward the unsuspecting examinees. One guy doesn't even have time to react before an arrow pierces right through his head. Blood sprays as he collapses in the middle of the arena. Panic erupts as the examinees realize the scale of the danger. The proctor announces that the first trial is the trial of the Arrow Tower. It's a complete bloodbath from above. A massive rain of arrows fills the sky, and the rule is simple: be the last one standing to win. People are getting skewered left and right, screaming in confusion. They have no idea how to handle a literal storm of projectiles. Someone yells to run, realizing they'll all be killed if they just stay out in the open. The arena has turned into a chaotic struggle for survival. A few smarter ones try to group up and watch each other's backs. They form defensive circles, trying to block the arrows with their swords. From his vantage point, the proctor watches the veterans closely. They know exactly what they're doing, but even they are struggling. The proctor isn't very optimistic about their chances. He notes that the survival rate for this trial is usually only around 30%. He looks down at those who have already fallen, thinking that superficial countermeasures will quickly reach their limit. The true test of ability is about to begin. While everyone else is frantically dodging, a blonde applicant stands calmly amidst the chaos. The proctor is waiting for someone to show the kind of power that only a wing emblem can achieve. Aster stands right in the center, completely motionless with his back to the rain of arrows. He's not even trying to move, which looks like a death wish to everyone else. The surrounding examinees are baffled, wondering if he's just frozen from fear. They can't believe anyone would be that stupid. Gurion Elmheim, with his orange hair and arrogant smirk, watches from the side. He's practically rooting for Aster to turn into a hedgehog and die right there. Just as the arrows are about to hit him, Aster's hand goes to his hilt. A subtle glow starts to emanate from his position. A massive burst of red mana erupts, swirling around him like a violent hurricane. He doesn't even look back as the arrows are swept away by the force. The examinees nearby are thrown into total shock. They can't believe he's actually deflecting the entire storm by himself. The red mana vortex expands, scattering every single projectile that comes close. It's a terrifying display of raw power. Aster smirks, his expression sharp and dangerous. He challenges the trial to bring everything it has directly to him. He creates a literal mana tornado, standing calmly at the eye of the storm. The projectiles are shredded by the intensity of his magic. Vigor is left gaping, unable to comprehend the level of power he's seeing. He's forced to shield himself from the debris as Aster's vortex rages on. He looks on in pure terror, realizing that not a single arrow is even reaching Aster's body. The guy he was just mocking has become a total monster. The proctor is absolutely mesmerized by the technique. He realizes Aster is using his mana to create a massive updraft that's impossible to penetrate. It's as if Aster is cloaked in a living storm. The level of mana manipulation is far beyond anything the proctor expected from an examinee. Finally, the rain of arrows comes to a sudden halt. The examinees who survived look around, confused and wondering if the nightmare is finally over. The proctor ponders the results, noting that more people survived than he anticipated. He doesn't seem too bothered by it, though. He addresses the survivors, telling them they've shown some guts. He coldly points to the corpses littering the ground as proof of their success. Those who are still standing are officially declared to have passed the first trial. Gurion and the others catch their breath, still shaken by what just happened. But there's no time for anyone to rest. The proctor immediately starts leading the group toward the next trial grounds. Vigor grumble, calling the proctor a drill sergeant from hell. Aster just walks ahead, completely unfazed by the ordeal. Aster spots Vigor's mates panting heavily and can't help but mess with him. He asks if the senior is exhausted already, despite only having to endure a simple rain of arrows. Vigor Smates is sweating buckets, looking at the guy next to him with pure confusion. He can't wrap his head around why Aster is acting so completely unfazed after such a chaotic trial. Up on the balcony, the proctor watches Aster closely, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. He's genuinely impressed that the boy doesn't show a single hint of fatigue after releasing that much mana. The proctor thinks about the name, Aster of the Seven Wings, and decides he's eager to see how the kid fights in the next round. Aster just stands there, his presence alone command attention. As the examinees gather in the courtyard, Gurion Elmheim, with his bright orange hair and smug expression, starts walking away with his own clique. Aster watches his cousins back, knowing there's more to this than a simple exam. A dark memory or an orders from the main house flashes through the air. Gurion was told he must absolutely prevent Aster from becoming a royal knight for the sake of the family's future. Gurion looks determined, even a bit stressed, as he processes his instructions. He knows he can't afford to let a failure like Aster succeed on such a public stage. The proctor's voice booms across the yard again, announcing a new rule. To keep things fair for the next trial, everyone has to hand over their personal weapons and use identical standard swords. Vigor is already complaining about the change, thinking it's a huge pain. He watches as the guards start handing out the new blades to the line of students. He tries to downplay it, though, muttering that the swords mid-ranking knights carry aren't that different from what they're used to anyway. It's clear he's just trying to act tough. Aster examines the standard blade since his personal sword has been confiscated. Vigor, standing nearby, guesses that the officials are likely on guard because of Aster's strange sword. Everyone saw what he did in the first round. Aster just stares at the plain hilt in his hand, looking totally unimpressed. He doesn't need a legendary blade to deal with the people in this courtyard. Gurion doesn't miss a chance to twist the knife, mocking Aster for already being tamed like a lackey. He finds it hilarious that Aster is following the rules so obediently. Vigor is the one who gets offended first, shouting back and asking who exactly is calling them lackeys. Gurion just smiles, recognizing him as the heir to the house of Baron Smythe. Gurion leans in with a cold, mocking look, telling Vigor that a third-rate countryside noble needs to learn a painful lesson. He warns him not to wag his tail at the wrong person if he wants to survive. That threat works instantly, and Vigor immediately starts groveling, begging young Master Gurion to listen. He desperately claims he has absolutely nothing to do with a guy like Aster. Aster just watches the pathetic display with a knowing smirk. He's not surprised by the betrayal. In fact, he probably expected it from someone like Vigor. The atmosphere in the group is beyond awkward now. Aster stands alone as the others distance themselves, clearly terrified of being associated with him. The proctor interrupts the drama to explain the rules for the second trial. It's going to be a siege battle, and everyone's looking for any advantage they can find. The examinees are split into 3 teams, assigned to battle for control over different camps scattered throughout the nearby forest. Aster finds himself on a team with Vigor and a mysterious blonde applicant. The goal is simple. A camp is considered occupied once your team's flag is raised on its flagpole. It's all about speed and coordination. Whichever team holds 2 or more camps by the time the evening bell rings will be the winner. The proctor warns that destroying or hiding the flags is strictly forbidden. However, that's where the rules end. The proctor basically gives them a license to kill, telling them to consider their standard swords as permits to slash and slaughter their enemies. Holding out the team-colored ribbons, the proctor starts announcing the member lists. Everyone is anxious to see who they'll be stuck with in the woods. Gurion ends up on the red team, while Aster is assigned to the blue team. Vigor is stuck right there with the young master of the Elmheim branch house, looking like he's about to faint. Out in the forest, a smoke signal rises into the sky, marking the official start of the trial. Aster watches the signal, ready to make his move. He starts calculating their path, noting that there are 3 flags per camp. To win, they have to capture at least 2 camps, including their own starting point. Vigor is already second-guessing everything, asking if that means only one team can pass the trial. He's clearly looking for an excuse to avoid any real conflict. The realization hits him like a ton of bricks. If they want to win, they'll have to fight in Elmheim, specifically Gurion. Vigor looks like he's seen a ghost. The other students turn to Aster, their voices trembling as they ask if that's really what all of this means. They're still clinging to a faint hope that there's some other way to get around it. Aster just looks at him with a deadpan expression, confused by why the guy is so panicked already. It's a trial. Of course there's going to be fighting. Vigor practically begs Aster to understand, saying they are all terrified of the Elmheim family's retaliation. He's shaking at the mere thought of it. He points out that their opponent isn't just anyone. It's the young master of the main Elmheim house. He can't even imagine the consequences of pointing a sword at someone like that. In his mind, he sees Gurion's smug face, knowing that even in a trial, the rules don't apply to the tyrants. To him, challenging an Elmheim is a literal suicide mission. Vigor's imagination runs wild with images of knights being brutally executed. He says they'd never be able to hold their heads high as knights again if they crossed that line. He's even more worried about the worst-case scenario, that their entire families and retainers would be slaughtered in retaliation. To these students, the Elmheim name is a death sentence. Aster asks if that means they're just giving up on the trial right now. Vigor doesn't even hesitate, saying there's always next time and it's better than dying. Vigor walks away with the rest of the group, leaving Aster behind. He mutters that a guy like Aster probably wouldn't understand the feelings of weaklings like them. Left alone, Aster starts running through the forest, holding the blue team flag. He reflects on how ironic it is to end up isolated in what's supposed to be a team battle. He looks at the imaginary map, remembering the terrifying aura of Roderick Elmheim. To most knights, the Elmheim family represents a reign of terror that absolutely cannot be defied. The image of Vigor walking away flashes through his mind again. The guy was convinced that Aster couldn't possibly understand the fear of being small and powerless. Aster just smiles to himself as he picks up speed. He realizes that from an outsider's point of view, he's ultimately just another part of that same terrifying family. He reaches a fort, but everything is strangely quiet. He's surprised that he hasn't run into any combat yet, despite the smoke signal going off quite a while ago. Aster cautiously enters the fort, his golden eyes scanning the silent walls for any signs of an ambush. He's suspicious of the unnatural quiet that has settled over the entire area, wondering if the other teams are just being cautious, or if something else is going on. Emerging from the shadows, a blond guy stands there with a condescending smirk on his face. He mocks Aster for actually showing up all alone, looking completely unimpressed by the protagonist's arrival. Holding the team flag in his hand, this guy declares that everything has played out exactly as he predicted up to this point. Aster freezes, his gaze fixed on this mysterious henchman. Aster's expression hardens as he repeats the word "he" under his breath, trying to figure out who is pulling the strings. He realizes that even within this exam, he has been surrounded by enemies from the very start. The blond guy idly plays with the yellow ribbon on his arm, looking completely bored with the trial's objectives. He remarks that he's had plenty of free time since the trial started, implying that his mission isn't about the exam at all, but only about stopping Aster. With a sudden motion, he declares himself Aster's opponent, tossing his yellow team flag aside like a worthless piece of trash. He's abandoned the duty of guarding the camp to fulfill his secret orders. Aster looks up at the flagpole, where a red flag is already waving triumphantly in the wind. The sight confirms his worst fears. His teammates have abandoned him, while the remaining opponents do everything to hold him back. All of them in this exam are actively working together to ensure the red team's victory. Tern D-stroke letter 1ED3NG, D-stroke letter 1ED9, IPH letter 1E3NB letter 1ED9, Irut Than KI letter 1EBF, MTRU CHU letter 1EA9, Enra, Doyum letter 1EAFT Enhio, L letter 1EA1, IS letter 1EB5N, Sang T letter 1EA5N Kong. Aster Bang Hong TR letter 1B0 letter 1EDB, Sequimo C letter 1EE7, S letter 1EF1 L letter 1EB, a D letter 1ED1 I NAI. C letter 1ED1, J letter 1EF and GTH letter 1EA5 UH, I letter 1EC3 UI cute and Gia stroke letter 1EB1 and G. SOUS letter 1EF1, PH letter 1E3 and B letter 1ED9, ICO PH letter 1ED1, IH letter 1E3P NAI. From a distance, the heavy thud of marching footsteps echoes through the trees as a massive group of examinees from both the red and yellow teams approaches. All of them are heading straight for the blue team's camp, a clear sign that Gurion has successfully intimidated almost every participant into joining a single faction. At the head of the mob, Gurion Elmheim wears a triumphant grin, his eyes reflecting a cruel satisfaction as he looks down at Aster. He tells his cousin that he's about to witness the true Elmheim way of fighting, total domination through overwhelming force and political pressure. The Kingdom Knight selection exam moves into its second stage, a high-stakes offensive and defensive battle. Sparks fly as candidates clash for a chance at glory. 20 participants are split into 3 teams. To win, a team must occupy at least 2 bases by the end of the exam. The ultimate goal is simple but brutal. You must plant your team's flag in the enemy's base to secure victory. Aster, clashing with his opponent, pushes back as he demands answers. He wants to know why someone from another team is interfering. His opponent is Christopher Nolan, a top-tier candidate who was supposed to be leading the yellow team. So why did Nolan take down his own team's flag and start protecting the red flag? The betrayal is crystal clear as he stands his ground to face off against Aster. Nolan reveals the truth with a cold smile. He's formed an alliance with the main Elmheim house. As the legitimate son of House Nolan, Christopher is a 5-winged genius known for his exceptional court swordsmanship. From atop the wall, an examiner watches the duel with a calculating gaze. He knows all too well that these two were the only ones who passed the first round without breaking a sweat. Both Aster and Nolan are rough diamonds meant to be knights. It's almost a shame they're clashing like this now. The examiner realizes that only one of these exceptional talents can move forward, leaving the other behind. The shockwave from their blades forced Aster back, making him question the logic behind this strange alliance. Aster points out that even with an alliance, only one team can ultimately win the exam. Nolan just looks at him, unfazed. Nolan admits he's chosen to let the main house take the victory. He reveals that even now, his allies are heading to Aster's base. A vision of his teammates being threatened flashes through Aster's mind. He realizes Gurion has leveraged fear to turn everyone against him. Aster breaks out in a cold sweat. He knows Gurion is behind the intimidation, forcing the other students into submission. Nolan looks down on him, remarking that no one is foolish enough to stand in the way of a moving carriage if they don't want to get crushed. To Nolan, this hierarchy is the natural order of noble birth. He sees Aster's resistance as a futile struggle against destiny. The duel resumes with a heavy clash of steel. Aster grinds his teeth, refusing to back down from the overwhelming pressure. Something is wrong. Aster notices a crack forming on his blade. In a brief flash, Aster remembers the examiner handing him the sword. He begins to suspect that he was intentionally given a defective product. Nolan maintains his focus, declaring this to be strictly a one-on-one duel. He confesses that he never liked that Elmheim bunch to begin with. Mana flares around Nolan's blade as he prepares for a decisive strike. Aster watches intently, sensing the weapon's instability. The blade shatters. Under the strain of the mana and Nolan's strike, Aster's sword explodes into useless fragments. Without stopping for even a single beat, Aster immediately snatches the shattered fragment of the blade. He flings that blade fragment straight at Nolan to prevent him from closing the distance. Nolan flinches and lets out a huff, pulling back his sword to parry Aster's throw. Aster doesn't stick around to finish the fight. He turns and sprints away, leaving a confused Nolan behind. Aster shouts back that their duel will have to wait. He has someone much more important to deal with right now. Nolan scoffs, dismissing Aster as a disgrace to knights everywhere for running away in the middle of a battle. His eyes fall on the broken tip of his sword lying in the dirt. Something about the break doesn't seem natural. Picking up the shard, Nolan examines it closely. Even for a standard-issue weapon, the quality is embarrassingly poor. The truth hits him like a physical blow. The Elmheims played dirty to ensure that Aster couldn't outperform their own heirs. Aster sprints toward his base, calling out for Vigor Smates. He needs to know if his comrades are still safe. He reaches the camp only to see the walls already occupied. The enemy is already here, and they're waiting for him. Gurion sits perched on the wall like a vulture. He mocks Aster, unimpressed that Nolan couldn't even stall him for longer. Gurion brags about securing their third base, claiming the entire exam is now under his total domination. Aster's voice is thick with rage as he glares up at his arrogant cousin. He's had enough of these games. Looking around at the captured banners and empty camp, Aster demands to know what happened to the rest of his team. Gurion's expression turns cold. He doesn't even bother to answer, letting the silence fill the air as his trap closes in. A cold blade is suddenly pressed against Aster's back. He's been surrounded before he could even draw his own weapon. It's Vigor Smates. Looking conflicted but cornered, he tells Aster he warned him he wouldn't go along with his reckless plans from the start. Vigor Smates declares he won't follow anyone who defies the Elmheim family. He's sweating, clearly intimidated by the main house's power as he levels his sword at Aster. From atop the stone wall, the laughter of Gurion Elmheim rings out. He mocks the gathered students, nodding with a smug grin that they didn't even show a hint of resistance before switching sides. Smates and the other students surround Aster with their weapons drawn. Aster stands in the center of the circle, asking calmly if they really think they can win just by outnumbering him. Gurion waves off Aster's confidence with a dismissive gesture. He tells his cousin that the fight is already over and the result has been set since the beginning. He points to the red flags already planted firmly along the battlements of the captured base. The conditions for victory in this battle have already been met by his alliance. Looking down from his high perch, Gurion mocks Aster's late arrival. He tells him that even if he desperately runs around trying to plant flags now, it won't change the outcome. A blue flag lies shredded and discarded on the ground, a silent testament to the fallen defense. Gurion points out that Aster simply doesn't have the manpower left to hold his ground. Gurion explains his strategy with a simple diagram, looking down at his cousin's head. He only has to wait for Aster to head to another base, then his men will simply replace the flags behind him. Gurion holds up 2 fingers, radiating arrogance as he explains that they only need to keep 2 bases to win. He feels completely in control of the exam's final moments. Aster crouches low, his eyes narrowing as he prepares to move. He tells them he'll simply make sure they aren't left standing to carry out their little plan. Aster's golden eyes flare with a dangerous light as he focuses his mana. He's finished talking and is ready to cut through anyone standing in his way. The students surrounding him can feel the sudden, heavy shift in the air. Smates and the others grit their teeth, their faces pale as they sense the danger radiating from Aster. Gurion laughs off the threat from the wall, calling it a desperate bluff. He doesn't believe for a second that an unarmed student can follow through on such a boast. Leaning over the edge, Gurion points out that Aster's sword was useless from the start. He mocks him, saying that without a weapon, a 7-winged genius is no better than being wingless. The circle of students closes in on Aster, blades leveled at his throat from all sides. Gurion dares him to try and take on everyone gathered here by himself. Aster looks down at the broken hilt in his hand, a small, dark smile playing on his lips. He admits that Gurion actually managed to impress him with how he set this up. He holds up the shattered remnant of his weapon, almost as if he's admiring Gurion's handiwork. The irony of being called wingless while holding a broken blade isn't lost on him. The students watch in confusion as Aster seems to accept his situation. Smates looks on from the side, his brow furrowed as he waits for Aster's next move. Aster acknowledges that Gurion thought through this ambush much better than he had anticipated. He stands casually despite the circle of steel surrounding him. Gurion's eyes glow with a malicious light as he watches from above. He's convinced he has already secured his total victory over his cousin. The broken hilt falls from Aster's hand, clattering against the dry earth and sending up a small cloud of dust. He's completely unarmed now, at least in the traditional sense. A close-up of Aster's glowing yellow eyes shows a predatory focus. He isn't worried about being weaponless. He's just gathering his internal energy. With his hands empty and open, Aster repeats how impressed he is by Gurion's planning. His calm demeanor is starting to unnerve the surrounding attackers. Gurion just smiles wider, his ego blinded by the apparent advantage he holds over his unarmed opponent. He's already celebrating his win in his mind. The discarded hilt bounces on the ground as the tension finally snaps. The air itself seems to vibrate with the pressure of Aster's building mana. Aster moves like a blur, ducking low under a sword swing from one of the students. His speed is far beyond what any of them were prepared for. A powerful kick connects, sending one of the attackers flying backward into the dust. Aster isn't holding back his physical strength as he breaks the encirclement. Aster weaves through the crowd of students, dodging strikes with minimal, precise movement. He's moving with a clarity that makes the group's numbers irrelevant. He snatches Vigor's sword as it falls. Every movement is calculated to dismantle the encirclement one person at a time. Blazing streaks of red mana erupt as Aster sweeps his blade. He tears through the group of nobles with such brutal and efficient force that they don't even see it coming. Gurion looks down from the wall, his smug expression replaced by sheer confusion. He can't understand how one person is overwhelming 20 other trained candidates. Aster points his blade directly at Gurion. The tide of the battle has completely shifted in his favor. With a cold and unwavering gaze, he tells Gurion that his decision to overextend his forces was a fatal mistake. Gurion finally realizes the monster he's actually dealing with, his face contorting in panic. He tries to bark orders, but his voice fails as Aster focuses on him. Red mana swirls around Aster's feet as he prepares for a massive leap toward the wall. The ground beneath him cracks from the sheer pressure of his takeoff. Aster launches himself into the air, soaring toward the top of the high stone battlements. He's closing the distance to Gurion in a single, impossible bound. Gurion stares in disbelief as Aster reaches the height of the wall. He can't comprehend someone being able to fly this far without the aid of a magic circle or wings. Midair, Aster's face is a mask of cold determination as he closes in. He tells Gurion that he was simply too slow on the draw to protect himself. Aster reaches the wall and strikes, his movement so incredibly fast that the moment Gurion draws his weapon, it is instantly shattered. The sound of the impact echoes throughout the entire base. For a brief moment, Aster's mind flashes back to his infancy, to the feeling of flying for the very first time as a baby. It's a memory of pure mana control. He reflects on how it felt to be truly wingless in his past life, and how that struggle shaped his current power. He feels a sense of omnipotence in this state. Aster grabs Gurion and drags him off the wall, sending them both falling toward the ground below. He notes that the wall, which once seemed so high, is now trivial to him. Gurion shouts for Aster to stop as he's pinned down. His face is pale, sweat beading on his forehead as he looks up from the dirt. Aster stands over the fallen noble, his boot firmly pinning Gurion to the ground. Gurion struggles uselessly against the overwhelming physical pressure of the stance. Looking down with glowing yellow eyes, Aster's expression is one of cold amusement. He remarks that the wall he once thought high now seems incredibly low. A massive plume of dust and mana-infused smoke erupts from the impact site. The force of the descent has left a literal crater in the earth. Thick clouds of debris billow outward, obscuring the battlefield. The sound of the crash still echoes through the captured base. Vigor Smates and the other defecting students stand frozen. They stare at the center of the impact, their bodies tense and faces pale. Smates' jaw drops as he stares at the settling dust. He's completely speechless, his eyes wide as he realizes the sheer gap in their abilities. As the air clears, the silhouette of Aster standing over the defeated Gurion is revealed. He holds a stolen blade casually by his side. Aster turns his gaze toward the remaining group of students. His golden eyes pierce through the gloom, demanding their full attention. Below, he is grabbing Gurion by the back of his collar. He hauls the noble across the ground like a discarded sack. With a careless shove, Aster tosses Gurion onto the ground in front of the others. Gurion groans in pain, unable to even lift his head from the dirt. He groans, his voice cracking as he orders the other students to stop waiting around and take Aster down. But that powerless voice, stripped of all authority, fails to move the frozen feet of the defecting students. Lying in the dirt, Gurion gasps for air and tries to reclaim his position. He frantically orders the other students to hurry up and kill Aster. The students look on from the shadows of the gateway, torn between their instincts and their orders. Gurion's voice cracks as he reminds them that this is an official order from House Elmheim. Smates looks around frantically, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword. He curses under his breath, caught in a situation he never anticipated. Aster stares directly at them, questioning if they are truly that afraid of the Main family's retaliation. He seems genuinely curious about their lack of resolve. Smates shouts back that of course they are. He explains that his family is merely a third-rate noble house that could be erased in an instant. A flashback shows the Smates family kneeling in a grand hall, surrounded by luxury they don't truly own. Smates notes that if Elmheim wills it, they will be crushed like insects. The image of the submissive nobles continues as Smates explains their plight. They have no choice but to act submissively to avoid offending the powers that be. Smates's face is contorted with frustration as he yells at Aster. He claims that for a blessed genius like Aster, their daily struggle for survival is incomprehensible. Aster listens in silence, his expression unreadable. He doesn't move, keeping his eyes fixed on the shouting boy. A small, knowing smile touches Aster's lips as he considers Smates's words. He isn't mocking the boy's pain, but the irony of the situation. Smates recoils slightly, demanding to know what Aster finds so funny. His voice is trembling with a mix of fear and indignation. Aster recalls his sister telling him something very similar. An image of a woman with reddish hair appears, her expression stern as she lectures him. Turning back to the present, Aster admits that it is an undeniable fact that he is currently blessed with power. He accepts his position without any false humility. He lowers the stolen sword until the tip rests just inches from Gurion's throat. Gurion winces, his face covered in grime and cold sweat. Aster declares that if the current, arrogant Elmheim family is the problem, he has a simple solution. If they can't do anything about the corruption, then he will be the one to change it. His eyes burn with an intense, golden fire as he makes his final declaration. He vows to crush the current establishment of the Elmheim family. The students are stunned into a deafening silence. The magnitude of Aster's words, committing open treason, is almost too much for them to process. Even Gurion looks up in wide-eyed disbelief, wondering if Aster has lost his mind. The word crush hangs heavily in the air. Smates trembles, asking if Aster even understands the consequences of what he's saying. To declare war on the main house is a death sentence. Close up on Aster's face as he confirms it with absolute certainty. He tells them that this is indeed a formal declaration of war. In a dark, metaphorical vision, people fall into a bottomless pit alongside shattered weapons. Aster warns them that fawning over the current family leads only to betrayal and a miserable end. He looks at the group and tells them that if they want to avoid that fate, they have no choice but to fight. Standing with the captured base behind him, Aster holds the sword ready. He believes the 7 wings on his back were given to him specifically for this purpose. He presents a choice to the gathered students, his voice echoing through the courtyard. He asks them which Elmheim they will follow, the noble on the ground or him. Gurion screams from the dirt, telling the others not to listen to Aster's insane talk. He insists that such a rebellion would never be allowed. He turns his threats toward the students, his eyes wide and bloodshot. He warns them that betraying him now will have dire consequences for their families. Gurion continues his desperate rant, claiming he remembers every single one of their faces. He promises they will suffer if they don't obey him immediately. Smate stares down at the ground, his face pale and covered in cold sweat. He is paralyzed by the impossible choice before him. He opens his mouth and lets out a primal roar of frustration. The sound is raw and filled with the pressure of a lifetime of submission. Smate stands alone in the middle of the field, his sword stabbed into the dirt before him. He curses his situation one last time as he makes his final decision. Vigor Smate sprints desperately toward the team's blue flag, his boots kicking up dust from the dry ground. He screams out a question, desperate to know if Aster will truly follow through and take down Gurion for the sake of the minor families. Looking over his shoulder at the other students, Smates' voice carries a heavy warning. He tells Aster that giving them false hope for change would be an unforgivable betrayal that he would truly resent. Aster's gaze remains fixed and steady, his golden eyes reflecting a cold resolve. He gives a simple, verbal vow to uphold his end of the bargain and fulfill his promise. Smates stands still for a moment, sweat slicking his brow as the weight of his decision sinks in. He looks like a man who has just stepped off a ledge, waiting for the impact of his choice. Smates thrusts his arm into the air, a blue cloth clutched tightly in his fist. He shouts his full name and lineage, making his stand official before the entire gathered group. The declaration echoes across the field as Smates publicly sides with Aster A. Elmheim. The gesture marks a clear turning point in the battle for control over the base. The other students stand paralyzed, their faces pale with shock. They murmur in low voices, acknowledging that Gurion's authority and plan have completely disintegrated. Gurion lies in the dirt, the tip of a sword hovering dangerously close to his temple. His eyes burn with a dark, reddish light as he seethes, spitting out a final insult at his captor. Aster stands at the center of the training grounds while Bigger Smates yells at the crowd. The other candidates are just standing around, stunned after the chaos. Bigger isn't about to waste this opportunity. He shouts for everyone to bet it all on the 7 wings and show the Elmheim family what they're actually made of. The other students look at each other, murmuring in confusion. They've spent the whole exam being pawns, and now the power dynamic has completely shifted. Aster watches the scene unfold with a cold, steady gaze. He's already got one major player on his side, which means he won't have to do all the heavy lifting himself. He surveys the crowd, calculating his next move. Winning the exam is one thing, but to actually take down the Elmheim family, he's going to need a lot more than just a few followers. Nearby, Grian Elmheim is slumped on the ground, his pride in tatters. The guy is fuming, unable to process how everything went so wrong. One of the lackeys rushes over to check on him. He looks genuinely worried as he asks if the noble is all right. Grian doesn't want sympathy. He snaps at the guy and shoves him away, calling him useless trash as he struggles to get back up. The obsession with the main family is eating him alive. He knows if he doesn't stop Aster here, he'll never be able to show his face to the real Elmheims again. A dark memory of a bloody hand and a discarded blade flashes through his mind. He's terrified of failing like his brother did, knowing the main family won't show him any mercy. Grian clenches his wounded hand, his eyes wide with desperation. He's convinced himself that he can't let things end like this. A shadow falls over him as a pair of boots stops right in front of his face. Christopher Nalen looms over the fallen noble, his expression unreadable. Grian looks up, his face scratched and covered in dirt. He's pathetic and he knows it. Nalen stares down at him with pure disgust. The silence between them is heavy as the alliance they built on lies finally hits its breaking point. Grian immediately starts barking orders, pointing a finger at Aster. He demands to know what Nalen has been doing and tells him to finish the job he was supposed to do. He actually thinks he still has the upper hand. A twisted grin spreads across his face, believing Nalen is his last ticket to victory. Nalen doesn't even look at him. He admits that while Aster's rank might not be high, his skill with a sword is undeniably the best in the courtyard. Grian doesn't care about fair play. He screams at Nalen to hurry up and hack Aster to pieces, his voice cracking from the strain. Instead of drawing his sword, Nalen reaches for the Alliance badge on his arm. He rips it off with a sharp tug. He tosses the piece of fabric back at Grian. He didn't come over to help. He came to return the only thing tying him to this mess. Nalen's eyes go cold as he speaks his mind. He's realized that Grian's underhanded methods go against everything he stands for as a swordsman. He formally breaks the alliance right then and there. Grian can only stare in shock as his last hope walks away from him. The realization hits the remaining students like a physical blow. Even the honorable Nalen family is jumping ship, leaving them with no clear path forward. Nalen isn't done yet, though. He turns his attention to Aster, knowing they still have to settle their own score to finish the exam. Aster waits for him, his expression completely blank. He isn't surprised by the betrayal, he was just waiting for the inevitable. Nalen grips his sword hilt, preparing to fight for real. He's going to use the proud swordsmanship of his family to test the 7 wings. He tells Aster he needs to see how his skills stack up against that legendary power. It's no longer about the alliance, it's about his own pride as a knight. Nalen charges forward, his blade igniting with a golden mana. He puts everything into this single strike, aiming to end the duel in one go. He leaps into the air, bringing his glowing sword down with enough force to shatter the ground. Aster doesn't even flinch. He catches the blow with his own blade, a red aura flaring around him as he tells Nalen that their little duel is going to have to wait. The shock is written all over Nalen's face. The pressure coming off Aster is completely different from anything he's felt before. It's overwhelming. Aster and Hin Zoe vow M letter 1 EFT an. H letter 1 ECF, IR letter 1 EB1 and G, LI letter 1 EC7, UM letter 1 ECD, ING letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDD, I doc quern M letter 1 E5T, M letter 1 E5C, ditch TH letter 1 EF1C, S letter 1 EF1, Chi Co M letter 1 EB7T, letter 1 EDF, Day R letter 1 ED3, I sow. Nalen backed away, pointing out the cold reality. According to the rules, only one team can pass this exam, which means we have to keep fighting until only one side is left standing. He insists they settle this now if they both want to become Kingdom Knights. For him, there's no other way forward. Aster just closes his eyes and sighs. That specific rule is exactly what's standing in his way. He looks at Nalen and says something completely unexpected. He wants the swordsman to become a Kingdom Knight, too. Nalen is floored. He doesn't understand why his rival would care about his future in the middle of a cutthroat exam. Aster gestures to the crowd, pointing out that everyone is already riled up about changing the system. He tells Nolan it wouldn't be right to ask everyone to give up on their dreams just because they're on different teams. A confident smirk plays on his lips. He reveals that he has a plan to make sure every single person currently standing in the courtyard passes the exam. The news sends a shockwave through the candidates. Nolan, Grian, and the commoners all stare at him like he's lost his mind. He admits he can't strictly guarantee it, but he's confident. The only catch is that he needs everyone's cooperation to pull off this impossible gamble. Aster starts walking toward the center of the camp. Grian watches him from the dirt, completely broken and unable to comprehend the scale of Aster's ambition. Grian is a complete mess, pinned to the ground and trembling. He looks like he's staring death in the face, completely broken by the pressure of his defeat. Aster looms over him, but he's not looking for a fight anymore. He holds out a hand with a calm smile, offering a truce that feels more like a command than a choice. High above the training grounds, the academy flag ripples in the wind. The visual of multiple flags flying at once has the staff in a complete tailspin as they try to process the result. The great examiner is absolutely losing it. He stares up at the flags, his face contorted in a mix of confusion and pure rage at the blatant defiance of tradition. Aster doesn't flinch. He calmly breaks down the rules, pointing out that the condition for victory was to occupy the camps, and nowhere did it say only one team could raise their flag. He explains his logic to the crowd. By forming an alliance between all three teams, they've technically met the requirements for victory without shedding any more blood. The great examiner gets right in Aster's face, shouting about how this is a mockery of everything the academy stands for. He can't wrap his head around someone actually trying to help everyone pass. The other candidates exchange nervous glances. They were finally starting to hope, but seeing the examiner's reaction makes them realize just how thin the ice they're standing on really is. The examiner tries to lecture them on the nature of war. He argues that a knight's job is to destroy the enemy territory, not to negotiate and shake hands in the middle of a mission. Aster's eyes sharpen as he fires back a counterargument. He suggests that a smart knight knows when an enemy has more value alive than dead. The great examiner isn't listening. He doubles down on his sword of the state rhetoric, surrounded by the imagery of silent, obedient knights ready for battle. He screams that it's not a candidate's place to make those kinds of tactical judgments. For him, a soldier who thinks for themselves is nothing but a liability. Aster puts him on the spot, asking if he's actually going to disqualify them for following the rules to the letter. He suggests that doing so would be nothing more than the examiner's own ego overstepping his authority. The examiner freezes, the logic hitting him like a physical blow. He wants to argue, but he knows Aster has him backed into a corner legally. Aster leans in close, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. He's no longer just debating the rules, he's applying a very specific kind of political pressure. He points out the nightmare that would follow if the Academy failed every single candidate this year. The main noble families definitely wouldn't stay quiet about that kind of embarrassment. The examiner is left speechless, his face a mask of frustration. He realizes this situation is way above his pay grade and he needs a higher authority to intervene. He eventually gives up and goes to consult his superiors. The students are left in a tense silence, waiting an entire hour for a verdict that will decide their futures. The wait is absolute agony. One student can't stop his leg from shaking, the anxiety of the unknown slowly eating away at everyone's resolve. Aster, on the other hand, is perfectly relaxed. He leans back with his eyes closed, seemingly unbothered by the fact that he just gambled everyone's career on a technicality. He tells the others that regardless of the outcome, they've already won by forcing the Academy to actually debate their methods. Christopher Nolan sits with his arms crossed, his usual arrogant demeanor replaced by a look of deep contemplation. He's starting to realize that Aster is playing a completely different game than the rest of them. One of the commoner students leans in, curious about how Aster managed to get someone as stuck-up as Grian to agree to the plan. Aster just gives him a mysterious smirk. He's not about to reveal the dark threats and manipulation he used to keep the noble in line. Suddenly, the massive doors to the hall swing open with a bang. An official calls the room to attention, cutting through the murmurs instantly. Everyone snaps to their feet as a group of high-ranking officers enters the room. The atmosphere is thick with a new level of authority that they haven't faced yet. Leading the group is an older man with a calm, practiced smile. This is Principal Mimir, the man who actually holds the keys to the entire academy. The announcement rings out that the principal himself will be the one to deliver the final results of the entrance exam. Everyone holds their breath. Mimir steps forward, his presence commanding the entire room without him even having to raise his voice. He tells them all to listen closely. The students are stunned. They expected a stern reprimand or a mass disqualification, not a personal visit from the man at the very top of the military hierarchy. Aster whispers to his neighbor that the principal just looks like a regular old guy. The student next to him nearly has a heart attack, begging him to show some respect. Mimir walks straight up to Aster and acknowledges him by name. He admits that the logic Aster used forced the academy board into a truly difficult corner. He addresses the entire group, noting that accepting this many candidates at once is something completely unprecedented in the academy's history. He reveals that while there were proposals for a re-examination, the directors have decided to back Aster's claim. The gamble actually paid off. The silence in the room is deafening as the students struggle to process the magnitude of what they just heard. They're all on the verge of either tears or cheering. A small, knowing smile tugs at the corner of Mimir's mouth as he watches their reactions. He seems to enjoy the disruption Aster has caused. He finally says the words everyone was praying for: "Everyone passes." It's a complete subversion of the academy's usual cutthroat traditions. The room erupts in a deafening cheer. The students who were enemies just hours ago are now celebrating together, their futures as knights finally secured. Mimir formally welcomes them to the Drassel Kingdom Knight Academy, officially ending the most chaotic and successful entrance exam in the school's history. Later that night, the academy sits peaceful under the moonlight. The sound of a long, satisfied sigh echoes from within the massive walls. Inside the academy's massive bathhouse, the boys are finally relaxing. One of them shouts about how the food is great and the luxury is beyond anything he ever imagined as a commoner. He splashes around happily, making sure everyone knows that they owe this entire experience to Aster's insane gamble. The mood is lighter than it's been since the exam began. Aster runs a hand through his damp hair, the heat of the bathhouse finally allowing the tension of the exam to bleed away. Nearby, the commoner students are in high spirits, their cheers echoing off the marble pillars as they celebrate their improbable victory. Nolan steps into the water with a heavy scowl, clearly finding the loud, rowdy celebration of the commoners to be beneath him. He snaps at another student who dares to tease him, insisting he only agreed to a draw and certainly didn't lose the fight to Aster. Aster leans back against the edge of the pool with a satisfied smirk, reflecting on his first successful blow against the Elmheim family name. His new allies share looks of determination. The group's newfound unity is a direct defiance of the divide-and-conquer philosophy he's fought his whole life. This is where our rebellion begins, he thinks, his golden eyes burning with a clarity that even the thick steam can't obscure. His thoughts drift to Ulfin Elmheim, his older sister who has already survived a year at the academy and might prove to be his most vital ally. He eventually rises from the water, steam rolling off his skin as he wraps a towel around his waist to prepare for the first day of training. He walks across the damp, tiled floor, his footsteps the only sound in the brief moments of silence between the students' rowdy songs. He pauses, catching a strange movement in his peripheral vision that immediately breaks his train of thought. He turns to find a group of commoner students kneeling in the water, their heads bowed in an impromptu and bizarre display of reverence. Aster's eyes go wide in total shock, his usual cool composure failing him as he stares at the surreal sight of his peers worshiping him. The students lean in close, their faces flush with excitement as they declare him a living good luck charm and a symbol of their hope for the future. Despite his frantic protests, they drop into full bows, treating him more like a divine savior than a fellow candidate. Nolan watches the spectacle from the far side of the bath, his expression a mix of disgust and mounting anxiety as he realizes just how much influence Aster has gained. Outside the bathhouse, the night sky is clear and cold, a deceptive calm hanging over the academy grounds after the day's chaos. Miles away, the towering spires of the Elmheim estate loom against the moon, the dark stone reflecting the ruthless nature of the family within. Helen Elmheim stands before a massive window, her shadow stretching long across the floor as a defeated Grian kneels in the center of the grand hall. Her face is a mask of pure, glowing rage, as she repeats the news of Aster's declaration to crush the very name she holds sacred. Grian presses his forehead into the cold floor, his body trembling violently as he begs for another chance to redeem his failure. He shouts his apologies, promising to make up for the blunder that allowed a branch family commoner to pass the entrance exam. Before he can finish, a heavy boot slams into his face, snapping his head back and sending a spray of blood across the ornate rug. Lillian A. Elmheim stands over him, her lavender ponytail swaying as she snarls at the piece of trash bleeding on the floor. She towers over him with a sadistic grin, her eyes glowing with the same ruthless energy that defines the main Elmheim bloodline. She mockingly compares him to Dolly's, their brother who met a grisly end after failing to meet the family's impossible standards. Grian looks up through a haze of pain and blood, his eyes wide with the raw terror that only a sibling in this household could truly understand. Lillian isn't finished. She winds up for another strike, her movements fluid and lethal as she continues her brutal correction of his behavior. She stomps down on him repeatedly, each blow punctuated by Grian's frantic thoughts of the man who put him in this position, Aster. His mind flashes back to the training grounds, where Aster had reached out a hand and offered him a terrifying choice between cooperation and death. He remembers the chilling calm in Aster's voice as he explained exactly what the main family would do to him if word of his failure got out. Aster's eyes had been cold and predatory in that moment, a silent promise that the great lord would show absolutely no mercy to a loser. The memory of that gaze still haunts Grian, the sheer weight of Aster's presence feeling more dangerous than any kick from his sister. He vividly recalls the mental image of Dolly's final moments, a gruesome sight that served as Aster's final warning to him during their negotiation. During the exam, Aster had leaned in so close their shoulders touched, his whisper feeling like a death sentence wrapped in a survival deal. "All you have to do is stay quiet," Aster had said, his golden eye fixed on Grian like a hawk watching a cornered mouse. Under the combined weight of Aster's manipulation and his own fear, Grian had finally broken, choosing the path of survival Aster offered over certain execution. Back in the present, a strong hand catches Lillian's wrist mid-swing, stopping her assault with effortless, commanding strength. Grian collapses into a heap on the floor, tears of pain and sheer relief streaming down his face as he cowers in the shadow of his superiors. Julius A. Elmheim looks down with a mocking smile, his red eyes full of a terrifying amusement as he sits comfortably in a high-backed chair. He tells his sister to spare the boy, leaning back as he preaches about the importance of family getting along for the sake of their name. He punctuates his point by gripping the hair of Ulfin Elmheim, whose wide eyes and metal mask tell a story of silent, forced obedience under his thumb. Helen Elmheim trails her fingers across a heavy banner, the symbol of her family's absolute dominance catching the light. She reflects on the fear that has kept their knights in check for generations. Her pink eyes glow with a cold intensity as she looks over her shoulder, acknowledging that their authority is starting to crumble. The appearance of a 7 wings has created a crack in their facade of power. Helen stands tall in the center of the room, addressing Julius and Lillian, while Ulfin remains silent at Julius's feet. She orders her children to go out and remind their enemies why the Elmheim name is feared. Lillian A. Elmheim lets out a sharp, toothy grin, her lavender hair catching the light as she clenches a fist near her chest. She is more than ready to prove that the family's reputation for ruthlessness isn't just for show. Julius A. Elmheim's smirk widens into something predatory, his crimson eyes reflecting a deep-seated arrogance. He intends to follow his mother's orders by showing their detractors exactly what real, unbridled violence looks like. The Dorasal Knight Academy is the ultimate proving ground for the kingdom's elite. In the main training courtyard, rows of magical iron pillars stand ready to test the limits of the newest cadets. These hand-picked recruits must endure a grueling curriculum to earn their place. Each strike on the pillars is a step toward proving they have what it takes to join the glorious Kingdom Guard. To become a Kingdom Knight is to reach the pinnacle of combat and strategy. It's a title reserved for the few who can consistently overwhelm every opponent with absolute skill. Vigor puts every ounce of his strength into a swing, shouting as he strikes the pillar. He's desperate to leave even a single mark on the resilient magical iron. A heavy impact sends sparks and debris flying, but the pillar itself remains stubbornly intact. The resistance is far greater than anything these cadets have faced in their basic training. Vigor pulls back, sweat dripping from his face as he stares at the shallow scratch he managed to make. He clenches his teeth, clearly frustrated by how little his maximum effort has achieved. The Academy operates on a strict 6th grade hierarchy, with badges ranging from silver grade VI up to golden grade I. Your rank dictates the advanced techniques you're allowed to study. A blonde cadet swings his sword with everything he has. In this system, relying on raw physical strength alone will only ever mark you as a third-rate student. He stops to stare at the faint crack he created, realizing just how high the bar for success is set. The gap between his current level and the Academy's expectations is a harsh wake-up call. Nearby, a student channels mana into his weapon, delivering a series of magically infused strikes. Each hit generates a searing flash of energy against the dark metal. He finishes his set, the lingering mana dissipating into the air. While he's more advanced than those using pure muscle, the instructors are still looking for true mastery. True excellence requires the seamless integration of magic and swordsmanship. Only those who can command both are considered first-rate material for the kingdom's defense. An instructor's voice boomed across the field, hammering home to the cadets that proving their strength was the only freedom they had here. But just as he was mid-rant, a massive surge of crimson mana erupted right behind his back. The instructor and the cadets stared in stunned silence. The sheer, suffocating pressure of that display made them realize just how vast the power gap truly was. Aster A. Elmheim stands calmly amidst the training pillars, looking completely unbothered. While the others struggled to make a dent, the pillar in front of him has been reduced to rubble. The shards of pulverized magical iron scatter at Aster's feet. He's achieved a level of destruction that most thought was impossible for a new cadet. The instructor breaks the silence with a cheer, jokingly suggesting they should all aim for that level of power. The rest of the class looks much more skeptical about their chances of matching it. Aster remains composed, his gaze fixed on the distance. High above on the castle walls, the Academy's leadership watches the young man with intense interest. Principal Mimir observes the wreckage alongside another instructor, whispering about the rumored 7 Wings power. They recognize Aster as an incredible talent that can't be ignored. A magical iron pillar of this quality usually requires a golem to handle. Seeing Aster smash it so easily confirms that he is in a league of his own. Watching Aster stand on the field, the instructors knew that his current talent was simply not enough. If he became complacent now, the hidden dangers lurking within this academy would eventually devour him whole. Deep inside the academy, Julius A. Elmheim reclines on a throne made of his defeated peers. He is the dragon of this school, a sadistic force waiting for a new challenger to break. Later, Aster and Vigor walk past the large windows of the academy halls as the evaluation results are processed. The reality of the school's structure is starting to set in. Vigor looks at his silver badge, reflecting on how meritocratic the Kingdom Knights truly are. It's a harsh truth to face right after the high of passing the exam. He notes that their initial performances have already set them apart from most of their peers. Their starting ranks give them a slight advantage in the long road ahead. Vigor holds up his silver VI badge next to Aster's golden IV badge. The difference in their ranks is a stark reminder of the massive power gap that still exists. Aster gives a slight smile, telling Vigor he'll be in trouble if the others don't start catching up soon. He's clearly looking for allies who can pull their own weight. Vigor sighs, realizing that their new boss is going to be quite strict. Aster continues walking, his eyes fixed on whatever comes next. Aster stops and looks back with a confused expression. The title of boss clearly wasn't something he expected to hear so early in his enrollment. Vigor reminds him of his own words, asking if he's already forgotten his promise. He points out that Aster's ambition is what inspired them all. Aster recalls standing over a defeated Grian, where he first declared his intent to crush House Elmheim. That one moment of rebellion drew the attention of everyone looking for a leader. Vigor explains that several students took those words to heart and are looking for someone to lead them. They want to believe that someone can actually change their current situation. The commoners are ready to back Astor up if he's willing to lead the charge. They've spent their lives being stepped on and see him as their best chance to fight back. Vigor throws an arm around Astor's shoulder, shouting a rallying cry to take down House Elmheim together. Astor looks a bit overwhelmed by the sudden camaraderie. A predatory grin spreads across Astor's face as he listens to Vigor's enthusiasm. If they want a leader to bring down the tyrants, he's more than ready for the job. He stares at his golden badge with a cold, determined intensity. To truly crush his former family, he knows he needs to unlock even more of his hidden strength. Suddenly, Astor's stomach lets out a loud, embarrassing growl. Even a legendary talent needs a meal after pulverizing magical iron training pillars. Vigor laughs, agreeing that they won't make it through the afternoon training on an empty stomach. The duo starts heading toward the academy's cafeteria. As they reach the dining hall, they find a large crowd of students standing nervously outside the entrance. It looks like their lunch break is about to be interrupted. Astor and Vigor push forward to see what's going on, but the others look terrified. They warn Astor that the Elmheims are already inside and the situation is bad. Inside, Julius A. Elmheim is already seated, casually biting into a piece of bread. He stares at Astor with a condescending smirk, having expected his arrival. Astor stares back with a hard, unwavering gaze. Julius mocks him for being late, welcoming him to a scene where the tyrants are already in total control. Julius A. Elmheim sits at the center of the cafeteria, his sister Lillian perched beside him like a vulture. He addresses Astor with a lazy arrogance, calling him brother, as if they were on friendly terms. Vigor and the other cadets are visibly shaken by the encounter. Vigor realizes that the person terrorizing the students is none other than Astor's own highborn relative. These are the infamous tyrant siblings of House Elmheim. Julius, the second in line to succession, and his equally cruel younger sister, Lillian, enjoy the absolute power their names provide. They have earned a reputation for being the most vicious members of their family. Julius stands amidst the chaos with a sword in hand, a terrifying display of authority backed by raw violence. Astor stares at them, sweat beading on his forehead as he realizes the magnitude of the situation. He knew they were at the academy, but he didn't expect them to strike so brazenly. Lillian rests her chin on her hand, a sadistic smile playing on her lips as she steps on the head of a defeated student. She mocks Astor, calling him their trashy and foolish younger brother. Beneath her boot, the student groans in agony, his face hidden behind a heavy, metallic mask. The iron shackle is a brutal device designed to break the spirit of anyone who fails the family's standards. Vigor looks on in horror, his voice trembling as he asks about the tasteless device. He's never seen something so inhumane used on fellow students before. Astor's expression is cold as he identifies the device as the iron shackles. He knows exactly what they represent and the torture they inflict on the wearer. It's a disciplinary tool used by House Elmheim to correct those they deem dropouts or failures. The mask forces the wearer into a state of desperate servitude, turning them into little more than beasts. Julius applies more pressure to the student beneath his foot, his red eyes glowing with malice. He mocks Astor for being so familiar with the family's dark traditions. He points out that despite the student's noble name, he ended up as a lowly grade VI during today's sorting. In Julius's world, weakness is the ultimate sin. The student's eyes, visible through the slits of the mask, are wide with terror and pain. It's a pathetic sight that Julius seems to take immense pleasure in. Julius grips the student's head, claiming the shackle is a present from a kind older brother to help him try harder. His words drip with a sickening irony that makes the air in the room feel heavy. A line of shackled students stands in the shadows, their identities erased by the uniform metal masks. They have been stripped of their humanity to serve as examples for the rest of the academy. Julius explains the simple, cruel logic. The masks turn basic needs like food and air into rewards. If the students can't earn their way out, they'll simply die in their chains. Vigor and his companions are paralyzed by the sight of so many people being treated like livestock. The scale of the cruelty is far beyond anything they expected at a night academy. Julius stands and gestures toward the shackled group, calling them Astor's seniors. He demands that the new cadets greet them properly, despite their beast-like state. With a cruel laugh, he tells one person in particular to step forward and show her face. He's been waiting for this moment of reunion. A pair of delicate feet in brown shoes steps into the light. The slow, rhythmic clicking of her heels against the stone floor is the only sound in the silent cafeteria. Aster's eyes widen as a familiar figure with long red hair approaches from the shadows. Vigor and the others can feel the sudden shift in the atmosphere. A cold sweat breaks out on Aster's face as the truth hits him. His pupils contract in shock, his mind racing to process the horrifying sight before him. Julius's grin only widens as he notes how much Aster's sister has changed since they last saw her. He relishes the look of absolute devastation on Aster's face. Ulfin Elmheim stands before them, her once vibrant eyes now vacant and glazed. Her lower face is encased in an iron shackle, a brutal metal muzzle that silences her voice. Aster shouts her name, his composure shattering as he starts to rush toward her. The sight of his sister in such a state has pushed him past his breaking point. Ulfin doesn't even react to his voice, her gaze remaining fixed on nothing. The mask has done its job well, leaving her a hollow shell of her former self. Aster's teeth grind together so hard they might crack, his face contorted with a rage that threatens to boil over. The betrayal and cruelty of his own kin have reached a new low. His hand drops to the hilt of his sword, Graham, his knuckles turning white as he grips the weapon. The time for words has long since passed. Aster roars at Julius, demanding to know what he's done to his sister. His golden eyes glow with a terrifying intensity as he confronts the monster in front of him. A heavy silence falls as a shackle is tossed onto the ground, the metal clanging loudly against the floor. It's a clear threat and a sign of what's to come for anyone who resists. Julius remains seated, his expression calm and mocking as he tells Aster not to worry. He has a plan for everyone present, and it's far from merciful. Another shackle rests near the feet of a defeated student, a constant reminder of the fate that awaits the weak. The tyrant siblings are just getting started. Julius looks around the room, nodding that he's prepared enough of these gifts for everyone. Aster's followers are clearly his next targets. He spreads his arms wide and invites everyone to a fun welcome party. It's an invitation to a slaughter, and he's the one holding all the cards. On his command, the shackled seniors lunged forward, their movements jerky and aggressive like starving animals. They are the juniors of iron reed, broken tools of the Elmheim house. Julius laughs as the chaos begins, urging the attackers to put some spirit into their recruiting. He watches the scene with the detached amusement of someone watching a game. The shackled students ignite their mana blades, the red light casting long, jagged shadows across the walls. Julius orders them to slap a mask on every newcomer, one by one. Vigor's group is immediately put on the defensive as they are overwhelmed by the aggressive seniors. They realize with horror that the attackers' eyes are completely glazed over, showing no sign of their original selves. Nolan managed to parry a strike, only to realize that even in their enslaved state, these seniors were still grade IV or higher. The power gap was becoming painfully obvious as the fight intensified. Vigor realized that while they had expected to eventually clash with House Elmheim, they never imagined it would turn out like this. The sheer disparity in their combat power was beginning to crush their spirits. Vigor shouts out to Aster, desperate for a plan as he blocks a glowing green blade. The weight of the attack nearly drives him to his knees. Aster stands his ground, the hilt of his sword glowing with a fierce red energy as the shackled students close in. He knows that if they don't find a way to turn this around, they'll all end up behind a mask. Aster A. Elmheim stands over the fallen seniors, his expression grim. Despite the initial victory, the atmosphere in the room is thick with tension. Close-up of Aster's eyes, glowing with a dangerous golden light. He is fully focused on the true threats sitting before him. Vigor Cadet is visibly sweating, commenting on the insane intensity radiating from Aster. The power difference between the cousins is palpable even to the bystanders. Aster addresses Julius directly, demanding to know what exactly he's trying to pull by terrorizing the academy. His voice is steady, but laced with a lethal edge. Julius A. Elmheim dismisses Aster's concern with a mockingly casual wave, telling him not to be so on edge. Behind him, Lillian watches with a predatory grin, enjoying the spectacle. Julius continues his insults, calling Aster's companions a bunch of skillless underlings who only passed the exam by picking up his scraps. He views the commoner cadets with nothing but pure contempt. Julius lets out a cold laugh, claiming that having such low-quality people at the bottom drags down those at the top like himself. He refuses to let such half-assed things slide. To emphasize his point, he presses his boot harder onto the head of the shackled student beneath him. The sound of metal grinding against stone echoes through the silent room. He holds up a spare iron shackle, his red eyes gleaming with cruelty. He intends to take care of all the newcomers in the brutal Elmheim way. Aster isn't interested in his cousin's theatrical display of power. Julius remains seated, his posture relaxed and arrogant as he waits for Aster's next move. Aster's hand tightens around the hilt of his sword, which is wreathed in a crimson mana. The heat from his power starts to distort the air around him. He tells Julius to take the vulgar thing off Ulfin Elmheim's mouth immediately. He will not tolerate seeing his sister treated like a beast. Instead of a response, Ulfin lunges at Aster, their blades clashing with a violent surge of energy. The shock of her attack leaves Aster momentarily stunned. Aster is forced onto the defensive, shouting at his sister to stop. He can't understand what has happened to her to make her turn her blade against him. Ulfin's eyes, visible through the mask, show no recognition of her brother. She is a silent, efficient weapon in Julius's hands, focused only on the kill. The two siblings trade blows, their swords creating trails of light in the dim cafeteria. Ulfin tells him not to hold a grudge for what comes next, her voice cold and mechanical. Julius watches the fratricide with a sickening smile, claiming Ulfin is here of her own free will. He relishes the look of absolute betrayal on Aster's face. He challenges Aster to ask her directly if he thinks Julius is lying. Ulfin stands ready with her glowing yellow blade, her posture perfect and deadly. Lillian joins in the mockery, laughing at how mean Aster is being to his own family. She finds the entire situation hilarious. Aster grits his teeth, his mind flashing to his mother's worry. The realization that Ulfin has been subjected to this torture for months is almost too much to bear. Ulfin attacks again, her movements sharp and relentless. Aster is forced to leap back, his mind racing for a way to stop her without hurting her. Aster shouts that Ulfin doesn't have to listen to the tyrants anymore. He's determined to break the chains that bind her. He vows to save her as they continue their frantic duel, sparks flying from their crossing steel. Every strike from Ulfin is a painful reminder of her lost self. Aster is visibly shaken, a bead of sweat tracing down his face as he struggles to parry his sister's relentless strikes. The psychological weight of the fight is starting to take its toll. Seeing Aster hesitate, Nolan shouted from behind, demanding to know what he was waiting for. They were about to be overrun. He begged Aster to end this once and for all. Nolan shouted, his face contorted with rage. He told Aster that if he wouldn't strike down the tyrant, then he himself would take on Julius. Nolan leveled his sword at Julius, sneering that he didn't even have a fraction of the dignity his younger brother possessed. In a battle stance, a radiant golden light surrounding him as he tells Julius to take up his weapon. He refuses to acknowledge a man like Julius as a knight. Nolan charges with everything he has, his blade glowing brightly. He vows to carve the style of House Kistoper into Julius's very body. A spare iron shackle floats through the air, a grim reminder of the stakes. The metal glints coldly in the monolith room. Julius blocked the incoming strike with his bare hand, his expression one of bored contempt. He mocked the very idea that hard work alone could make a great knight. Nolan is stunned, his eyes wide with shock. Despite his maximum effort, he hasn't even managed to make Julius stand up from his chair. Julius stands and unleashes a massive pillar of flame that fills the room with a scorching heat. He declares that Vigor's worldview is fundamentally wrong. He focuses his immense magic power into his sword, the heat intensifying until the room feels like an oven. The sheer scale of his mana is terrifying. Nolan is forced back by the sheer intensity of the heat, his face contorted in pain and disbelief. He realizes he's completely outmatched by the noble's power. Julius laughs manically, declaring that the strongest guy is the greatest, and that being weak is the ultimate sin. His crimson eyes glow with a sadistic fire. With a sudden burst of power, Julius blasts Nolan backward. The impact is devastating, sending the commoner cadet tumbling through the air in a cloud of smoke. Another cadet rushes toward Nolan, shouting his name in panic. The cafeteria is now a battlefield filled with smoke and the scent of burnt mana. Nolan lies motionless on the ground, groaning in agony. His face and arm are covered in severe, blackened burns from Julius's magic. The cadet who reached him is paralyzed with horror at the extent of the injuries. "It's a terrible burn," he shouts, his voice trembling. Lillian stands over the fallen pair, a metal shackle in her hand and a sadistic glint in her eyes. She mocks Nolan for putting on noble airs. She laughs, stating that she loves trampling over the pride of people like him. She decides to make an exception and keep Nolaner as a pet. Julius A. Elmheim sits back with an arrogant smirk, leaning into his Darwinian philosophy. Beside him, Lillian stands with her arms crossed, her cold eyes matching her brother's cruel demeanor as he declares that being weak is a sin. Astor A. Elmheim stands in the foreground, his eyes hidden in shadow as he listens to Julius's taunts. In the background, the cafeteria is in chaos as shackled students are forcibly masked by their captors. Two students struggle desperately as the iron masks are forced onto their faces. Their muffled cries for help are ignored by the academy's self-appointed tyrants. The scene is a blur of violence as another student is pinned down, the cold metal of the shackle pressing against their skin. Julius continues his lecture, stating that the weak are inevitably swallowed by the strong. Julius stands up, his entire body wreathed in a fierce, crackling fire. He spreads his arms wide, posing a mockingly philosophical question to Astor about the nature of his future. Close up on Astor's face, his golden eyes burning with a sudden, intense light. Lillian's voice rings out from the side, gleefully encouraging her brother to finish the job. With a roar of "Julius!" Astor lunges forward, his body enveloped in a crimson aura of mana. He moves with a speed and ferocity that catches the observers off guard. The impact creates a massive explosion of red and orange energy that illuminates the entire cafeteria. The sheer force of the collision sends shockwaves through the air. Julius maintains his arrogant grin, blocking Astor's desperate strike with a hand wreathed in flame. He seems completely unbothered by the intensity of the attack. Astor grunts in pain as the backlash of the magic hits him. He struggles to maintain his footing as Julius's superior magic power begins to overwhelm him. Astor looks up in shock as Julius's hand moves with blinding speed. The air around them vibrates with the hum of concentrated mana. Julius clamps his hand firmly around Astor's throat, lifting him into the air as flames lick around them. Astor gasps for breath, his eyes wide as he faces the raw power of the Elmheim main line. Vigor supported the injured Nolan from the sidelines, his face pale with horror. They shouted Astor's name, helpless to intervene in the high-level magical duel. Julius looks down at the struggling Astor with a bored, almost disappointed expression. He wonders aloud if this mediocre display is all the legendary 7 wings power is capable of. Wreathed in fire, Julius continues to mock his cousin, calling him a disappointment. He had expected a much greater challenge from the one who dared to defy the family order. Close up on the hilt of Astor's sword as he begins to channel a new, spiraling energy. Julius remains overconfident, dismissing Astor's previous successful parry as a mere fluke. Astor's eyes sharpen as he prepares his counter-technique. Despite the hand on his throat, he shows no sign of fear, only a cold, calculated focus. Astor initiates a powerful spinning maneuver, his body and blade becoming the center of a red energy vortex. The sudden change in the flow of mana creates a massive, swirling column of fire. Julius's eyes widen in genuine shock as he recognizes the technique. He realizes instantly that the flow of the battle has suddenly shifted. The red energy spirals outward, catching Julius's flames and pulling them into the vortex. The sheer complexity of the mana manipulation leaves Julius momentarily speechless. Julius looks stunned as the fire is reeled in. He realizes with horror that Astor isn't just blocking his magic, he is absorbing and redirecting it. The panel is dominated by a massive explosion of spiraling red energy as Astor's rotation technique reaches its peak. Julius is caught in the center of the storm, his previous arrogance replaced by the struggle to stay upright. Astor drops into a low stance, his focus already shifting back to the fight. He casually admits he wasn't really paying attention to any of the trash talk from before. He stands over the wreckage, looking down at the smoking remains of his cousin's pride. All that blabbering didn't mean a thing once the magic started flying. Julius lies sprawled among the broken tables, completely humiliated by his own power. Aster walks over and coldly dares him to repeat those insults one more time. Julius can only stare up in stunned silence, his face a mask of shock. Aster shuts him down for good, reminding the small fry exactly who's in charge now. Aster's golden eyes glow with a terrifying intensity as he looms over his cousin. He touches his neck, looking down with a gaze that promises things are only going to get worse. Vigor Smate stands frozen, carrying the wounded Christopher Nolan while he stares in disbelief. He couldn't believe Aster had actually triumphed in a head-on confrontation. Julius is sprawled on the ground, his arrogance taking a heavy blow along with his body. Lillian watches from above, her expression unreadable as the dining hall falls silent. Aster doesn't look satisfied, though. His golden eyes are cold, fixed on the enemy with the intensity that says this is far from over. Julius grunts as he pushes himself up, steam still rising from the impact crater. He admits the hit was flashy, but his voice is still dripping with venom. He bursts into a mocking laugh, pointing to the glowing red wing emblem on his chest. He asks Aster what he'll do if that precious mark even gets a scratch. Smates's face pales as he realizes Julius is still full of energy. The counterattack is coming, and it feels like the air itself is starting to boil. Lillian can't help but giggle at the sight of her brother on the defensive. She finds the whole situation hilarious. She calls him lame, mocking him for provoking someone only to get beaten back like a commoner. Julius tells her to shut it, but his focus is entirely on the boy in front of him. His grip tightens on his dagger, the metal creaking under the pressure of his mana. He claims even his feelings get hurt when a small fry talks down to him. Suddenly, Julius erupts in a pillar of fire, his eyes glowing with murderous intent. He screams Aster's name, ready to burn everything in sight. Aster doesn't flinch as the flames swirl around him. He just stands there, watching his cousin throw a tantrum with a mountain of fire. Julius lunges forward, his weapon leaving a trail of scorched air behind it. He tells Aster to prepare to die for his insolence. Aster draws his sword, red mana sparking off the blade. He tells Julius to stop beating around the bush and just bring it. The two mana signatures clash in the center of the hall, creating a vortex of heat and pressure that threatens to tear the room apart. Julius swings with everything he has, a massive arc of fire cutting through the space between them. Aster ducks low, his blade glowing as he prepares to redirect the force of the explosion. It's about to get ugly. But before they can connect, a single hand reaches out and catches both their weapons midair, snuffing out the mana like a candle. Count Maze stands between them, a casual smile on his face despite holding two lethal weapons with his bare hands. He asks them what they think the dining hall is for. The other cadets can only watch in shock as the academy director intervenes. He tells them that running wild like this isn't part of the curriculum. Julius isn't happy about the interruption. He glares at Maze and tells him to back off, calling him nothing more than a lackey for the main house. Maze just laughs it off, staying perfectly relaxed. He tells the young master not to be so harsh. He points out that it doesn't look good for a top-grade cadet to use his full power against an inferior opponent in front of everyone. Maze firmly suggests they sheathe their swords for now. Aster pulls back, sensing the overwhelming gap in power between them and the Count. Julius's blade is still vibrating in Maze's grip, the fire slowly dying down as the Count exerts his will. He finally relents, huffing in annoyance. He complains that Maze just killed the mood. Julius puts his sword away, claiming he has no choice but to be persuaded this time. The fire mana finally dissipates from the room. He calls for his group to withdraw, declaring the welcome party over. He starts walking away without a second look. Aster tries to go after him, shouting that they aren't done talking yet. He's not about to let his sister just walk away. Maze catches him by the shoulder, his grip like iron. He tells Aster that he needs to save his face here. He tells the boy to calm down, smiling as if they were old friends. But Aster's attention is already elsewhere. His eyes widen as he sees the group of masked cadets following Julius. One of them has long, familiar hair. He shouts for his sister. Ulfin stops in her tracks, her body going stiff at the sound of his voice. She turns her head slightly, her face completely hidden behind the cold metal of the iron shackle. There's no recognition in her posture. She gives him one last look before turning back around. The despair in her eyes is visible even through the slit in the mask. She walks away with the rest of Julius's pets, leaving behind nothing but the sound of clicking shackles. A discarded mask lies on the floor. Aster stands alone in the silent dining hall, staring at the spot where his sister just stood. The name Ulfin is the only thing on his mind. Later, the scene shifts to a much quieter room. Maze is sitting behind his desk, watching Aster with interest. Christopher Nolan is shown in the infirmary, his body covered in bandages after taking Julius's attack to protect Aster. He's completely unconscious. Aster remembers Lillian's cruel laughter as several other cadets were taken away, forced into the same masks as his sister. Smates asks Aster what their next move is. He looks worried, but he's waiting for his boss to make a call. Aster is already holding one of the masks. Aster tells Maze that if he hadn't stepped in, things would have ended very differently. He's studying the shackle in his hands. An assistant yells at him for his lack of respect, but Maze just waves her off. He's more interested in what Aster plans to do with that prototype. Count Maze looks Aster dead in the eye, his smile never quite reaching his gaze. He's laying out the reality of how things work between them. Aster stares back, his expression unreadable. He's taking in every word, but his focus remains on the bigger picture. He recalls being summoned to the main house 4 years ago. Amidst the sea of hostile knight nobility, Maze was the only one who seemed to take his side. Even so, Aster admits he still can't read the man. He was saved back then, but he has no idea if the Count is truly a friend or just another foe in disguise. Vigor Smates, standing behind Aster, finally breaks his silence. He demands to know if a director should really be letting this kind of noble tyranny slide. Smates looks agitated, his voice rising as he questions why an executive like Maze isn't doing more to stop Julius. Maze just lets out a hearty laugh. He reminds them that he's an Elmheim executive too, and he doesn't make a habit of complaining about the head of the house. Aster's eyes narrow as he holds up the metal mask. He asks if turning people into puppets for control isn't a serious problem in his book. Maze leans back, explaining that the academy is built on merit. As long as a method produces results, he sees no reason to oppose it. He gestures to the visual proof. The cadets under Julius are rising in grade at an unprecedented rate. Even the principal has given this system the green light. Aster looks away, the realization sinking in. They're on their own. There's no authority in this school they can actually rely on. Maze warns him against doing anything reckless, like trying to take his friends back by force. He tells Aster he'd better not even think about it. The Count's gaze turns ice cold. He reminds Aster that every single move he makes is being watched by the main house. If he causes a scene and fails, they won't hesitate to expel him. Aster imagines himself small and alone, standing before the looming shadow of the Elmheim family's power. Aster looks down at the mask, his expression tightening. He tells Maze it's not about some noble sense of justice. He's seen what those iron shackles do. They don't just control a person, they rot the heart from the inside out. The victims are robbed of their words and their freedom, their eyes going dull as they lose themselves to the mask. They lose their dignity, and eventually, even the will to rebel against their owner is stripped away completely. Turning people into convenient, obedient tools, that's the true horror of the system Julius is running. Maze looks at him curiously. He asks if Aster speaks like this because he's seen that rot firsthand. Aster just gives a knowing smirk. He says he simply understands the fate of people who have already become a lost cause. He's determined not to let his friends end up that way. Smates watches, clearly moved by Aster's resolve. Maze watches him closely, trying to figure out what's going on in the boy's head. He knows this isn't just empty talk. The Count leans in, his interest fully piqued. He wants to know exactly what Aster is thinking. Aster says that since even he doesn't want to get expelled, it's best to settle this peacefully. Maze asks if he actually has a plan for that. The room is silent for a moment. Maze looks at Aster's profile, wondering if he's truly serious. Aster tightens his grip on the mask, a sharp look in his eyes. He tells Maze it's about time. He saw his own way of fighting. 3 days pass, and the academy grounds are filled with cadets pushing through their morning training. The pace is grueling for everyone. The cadets are running in tight formations, their breath misting in the air as they struggle to keep up. Smates runs alongside Christopher Nolan, asking if he's really fine to be out here with his injuries. Nolan looks exhausted but determined. Nolan, bandages still visible on his face, says the 4th grade curriculum is starting soon. They have 0 time to be resting if they want to survive. Smates notes that Nolan really hates losing. Both of them are pushing themselves to the absolute limit. Nolan looks ahead, his eyes fixed on Aster. He says the one they should really be worried about is him. Aster is far ahead of the pack, his body moving with mechanical precision. He's already wearing the metal mask as he runs, testing his own limits. Flashback to 3 days ago. Aster barges into Julius's private lounge. Julius is lounging with Lillian, and he's not pleased to see Aster's face again. Julius looks at him with absolute contempt. He says he hasn't forgiven Aster for what happened in the dining hall. He's drinking from a bottle, mocking Aster for just showing up unannounced. He asks if Aster really thinks he's in a position to make a deal. Julius's eyes glow with red mana as he glares at his cousin. He demands to know who the hell Aster thinks he is to bargain with him. Aster doesn't back down. He states clearly that he came to get his sister and his peers back from Julius's control. He gestures to the iron shackle in his hand, his resolve unwavering despite the blades at his back. Aster offers his only condition. In exchange for the freedom of the other cadets, Julius can put the iron shackles on him instead. Ulfin, watching from the corner, is visibly horrified. She can't believe her brother would volunteer for such a nightmare just to save her. Aster stares at Julius, pointing out that his reputation as a rebel has clearly reached his cousin's ears. Julius remains reclined, seemingly unimpressed. Lillian laughs mockingly, leaning forward as she asks Aster if he's some kind of masochist for wanting to be kept as a pet. Julius takes a long drink from his bottle, noting that to the Elmheim family, Aster is nothing but a thorn in their side. Turning a rebel into a loyal hound would be a win for everyone. Leaning closer, Julius's eyes glow with a menacing red light. He knows Aster isn't the type to just obey, and he suspects a hidden scheme. Aster doesn't flinch, even with the threat of blades held at his throat. He calmly insists he has no ulterior motives. Julius watches him with narrow, suspicious eyes, trying to find a crack in his cousin's resolve. Aster points to the metal mask, reminding Julius that it's magically locked and can only be removed by his captors. His life would be entirely in their hands. He taunts Julius with a smirk, questioning if he simply lacks the confidence to tame someone like him. The provocation works, and a surge of fiery mana erupts around Julius. He decides to accept the challenge. Julius agrees to the deal, but decides the stakes need to be much higher for a rebel like Aster. He slams his bottle down, declaring that a simple trade is too easy. He raises the duration of the trial from 7 days to 10. The terms are set, 10 days wearing the iron shackle without a single drop of water or a crumb of food. If Aster survives, the others go free. Julius laughs as he makes the declaration, reaching out as if to grasp the victory he's already certain of. Ulfin, watching through her own mask, is struck with terror. She tries to scream a warning, knowing this trial is a death sentence. She imagines her brother succumbing to the mask's torture, blood spilling from behind the metal grill as his life fades away. Aster remains stoic as he officially accepts the terms. He knows the cruel reality of the Elmheim family all too well. He understands that in their family, everyone is merely a tool to be used and discarded. He reflects on this as he looks at his sister. Ulfin stands trembling, the once strong girl now reduced to a silent, masked prisoner. Aster remembers their childhood, when Ulfin would always pat his head and act like the brave protector despite her own fears. She was always the strong sister, who would never let anyone see her cry, no matter how much she was hurting. But now she's helpless, forced to look at him through a cage of iron. It's a sight Aster cannot bear. As Lillian mockingly drapes herself over him, Aster makes a silent vow to Ulfin. He will break these chains, no matter the cost. The scene shifts back to the present training grounds. The great examiner barks orders at a student who has collapsed on the track. The masked cadet gasps for air in the dirt, the physical strain of the exercises becoming too much to handle. Watching from the sidelines, Bigger Smates notes that the instructor shows absolutely no mercy, even to those suffering under the shackles. Grion, hidden behind a mask, clenches his jaw as he tries to endure the grueling pace. Smates watches with a mix of pity and grim realization. Christopher Nolan stood nearby, his gaze fixed on the field. He remarked that for some of these cadets, this suffering was simply their karmic retribution. Smates is stunned by Astor's endurance. Several days have passed, and yet Astor is still out there running, seemingly unfazed by the lack of sustenance. Astor continues his solitary run across the desolate track, his movements steady and rhythmic despite the metal mask. Nolan points out the medical impossibility of it all. A normal person can only survive a few days without water, yet Astor is pushing himself even further. He explains that most people would have to remain perfectly still to last this long, yet Astor is doing the exact opposite. In addition to running, Astor is seen sparring intensely, his wooden sword clashing against his opponents with violent force. The training moves to the water, where Astor leads the group in carrying heavy logs through the chest-deep currents. Nolan and Smates watch from the bank. Nolan wonders if Astor surpassed his human limits long ago. He turns to Smates and asks if he's heard the rumor about the boy with 7 wings. Smates listens as Nolan recounts a story from before Astor was adopted into the Viscount's house. It's a tale of impossible survival. The rumor says that as a mere infant, Astor crawled alone through kilometers of frozen, snowy mountains. He survived against all odds. Smates is visibly shaken by the story, marveling at the sheer life force required for such a feat. It explains the monster he sees before him now. Astor's red mana flares around him as he continues to push his body. Smates still wonders if it's all just a colossal bluff or true power. The scene shifts to the dark, oppressive hallway of the cadet cells. Lillian's boots click against the stone floor. Lillian arrives with her masked guards to bring the sewer rats their meager rations. She smiles with cruel delight at their suffering. She uses her magic to release the locks on the captives' masks, her purple mana shimmering as the mechanisms click open. A young student with light hair sits slumped against the wall, his spirit clearly broken by the isolation and hunger. He barely reacts to the food. A solitary wedge of cheese sits on a cracked plate beside a simple glass of water, the entirety of a prisoner's meal. A cadet stares down at the meager rations with a hollow gaze, certain that such extreme starvation will lead to his death. Another student, his face hidden behind a heavy metal grill, begs Lillian for anything more substantial to eat. A heavy boot slams down on the plate, crushing the food and the cadet's hopes in a single motion. Lillian grinds her heel into the mess on the floor, mockingly suggesting that he should have spoken up if he wasn't interested in eating. She wags a finger at the captives, lecturing them on being wasteful while claiming other children are suffering far more. In a dim corner, Astor sits motionless against the wall, his head encased in the heavy iron shackle mask. From across the room, Julius cuts into a thick steak, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he comments on the bravery of the younger brother. Julius smiles at Ulfin, who sits in silent despair, and suggests that she should go over and cheer him up. With a mouthful of meat, Julius laughs cruelly, reminding Ulfin that Astor is enduring this torment solely because of her. Ulfin clenches her jaw, sweat beading on her forehead, as she listens to her cousin's mocking laughter. Seated before a tray of actual food, Ulfin is paralyzed by a crushing sense of guilt, wondering how she can help her brother. Julius continues to eat, his red eyes narrowing as he ponders the strange situation unfolding before him. He watches the silent figure of Astor in the distance, nodding that the boy doesn't seem to be resisting the trial at all. As he prepares another bite of steak, Julius wonders if Astor truly intends to endure the full 10 days of starvation. A sadistic grin spreads across Julius's face. He's eager to see just how long Astor's stubbornness will last. Astor remains a quiet, dark sentinel, his golden eyes glowing with an unyielding resolve from behind the metal grill of his mask. The instructor uses cards to illustrate how mana can be imbued into a sword to make the blade incredibly sharp. It can also be wrapped around the user's body, functioning like a suit of armor to protect them from attacks. He explains that magic power is flexible, and its role will change depending on the user's will. Some use it to enhance their legs, allowing them to run across the battlefield faster than a horse. Others use it to create eyes of mana that can detect enemies instantly, leaving the user with no blind spots. A group of masked students ambushes Aster A. Elmheim in the forest, thinking he's completely open for an attack. Despite his fever, Aster stays calm as red mana begins to gather at his feet. A massive red tornado of energy erupts from his body, acting as a trump card to turn the tide of the fight. The attackers are caught off guard, struggling to stay upright as the mana surge blasts through the area. They're confused by the sudden wind and can't see anything through the intense red light. Aster uses the confusion to leap out of the vortex and vanish from their sight before they can recover. A powerful beam of red energy slams down into the forest, shaking the ground. He reappears behind one of the masked students and knocks him to the ground with a heavy blow. This reminds Aster of the training rules. In 4th grade, they must master magic manipulation without using their swords. To demonstrate, the instructor killed a bird in midair with a single, precise blast of raw energy. He told the class that those with a wing emblem should be able to kill even without a blade. Back in the present, Aster stands among the fallen students as red mana ribbons flare around him. It's the 7th day of the Iron Reed training, and the constant strain is finally taking its toll. Aster's mana control is improving, but he's running out of time to fulfill his promise to Julius. He pushes himself to endure, knowing his sisters will only be freed if he survives this trial. But his fever is making it harder to stay conscious, and he realizes he can't afford to be passive. He thinks back to Julius's terrifying power. The blonde noble was extraordinary even without a sword. As a 1st grade student, Julius hasn't even shown the true extent of his abilities yet. Aster sinks to his knees, frustrated that he's being slowed down by a simple training exercise. He forces himself to stand, determined to find a way to catch up to the power Julius possesses. The forest around him starts to blur and spin as his body reaches its absolute limit. He struggles to breathe behind the metal muzzle, sweat dripping down his face from the intense fever. Aster finally collapses face first into the dirt, his strength completely gone as the world fades to black. He lies there thinking he's reached his end, when a pair of boots stops in front of him. A hand reaches down and notes that he's burning up, calling him a fool for pushing himself this hard. Christopher Nolan looks down at the fallen cadet, mentioning that Count Maze would be troubled if Aster died here. Aster wonders why the Count would go out of his way to send someone like Nolan to help. Nolan tells him to wait and offers to go get his sword so he can break the restrictive muzzle for him. Aster quickly reaches out and grabs Nolan's sleeve to stop him from doing something so reckless. Nolan is caught off guard, looking back at the weakened student with a confused expression. Aster tells him that he'll only end up getting himself killed if he tries to break the mask. His eyes glow with a golden light as he thinks about the sisters who are still waiting for him to save them. Nolan can barely hear the muffled words, but he can clearly tell that Aster is dissatisfied with the offer. He looks into Aster's eyes and sees a resolve that doesn't match his battered, feverish state. Before they can say more, Nolan senses several more figures closing in on them from the shadows. A group of masked students surrounds them, and Lillian walks forward with a mocking grin. She laughs at Aster's pathetic condition, joking that he'll be mistaken for an undead if he stays out this late. Aster glares through the slits of his muzzle, recognizing the lavender-haired girl leading the ambush. Christopher Nolan stands his ground, questioning why a 2nd grade student like Lillian is interfering with their 4th grade training exercise. Lillian smirks as her group of masked lackeys looms behind her, claiming they just wanted to show off for her entertainment. She treats the whole situation like a casual class observation, dismissively adding that the instructor apparently doesn't mind the intrusion. A sudden blast of mana kicks up dust as the group prepares to engage the 2 students. Leaping onto a high tree branch, Lillian looked down with a sadistic gaze, revealing exactly what she was dying to see. She claps her hands together in mock prayer, admitting she's dying to hear the tyrant's son beg for mercy. She drops down from her perch, telling the boys not to mind her as she lets her pets loose. The masked lackeys close in from all sides, and Lillian encourages them to be as lethal as they like. Aster realizes the plan is to break him before his 10-day trial is even finished. He expected interference, but the sheer openness of this attack is staggering. He starts fighting back, though he's frustrated that he's accidentally dragged Nolan into his personal mess. Nolan doesn't seem to mind, venting his own frustration about the no swords rule as he unleashes a blast of yellow mana. The odds are heavily stacked against them, and Aster knows that a prolonged slugfest will only end with them being exhausted. He needs a low-cost trump card to turn the tide, gambling everything on his ability to manifest a new technique right now. Without their blades, the knights are forced into a messy brawl, trading blows in the dirt of the forest floor. Lillian watches from the shadows, mocking Aster for being so stubborn even while he's clearly struggling to keep up. She wears a smug grin, convinced that everything happening to him right now is entirely his own fault. Aster is panting heavily, his fever and the constant beating making every breath a struggle. Nolan spots an opening and shouts a warning for Aster to dodge an incoming strike. A massive, glowing lackey lunges forward, and Aster is too slow to move out of the way. He takes a heavy blow, his vision blurring as the world starts to spin. The impact sends him crashing into the ground with a sickening thud. Blood splatters against the inside of his muzzle as he lets out a choked cry of pain. The lackeys continue their assault, driving Aster further into the dirt. Nolan looks on in horror, genuinely worried that the blow might have been fatal. Lillian intervenes from above, reminding her group that they can't actually kill him yet. One of the students grabs Aster by the hair, lifting his head to check if he's still conscious. But as the lackey prepares to continue the beating, dark red mana begins to pulse around Aster's hand on the ground. Aster's eyes glow with a fierce golden light through the mask. He's finally managed to trigger the attribute shift. Thin ribbons of dark red mana surge outward from his body like living blades. Lillian's smug expression falters for the first time as she realizes something has changed. The air hums with the intensity of the severing attribute manifesting around the fallen student. Aster glares up, his gaze sharpened by the sudden rush of power. A lackey reaching for him suddenly recoils as a mana ribbon slices through his arm. The masked student stumbles back in shock, unable to believe he was actually cut by someone in Aster's condition. Aster stands up slowly, the red mana ribbons swirling around him like a protective cocoon. Lillian tries to analyze the technique, realizing it's far more complex and dangerous than a simple mana barrier. Despite the display of power, the lackeys decide to lunge again, hopping to crush him through sheer force. Aster reaches out his hand, his movements calm and deliberate. A single red ribbon lashes out, effortlessly piercing through a lackey's mana-reinforced defense. He strikes with surgical precision, aiming directly for the object controlling the student. The metal mask shatters under the pressure of the severing mana, and the attacker collapses instantly. Lillian watches in disbelief, her confidence wavering as she realizes Aster A. Elmheim has successfully manifested an attribute shift. Her group of masked fourth graders is sent flying backwards by a sudden, violent surge of mana. Aster A. Elmheim stands firm, his gaze focused. He recognizes that this technique is far superior to simple physical enhancement. A massive, circular wake of red mana erupts around him, shredding everything in its path with terrifying precision. He considers the nature of his power, comparing it to the fire attribute mana used by his brother. While his brother's flames are meant to incinerate, Aster A. Elmheim's new ability serves a different purpose. He unleashes a series of red mana ribbons that slice through the surrounding forest, demonstrating the raw power of his severing attribute. The remaining masked students are paralyzed with fear, realizing they are witnessing a high-level technique that many struggle to learn in a lifetime. Aster A. Elmheim moves with blinding speed, his mana ribbons cutting through his attackers with surgical accuracy. There is no longer any doubt that the young noble has achieved a level of mastery far beyond his grade. He has become a lethal force, capable of dispatching opponents using nothing but his raw, unbridled mana. Watching from the sidelines, Christopher Nolan ponders if Aster A. Elmheim is still several steps ahead of him in terms of growth and potential. Lillian descends from her perch with a mocking laugh, forced to admit that the boy's display was actually quite impressive. She lands roughly, stepping on the back of one of her fallen subordinates while dismissing Aster A. Elmheim's softness as a fatal flaw. Standing over the incapacitated student, she taunts Aster A. Elmheim for his refusal to actually take a life during the struggle. Her hand tightens around the hilt of her sword, and a spark of pink mana flickers as she prepares to take matters into her own hands. She unleashes a wave of power to force her worthless pieces of trash back onto their feet. Christopher Nolan watches her with pure disgust, calling her absolute pond scum for the way she treats her own followers. A sharp metallic click echoes through the forest as the muzzles of the students are suddenly severed. One by one, the heavy metal masks fall to the ground, freed by Aster A. Elmheim's precise use of his severing mana. Lillian freezes in place, her eyes widening in genuine confusion at Aster A. Elmheim's unexpected move. One of the students stares at his open palms, trembling as he realizes the suffocating mask is finally gone. He gasps for air, a look of pure relief washing over his face as he enjoys his first full breath in ages. Christopher Nolan glances over at Aster A. Elmheim, who remains stoic behind his own muzzle and hurls a playful insult at his friend's reckless heroics. He is stunned that Aster A. Elmheim managed to pull off such a delicate maneuver right in the heat of a chaotic battle. Lillian quickly recovers her composure, sneering that her pets are far too broken to ever truly be free of her. Lillian watched the freed cadets, convinced that they were nothing more than dogs temporarily off the leash, ready to crawl back into servitude the moment they were fed. Infuriated by the lack of results, Lillian screams at her subordinates to resume the attack. She bellows for them to seize Aster A. Elmheim, her face contorting with rage as her plan falls apart. Cold sweat beads on her forehead as she realizes the situation is slipping entirely out of her control. She looks on with horror as the students she once controlled now appear completely unresponsive to her commands. Christopher Nolan remarks that their spirits are so thoroughly crushed that even freedom feels like a burden they'd rather trade back for their masks. He turns his attention back to Lillian, mockingly inviting her to step forward and settle things herself. Lillian bared her teeth in a snarl, her pride wounded by the blonde boy's blatant provocation. Aster A. Elmheim remains silent, his expression unreadable behind the metal slits of his own muzzle. Seeing his friend's reticence, Christopher Nolan takes it upon himself to act as Aster A. Elmheim's voice, continuing to taunt the lavender-haired girl. Lillian scoffs, pointing out that with such power, Aster A. Elmheim could have easily broken his own mask whenever he wanted. She finds it pathetic that he chooses to endure the humiliation while claiming he intends to destroy House Elmheim. She leans in with a wicked grin, warning him that his misplaced naivety will eventually lead to his downfall. Aster A. Elmheim stands alone as the mist swirls around him, seemingly unbothered by her dark predictions for his future. He knows he cannot simply act on impulse. He still carries the weight and responsibility of his father's house. Touching the side of his head, he resolves to maintain his honor and avoid doing anything that would bring shame to his family name. Christopher Nolan shouts a frantic warning, his eyes wide as he sees Aster A. Elmheim faltering. Aster A. Elmheim grinds his teeth, his vision blurring as he struggles to maintain his composure under the mounting pressure. A young woman with a vibrant red ponytail and a metal muzzle mask, Ulfin, Aster's older sister, suddenly catches him in her arms as he collapses. Breathless and trembling, Aster A. Elmheim stares up at the familiar face, barely able to whisper her name in disbelief. Ulfin cradles her brother, her expression solemn as she reflects on how his reckless nature has remained unchanged since their childhood. Her teal eyes shimmer with a mixture of regret and affection, while she laments her inability to protect him as an older sister should. She pulls Aster A. Elmheim into a tight embrace, claiming to have found the courage she needed from his unwavering spirit. With a final, lingering look, she promises that she will be okay, her silhouette beginning to blur into the surrounding light. Aster A. Elmheim awakens with a start, his voice echoing through the silent dormitory as he cries out for his sister. He lunges forward in bed, his chest heaving and his gloved hand reaching out into the empty, moonlit air. The vast, dark room remains still, illuminated only by the cold glow of the moon streaming through the tall, arched windows. Aster A. Elmheim remains seated on the edge of his bed, clutching the sheets as he tries to discern reality from a possible hallucination. He looks down at his hand, his golden eyes fixing on a small, folded object he hadn't noticed before. He holds up the piece of paper, his knuckles white with tension as a sudden, chilling realization about his sister crosses his mind. Aster sprints through the academy halls, clutching a crumpled piece of paper in his gloved hand. He's desperate to reach his sister before his worst fears come true. A voice stops him in his tracks as he nears the exit. Viscount Hyfried stands in the corridor, looking puzzled by the boy's frantic state. Maze blocks his path, warning Aster that he isn't in any condition to be running around with his injuries. Aster doesn't stop to explain, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. As Aster pushes past him, the piece of paper slips from his grip and falls to the floor. Maze looks down at the discarded note as the boy disappears. The Viscount picks up the letter, his eyes widening as he reads the frantic handwriting. The realization of what's happening begins to set in. The note is from Ulfin, calling herself a cowardly big sister for her helplessness. She wrote about her plan to plead with their relatives for Aster's safety. Ulfin sat alone while writing the letter, determined to return the favor for the times her brother protected her. She felt it was finally her turn to step up. She recalled how Aster stood by her at the Sword Dance Festival. That memory gave her the courage to walk straight into a den of vipers. Aster bursts through the next set of doors, his breath hitching in his chest. He curses himself for being too slow to stop her. He reaches the final set of massive double doors and throws them open with a violent shove. The light from the hall spills into the dark room. His amber eyes scan the area, narrowing as they land on a figure lying on the floor. His teeth grit behind his metal mask. He sees his sister. Ulfin is sprawled on the cold stone, her red hair fanned out across the ground and her white dress covered in dirt. Lillian stands over her, casually yawning into her hand. She looks down at the broken girl as if she's nothing more than a mild inconvenience. Aster ignores the crowd of relatives as he rushes to his sister's side. Lillian mocks them both, asking if neither of the siblings has any manners. He drops to his knees and pulls Ulfin into his arms, checking for a pulse. Her face is pale and bruised, her eyes tightly shut. Lillian laughs, explaining that Ulfin came there to beg for Aster's life. She mimics her voice with a cruel, high-pitched whine. The purple-haired girl recounts how Ulfin had suddenly become bold after years of being terrified of them. She sits on a table, swinging her legs while she describes the scene. She leans in close with a sadistic grin, admitting that Ulfin's plea just pissed her off. She casually mentions that she decided to bully the girl a little as punishment. Aster's eyes start to glow with a dangerous golden light. He stares at the girl, his presence becoming heavy and suffocating. Lillian stretches and sighs, claiming she feels much better after letting out her frustration. She looks forward to having good dreams tonight. Aster looks down at his unconscious sister, his heart sinking. He realizes he was far too naive to think he could negotiate with monsters. Julius A. Elmheim watches from the background with a smug smirk, clearly enjoying the display of cruelty. Lillian continues to laugh at Aster's silence. Aster tells himself he should have forced his way in from the very beginning. If he hadn't tried to make a deal, Ulfin wouldn't be in this state. His mind drifts back to a lesson from his father, Hyfried A. Elmheim. The stern man told them that a knight must endure any amount of unreasonableness. A vision of knights marching under the family banner appears. Hyfried insisted that status and the success of a mission required immense patience. Young Aster and Ulfin sat before their father as he explained that not fighting back is often the best path. He prioritized reputation over everything else. Hyfried adjusted his sleeve, telling them they must never strike back out of mere emotion. He expected them to endure being spit upon or slashed without a word. Young Aster had questioned his father, asking if it was truly okay to just let people walk all over them. Ulfin watched her brother, looking uncertain. Hyfried closed his eyes, simply telling his son not to lose sight of his objective and timing. He didn't care about the personal cost of their silence. He stared at the young boy, asking what purpose he even had for taking up a sword. He demanded that Aster always have an answer for why he fights. Hyfried insisted that having that answer ready was the only way to draw a sword without hesitation when the time truly came. Aster stared back with glowing eyes. Back in the present, Aster holds his sister as a violent golden aura begins to swirl around them. The floor beneath him starts to crack from the pressure. Lillian stumbles back, her eyes wide with confusion. She realizes the wingless boy is releasing mana that shouldn't be possible. A sword on the ground is caught in the whirlwind, spinning into the air. Aster reaches out, moving with blinding speed. His gloved hand snaps shut around the hilt of the flying blade. The metal groans under his grip as he prepares to unleash his fury. He slams the sword point first into the stone floor, acting as a lightning rod for his erupting energy. The ground shatters instantly. A massive pillar of golden mana explodes from his body, filling the hall with a blinding light. The sheer force of the 7 wings awakening shakes the entire building. Lillian is thrown back by the shockwave, shielding her face as she screams in shock. The golden light burns away the shadows in the room. Julius raises an arm to block the blinding glare, his smug expression replaced by genuine alarm. The aura is so powerful it feels like a physical weight. Aster stands at the center of the golden storm, his sister cradled securely in one arm. He holds the sword firmly, looking like a vengeful god. His eyes burn with a terrifying golden fire as he stares down his relatives. He vows to eradicate every last drop of the Elmheim bloodline that allowed this to happen. Aster's eyes burn with an intense golden light behind his metal mask. A single, dark thought consumes his mind. He's going to kill every last one of them. Ulfin lies on the floor, reaching out with a trembling hand as she barely regains consciousness. She whispers his name, trying to stop the violence she senses coming. Aster's vision blurs as the golden mana begins to consume his sight. He feels a sense of dark familiarity, as if this power has been waiting to be unleashed once again. Across the estate, Helen Elmheim pauses at her window. She senses the sudden, overwhelming surge of magic power erupting from the training tower. Her expression turns cold and sharp as she realizes what's happening. The power she feels shouldn't be possible for someone like Aster. Principal Mimir stands nearby, observing the disturbance with a silent, calculating gaze. He knows the balance of the academy is about to be shattered. Viscount Mays watches the explosion from the corridor, sweat dripping down his face. He fears that Aster's power has finally gone out of control. He looks up at the tower, where light is pouring from the windows like holy fire. He cries out Aster's name, knowing the boy is at the center of the storm. Inside the room, Aster stands tall, his sword planted firmly in the floor next to his unconscious sister. The golden aura swirls around him like a protective barrier. With a sudden burst of speed, Aster lunges at Julius A. Elmheim, his movements leaving a trail of golden light behind. Lillian cowers as the shockwave of his movement passes her. She looks on in terror, unable to reconcile this monster with the boy she used to bully. Aster's eye glows with a piercing light, tracking his target with lethal precision. He has become a predator, and his relatives are the prey. He swings his blade with everything he has, but Julius A. Elmheim manages to intercept the strike. The impact causes sparks of orange and gold to spray into the air. Julius A. Elmheim laughs, his own red eyes glowing with excitement as he finally sees the 7 wings' power for himself. Lillian watches in horror, calling out to her brother as the floor beneath them continues to crack. Golden flames lick at Aster's mask and hair, his body vibrating with the sheer volume of mana he's channeling. Several students who were helping the relatives lie scattered on the floor, knocked out by the initial blast. Julius A. Elmheim asks if Aster is truly sure about throwing everything away just to save his sister. He mocks Aster, asking if he's really willing to become a traitor to the Elmheim name for such a small reason. Aster doesn't answer, instead shifting his stance for another attack. Aster lands from a leap, his boots slamming into the stone as his aura flares out in a wide arc. A massive magical sigil appears above Aster as Julius A. Elmheim unleashes a counterattack. The name, Elmheim, echoes through the hall as the family's traditional magic is summoned. Julius A. Elmheim smirks, nodding that Aster hasn't said a single word since the power awakened. He asks if the boy has forgotten how to speak in his blind rage. A huge explosion of orange flames engulfs Aster as Julius A. Elmheim lands a direct hit. The force of the blast tears through the room, sending debris flying in every direction. Through the smoke, Julius A. Elmheim grins like a madman, inviting Aster to reignite their unfinished duel. He's thrilled to finally have a challenge worthy of his status. From within the smoke, Aster's eyes snap open, glowing brighter than ever. His mask is scorched, but the golden mana begins to